It's cheaper by the pound. It's Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba.
Everything here has been done on faith and a commitment to excellence. Commitment to each other. One, it means religion. Two, it means family. People care about you. Not just because you win or because things go well, but they genuinely care. The other thing it means to me is a set of standards. You are special. Nobody gives you anything in this world. People can give you money, give you wealth, give you fame. One thing nobody in this world can give you, men, is respect. Self-respect you have for yourself, the way you play the game and the way you believe, the way you do things. This is a game of respect, respect.
Rick and Bubba.
You represent everybody that came before you. And everybody that'll come after you. The spirit is something that's within you. You gotta listen to that spirit, you gotta fight for it, you gotta believe it.
The spirit, the will to win, and the will to excel, these are the things that endure. The quality of any man's life. It's got to be a full measure of that man's personal commitment to excellence and to victory, regardless what field he may be in. To the winner, there is 100% elation, 100% laughter, 100% fun.
Now, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
waking on their blubber.
It is 8 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. Lord of the Jacket, he's got your TV covered today, and we thank him for being here for that. Super P, he's got show prep covered. They're your two early interns rocking it here at RBU, Rick and Bubba University, the internship program. They're getting their degree in common sense, and I hope that takes them a long way. We hear from past interns that go, you know what, I did graduate with some common sense. That is a superpower, and we thank them for being here today. We've got some updates for you. We're going to look ahead to a very busy day. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys?
Hey. Gentlemen.
What is happening? Oh, doing great. Doing great. This one over here, I've enjoyed watching him today. I'm talking about Greg Burgess. I'm pointing to my left because he's to my left. You're right. He went down to Pensacola, Florida, with Big Brother and his son and a couple of other former coaches with Coach Bill Burgess.
Coach Mann, Coach Houston.
As your dad was inducted into the Gulf South Conference Hall of Fame last night.
It was great. Ran into a couple of friends of mine I went to school with, Bruce Harmon, Putt Chase.
Yeah.
They live there now, saw them. They had good finger food.
Oh, yeah.
I knew they had these things. They looked like a hush puppy.
Uh-huh.
And it was like a fried, like a hush puppy. When you bite into it, it was filled with macaroni and cheese.
Stop it. Yeah. Stop it. God, that sounds so good.
But it was great. And
I'm loving the stories that you've got from it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
you just
good.
You meet, other people that are being put in, and their stories are really good. We really enjoyed it. They did a first-class job. It was fun.
We're
honored for Dad to be, because he loved the Gulf South Conference. And especially in the late 80s, early 90s. I mean, that conference was stacked in Division II. They were really good, and it was fun. It was fun to experience.
Well, that's good. And I know we'll hear more stories once Big Brother comes in for the main show. Y'all can share a lot more. But I did see the picture that Rick had posted yesterday of y'all standing there ready to go, and I was like, boy, I would love to be on that plane.
Yeah,
and hear the stories from that crew right there as y'all flew down and then coming back.
We did. It was funny.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Well, I'm glad your dad was able to be recognized. It was funny because yesterday y'all were talking about how he would have not he would have hated every second of it because
he
hated to be recognized because everybody else should be with him.
Well, he
you know what I
claimed,
mean?
and he's right. He said in this particular sport, one person is not responsible for success. You got to it's all to everybody. And I said we get that, but you're representing them.
That's right. That's right. Well, congratulations to him, and I know that was awesome. But you were scheduled to be off just to have an off day to get some things done that you had hitting at the house. Yeah. And so when I pulled up ready to get everything signed on today, I saw old blue truck out
there.
Change
of plans.
And I'm like, well, what's he doing? And
wasting the day.
Right. But I started laughing, though, because I knew when y'all got back and if you were coming, see, if you were off, you were just going to go back home.
Yeah. You thought I went home and came back?
Well, I was like, surely he didn't.
No.
And then when I got here, I heard Sleepy voice from your office and talked about how you stayed over at Taylor's
Yeah, but
house.
I actually probably got more sleep than I would if I'd been at home.
You did, but I know how you hate to sleep at other people's house.
Oh, I do.
Yeah.
I really do.
Did it bother you?
No, it wasn't that bad. I had a pretty good setup. Yeah, when
because
it's your kids, it's not.
I know it's a little
and your
different.
grandkids, of course, they were asleep when we got back, and I was disappointed in that.
Yeah,
didn't get to see the grandkids; they were out.
Dadgummit.
But
in and out quick, huh?
Yeah.
Where y'all fly in and out of is so close to my house.
I should have just come stayed with y'all.
Yeah,
what if I'd knocked on the door and said, "Hey man, I got changing plans. You mind if I crash here? I'll sleep here on this patio out back."
Yeah. But I don't know how long the flight was, but I bet you from the airport to where Taylor lives, the drive was about as long as the flight.
Yeah, it was pretty close.
Yeah.
You're right.
But so anyway, you're here today, and we're rocking, ready to go for another edition here of the Rick and Bubba Show. Some crazy stuff out there today. Good night alive.
Crazy.
It's just crazy, crazy, crazy. Crazier than ever. And we'll go through all that. I had no idea that some of the stuff in the sports world that was happening that happened. I didn't know because I was just out of it. The Indianapolis 500. Okay, missed it completely.
I did too.
Completely. And did you know that a tire flew off, I guess, the Penske team and hit a car?
No.
I mean, flew out and hit a car or whatever. And the Penske Entertainment has replaced the fan's vehicle that was damaged.
Wow. So,
on social media, you can see where the tire
So it left
came
the
off.
premises.
Yes. It's crazy. But it was driver Kyle Kirkwood and another driver, McLaurin, I guess. They had some type of, I don't know, I guess wreck or something. Anyway, they spun out or something out of control. And
they use. I know they have them tethers. They're supposed to keep those.
Yeah.
Especially that open wheel racing, but evidently they failed.
Apparently, Kirkwood's tires flew all over the barrier, and Matthew's car was the only thing damaged. Video clearly shows the tire nearly landing in the stands. It was a kind of a scary situation, but anyway, it's just kind of funny because I was watching some of the news this morning, just getting prepared for the show, and I saw the Indy 500 story and how they were having to replace a fan's car that was damaged, and you can see the damage, and you can see the tire flying.
Yeah, that's like I say. I know they try to keep that from happening. I will say this: I didn't, and I like Memorial Day because you have the Indy 500, and then you have the World or Coca-Cola 600.
Yeah.
Well, it got rain delayed. I didn't know it until then, and they ran it Monday.
Right.
Of course, we did this story on Chase Elliott yesterday. But the Indy, they showed the end, and it was close for their type racing.
Right.
It came down to, anyway, the winner, and y'all correct me if I'm wrong, when we were doing Sports Czars, Joseph Newgarden, he was young, and he was just getting started. We had him in the studio.
Yeah.
Well, he won.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah.
How about that?
He drank the milk after?
Oh, yeah. But it seems like when we were interviewing him, he started out like racing these little car. I mean, it was like he's almost like a skateboard, like a motorized skateboard thing. It seemed like that's how he got started. And then, but yeah, so he won it. And I mean, I saw the highlights. He had to make a move there at the end. It was
I caught some of Formula One. They were in Monaco, and it still amazes me how they turn cities into just racetracks. And just to see the $1 million yachts pulled up and just how that all happens. And then it started raining, but only half the track was getting wet. So they were like, do you go with the tires? Right. It's just it was so crazy. I did get to catch a little bit of that, but did not catch any of the Indy 500.
I usually like to watch the ceremony before and
all that.
I missed all of it.
Yeah. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. We got a lot to talk about, a lot out there today, and we are here full staff today. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us right after top of the hour. Lord of the Jacket, there he is in there. He's fired up, ready to go. Super P here. And we thank you for being with us here on this edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Whether you're hosting the crew or just looking to bring a little summer to your table, HelloFresh has just what you need. From seasonal recipes to crowd-pleasing eats like a bratwurst bar or a s'mores bundle for the kids, HelloFresh makes summer entertaining a cinch. So relax and enjoy summer with America's #1 meal kit. Join today and get 16 free meals plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. In this economy, we're officially entering a dupe session where we're looking for products that do the same thing at a better price. Our favorite dupe? Raycon wireless earbuds. With Raycon, you don't have to pay an arm and a leg for quality sound and essential smart tech listening features. Raycon also offers buy now, pay later options and an easy and free return guarantee. Right now, get 15% off your order at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Once again, buyraycon.com/Bubba. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Junk science, that's what the doctors call many of those fruit and vegetable supplements. Junk science because they use extracts of common produce department fruits and vegetables with very few health benefits. I take Field of Greens because it's the whole organic fruit and vegetable, not a watered-down supplement, and it's backed by a better health promise. Feel better with more energy by taking Field of Greens. And folks, we got you a 15% discount off your purchase at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code BUBBA. That's fieldofgreens.com for 15% off, or go to rickandbubba.com. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Look no further than our friends at CarShield. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options. Call CarShield today at 800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. 800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba.
Before you pack your bags for vacation season, be sure to secure your home with Simply Safe Home Security. With Simply Safe, enjoy greater peace of mind knowing your home is monitored around the clock by trained agents. Customize the perfect system for your home in just a few minutes at simplysafebubba.com. Go today and claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the MyStore.com website. Go to MyStore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, rolling back 21 minutes past the hour. It's the kickoff hour. We got Super P and Lord of the Jacket. They're your early interns today as we are rolling now here on the kickoff hour. Just got a text from some of Terry's girlfriends. They call the swag moms. We've discussed them before. And they're headed to the beach listening to the kickoff hour. And so, girls trip, watch out.
Early rise.
I just got to say, watch out.
Swag
That's all I
mom.
got to say. Wherever they're headed,
What
watch
beach
out.
they going to?
I don't know. They just said they're headed south.
Y'all behave,
Terry's
swag
not-
moms.
Terry is not in this group today.
Now, she disappointed about this. She's like, man, I wish
I
I could
don't know.
go,
I hadn't even talked to her. This was news to me. I know she's got to go in today for work, but anyway, they're a bunch of great ladies and girls trip. Watch out, girl power. You just never know. Never know. Wow, there's so much out there, you guys, as far as what we're going to do. By the way, I know the debt ceiling was passed late last night, and Congressman Gary Palmer will be our RBU this week as we discuss that, as he's flying in from D.C. back here to where the show originates, and he'll be in studio today, so be looking for that. There's a lot out there. There's a couple of stories. Have y'all heard of chroming?
Chroming.
You know how these social media trends start up? And I don't know if these young guys that are doing their own show there right now, if they can hear the interns. Do y'all know what Super P, Lord of the Jacket, have y'all heard of chroming? New social media trend? It's actually killed a 13-year-old girl. And the new chroming trend on social media has already led to a number of deaths.
That doesn't sound like anything you really want to do.
Right. You literally are inhaling paint fumes, I guess, and solvents to get high is what it is.
You do it on.
Yeah, and it's
You're basically huffing. That's what they used to call it.
Right. Yeah. And it's this new chroming trend that's on social media, and we've talked about these new trends on social media, and you have to, especially if you've got kids that are young and middle school, younger, maybe even high school. Hopefully the high schoolers have enough sense. But at a glance, the trend appears to be a variation of decades-old trends of huffing and sniffing different materials, this time involving inhaling anything from aerosol cans or metallic paints, gas, and solvent.
It's the acetone and formaldehyde.
That's very dangerous.
It would mess up your lungs.
Sure it will. Two boys, both 16, have died from participating in the trend in 2019, according to this report, and most recently a 13-year-old girl. Despite the trend existing for years, searching for chroming spikes around May 14th, according to this story, the trends are increasing, and they're trying to let everybody know, hey, don't do this. Good night. Sniffing chrome-based paint or deodorant or whatever, that they try to get that high feeling, and it's killing people.
I don't like to smell anything strong anyway. I can't imagine.
Do you not?
I can't either.
No.
I like the smell of new paint.
No,
I love it. But now I'm not going to stick my nose in it and chrome.
Right.
Yeah. And I hate when people like put stuff in the carpet to vacuum it up and it's so strong.
No, I don't like that.
Potpourri kind of stuff.
Amanda does that sometimes in Braden's room. I don't like it.
Yeah.
Good night. Anyway, that's one of the stories. And then this one we'll have today. I saw this yesterday. Did y'all see this car in Georgia that hit the back of this tow truck and went flying like they were in Dukes of Hazzard?
I saw that.
What in the world? A lady that was just
big air under it.
Yeah, just distracted, I guess. Did not see the tow truck. It was a flatbed tow truck that had been
like a ramp.
Yeah, and it had already been, I guess, put down to where they can, get the car that was in the wreck
Yeah,
up on
yeah,
it.
they had
So
it-
it was tilted
like a
up.
ramp.
Yeah, and this driver hits this thing and flips and goes flying like they're in Dukes of Hazzard.
Yeah, like I saw that footage. I was like, the amount of air they got under it. I mean, you couldn't have set up a stunt, like you say, in a movie no better than that.
Yeah. But incredible.
How about when that's over, she goes, wow.
Body cam footage. This happened on May 24th while deputies were in Louds County, I guess, responding to a scene of a crash along Highway 84 in the southern part of the state. The video begins with police standing on one side of the highway in the center median next to the vehicle that appeared to have flipped over. But then the body cam footage from one of the deputies shows the scene where there's cars and first responders in the grassy median between the two sides of the interstate, and then this dump truck there, and this person, I'm talking about big air. Yeah. Please don't think it's small.
I saw it. I thought it was like something from a movie.
Yeah.
When I looked up and saw the video.
And so from, hey, we're helping someone here get up on the tow truck or whatever, quickly the scene changed to now they're running to this vehicle that went flying, and I think the lady ended up being okay. But good night. But it doesn't look like why. It doesn't say why they were initially out there. It just looked like there was some cars that were pulled off into the grass. It looked kind of like a pretty calm situation that turned pretty chaotic there for a second. But that is bizarre, man. I mean, I'm talking about went flying. Good gosh.
Probably looking at her phone.
Yes, I know.
Next thing you know, you're in the air upside down. Flipping.
And something that looks like we would do. Suspect 18 who killed and ate New York Village's beloved mother swan, Faye.
Ate it.
Why would we do this?
Well, because it just sounds like something we would do. I mean, Bubba's ate the lobster that was out in front. Larry the lobster.
Yeah, but that was actually there to be consumed.
Yeah, it just sounds like something we would do when we were younger. I don't know why. Two other teens, aged 17 and 16, were arrested for snatching the bird, and they ended up eating it. The pictures of this swan, it's a pretty white. Look at this thing. And they ended up, it says here, Faye is the name of the swan. 3 teens have been arrested after capturing the beloved mother swan and allegedly eating her on Mother's Day. The swan, Faye, had 4 little babies, too.
I don't think swan is made to. I've never heard anybody eating swan.
No, I hadn't either.
It says here they were last seen by a village employee that was tending to flowers in the area, talking about the swans. And apparently a Syracuse 18-year-old was arrested in connection with Faye's killing, along with a 16 and 17-year-old. It looks like to me that they were off. I don't know, but it's a felony account here. It looks like
you can't kill Faye. I mean, come on.
Yeah,
cook Faye.
A lot of folks mourning the loss of Faye.
Yeah.
When we were,
I wonder if they marinated it.
I don't know.
Dale's.
Yeah, well, I mean, how do you make swan?
I don't know.
Good.
How do you prepare it? How do you clean it?
So they're sitting there and they're going to tell you what we're going to do. We're going to kill that swan. We're going to eat it.
Yeah, we're going to eat the swan. Sounds like to me, teenagers off, hey, I tell you what, I dare you to do.
Yeah, I bet you won't eat that swan.
Shit.
Poor Faye.
Yeah. I wish you could
How
see
about
the
hunting?
pictures of Faye.
Did y'all know hunting swans is legal in a few U.S. states, but not in New York? Never heard that before. I've never heard of anybody go, I'll tell you what, we're going swan hunting today.
How about if it's like the village mascot?
Yeah, that's
Faye.
even worse.
Yeah. Everybody goes to the little pond to see Faye, and there she is eating. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Imagine getting ahead of your irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C by treating it with Linzess. Then you could start proactively managing your constipation with belly pain and get ahead of your symptoms. Talk to your doctor about Linzess, linaclotide. Linzess is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually.
Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling.
Imagine, what could relief from IBS-C mean for you? Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy bitsy speck of food out and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Summer's calling your name, and this year you can actually have the time to enjoy it with HelloFresh. Figuring out what's for dinner? Not at the top of anyone's summer activity wish list, but with delicious HelloFresh recipes delivered right to the door, pre-portioned and ready to cook, you can skip the planning and shopping and get back to doing, well, whatever you want. And it tastes so fresh. In fact, HelloFresh ingredients are picked at peak ripeness, and they travel from the farm to your doorstep in just 7 days. Plus, it's 25% less expensive than takeout. And HelloFresh isn't just for dinner. From a finger food snack board to a kid-friendly s'mores bundle, new summer selections available from HelloFresh Market are a hit at parties and a cinch to serve. So why not take it easy this summer with America's #1 meal kit? Sign up today for 16 free meals plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or go to RickandBubba.com and find them right there under sponsors.
Did you know that Alabama Mountain Lakes Tourist Association now has a new podcast called Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama?
That's awesome, Bubba. As we all know, there's so much to do in that area of this great state. So what's it all about?
Well, on Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama podcast, they have conversations with a whole lot of interesting people about all the cool things and fun that you can do and see in North Alabama.
Well, Bubba, I definitely need to check out this podcast.
Yes, you do. And I'd recommend everyone checking it out. All you have to do is go to northalabama.org/podcast to listen, or you can go wherever you listen to podcasts. And make sure you subscribe so you never miss an episode. And of course, support our longtime friends at Alabama Mountain Lakes Tourism.
Sounds great, Bubba. And again, it's called The Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama. And you can also hear it on Apple Podcasts or Spotify if you're on those platforms.
You sure can. We're subscribing right now.
Folks, to learn more about how you can subscribe, go to northalabama.org/podcast or rickandbubba.com under the sponsor. 2 words, junk science. That's what the doctors call many of those fruit and vegetable supplements junk science, because they use extracts of common produce department fruits and vegetables, and they have few health benefits. I take Field of Greens because it's the whole organic fruit and vegetable, not a watered-down supplement, and it's backed by a better health promise. Each ingredient in Field of Greens was scientifically chosen to support vital organs like heart, lungs, and kidney health. Others support the immune system, blood pressure, metabolism, and a healthy weight loss. We all want a simple nutrition plan with results so powerful that the next time we get a physical, the doctor says, whatever you're doing, just keep on doing it. Now, this wonderful product is powered by a full spectrum of essential vegetables and fruits, plus science-backed herbs and prebiotics. It can help you stay healthy, plus it's organic. Join us and take Field of Greens too. Now, if you want to get started, we've got you a 15% discount off your purchase at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code BUBBA.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start
All right, it's 25 minutes until top of the hour. We have Lord of the Jacket and Super P. They're your interns early this morning. Seems like the girls' trip's going down to Orange Beach area. Sunny 105. That's we just got a shout out to them, and that's where they're headed. Gulf Shores, Orange Beach.
Swag
Love
moms.
that area. As we are rolling on back, we thank you so much for tuning in. Super P on the phones right now at 866-WE-BE-BIG, and Lord of the Jacket, he is switching TV now for YouTubers that have tuned in. Helmsy, I know you're in this world because you pass where I pass on a highway that's close to where we are here at the studio. It's called Highway 280. Those in the Birmingham market know that. Others, it's just it's a big highway and it gets congested. It's that highway in your market that takes you 20 minutes to get down. So many red lights and so many people that can't drive. And every morning I pass a Whataburger, and we've talked about Whataburger.
Yeah.
And is it really Whataburger?
Yeah. It's usually open too for some. I guess they're open all the time.
And that's what I want to talk about.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Around 4 a.m.-ish, the line is always wrapped halfway around the building, and I kind of want to ask everybody, what are y'all doing?
Well, I do think,
doing?
And that was lit up too. I know the one you're talking about.
Yeah.
I think first of all, it's the only option at this time. So do they do breakfast too? They do those breakfast burrito maybe?
I'm out of the Whataburger loop. My boys love it. If we pass one, we got to stop. I think I've eaten once or twice.
I've eaten there once.
Yeah. So that's kind of what I want to know.
And I was with Moultrie.
Yeah. The 1 to 2 a.m. stop, I get that. Coming in from doing something.
Yeah.
All right. The 4 a.m. stop, you know, what are we doing there?
Are you eating from the night before, or are you getting started?
Yes, correct. Are we having a burger for breakfast, or do they serve breakfast? But I'm always intrigued. I always look over there, and I'm like, yep, there they are. Look at all those cars.
Yeah, I know the exact one you're talking about.
Yeah,
I do wish.
You better be ready to wait for a while.
And I'm shocked that there's not more things opened on that highway at 4 o'clock.
Right.
I really am.
Because
I mean, there's a lot, and there's a self-serving gas station. It's a real nice one, and you'll never see anybody in there. They're either in the back watching the cameras or whatever. But it's one of those that's completely self-checkout. And so you go inside, you want a drink or whatever, you scan it, you pay, and you leave.
Yeah.
You never even have to talk to anybody, which is great. But there has been times when I have come through here, and I would like to stop and get a cup of coffee somewhere. There's nowhere to stop unless it's a gas station.
Right.
Yeah. Like there's a Starbucks.
A lot of them are
there's
closed.
like 3 or 4 different. Yeah. There's like 3 or 4 different coffee companies that are set up out here along that stretch, and none of them are open.
Right.
Till 5 or 6. That makes no sense to me. Y'all gonna get up.
Come on, get you somebody.
I mean, for real.
Because there's got to be other. We see a lot of traffic in the mornings coming in and out, and that's not like it normally is at 12 in the afternoon, but there's still people out and about. You can make a little money.
Right.
Whataburger's actually figuring it out. To Speedy's point, they're wrapped around your building.
It's so early, and
they've got to be getting breakfast, coffee, or I don't know. Do they serve burgers at 4 o'clock in the morning?
I don't know. We're getting hit pretty hard here. Let me see what we got.
Supposedly, there's one coming to Jacksonville, and I'll let you know.
All right.
I haven't seen it.
So a friend of mine says Whataburger has a really good breakfast.
Okay, that's it.
All right, there's that. So that explains.
So they figured
a
it
lot.
out that people are actually out and about at that time and wanting something to eat.
Yeah. Now I have been warned, and this is I'm not dogging Whataburger, but if you get in line at any time of the day, you better have a minute.
Yeah.
I mean,
I feel that way about Zaxby's.
It's extremely slow. See, Zaxby's where I am, it's always fast, always.
The one that we got.
This one, I'm talking about think slow and then add a little bit.
Oh,
wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're talking about 15, 20 minutes at times. They're not fast food they at all as far as
how about
being
fast.
fast.
This may shock y'all. I'm trying to think. Well, no, I have. Okay. I was going to say I hadn't been in a drive-through other than to get coffee in 6 months. But I went to Freddy's the other day right over here and got a burger for me and Brady.
Freddy's.
I went
That's
through,
a good
I went
burger.
through that drive-through.
It's not bad.
But outside of that, we hammer Chick-fil-A, but I always order ahead and I walk in and get it. So I never go through the drive-through. And the McDonald's stuff that we do now, the kids go. Like, they're old enough that they just go through their drive-through, Brady and Caroline, and they'll get Maddie something. I'm like, y'all 16, got cars. Y'all can go to McDonald's.
Head out.
And so, but I've been to that one. Freddy's the only drive-through I've been through in a very long time.
Wow.
Oh, Fred,
Don't go through drive-thrus much.
Did you get you some custard while you were
No,
there?
but I love that jalapeno fry sauce they have.
Oh,
my gosh,
I got
it's
a
so
jalapeno
good.
burger.
It's
By the
so
way,
good.
we're getting
That's what I
hammered.
get when I get there. I mean, that jalapeno burger. that they
We're
have.
getting
but I get
hammered
it
with-
in a wrap, which I know y'all will make fun of that.
no.
But it's a lettuce wrap thing that they do. The gluten-free thing.
Yeah, I had one of those
That's good.
at the golf course the other day, and I was surprised by what the lady told me, that she can make those lettuce wraps. She said, "Oh no, we have those right here." And she turned around, she's like, "We got them."
Yeah.
She
So
just wrapped her whole hand around it.
no, it was already in.
I'm convinced.
And they had little gloves on too.
She had her.
But, yeah.
She had gloves on her Skinners.
I'm surprised by the emails, by the way,
About
of
Whataburger?
Whataburger's breakfast.
So it's that good?
Well, we're in here all the time,
Yeah.
and there's nothing around on a Saturday or Sunday morning that I can drive to that's close. So I never have that opportunity. You remember Cuz? Good night.
Oh, Cuz fired up.
Hey, he loves a
Whataburger.
Whataburger.
Yeah.
Oh, Cuz
What a burger.
I'm convinced that, and I know there's burger places that are better, whatever. I'm convinced Freddy's has one of the best.
It does. It's
So
not bad.
Braden had not had one yet, and the other day Amanda said, "Can you stop and get Braden something to eat?" Whatever. He had taken a final, and he'd gotten home early, and then he had a big afternoon, and he was the only one I was getting something for. So I took him a burger, but I unwrapped it and put it on a plate and didn't tell him where it was from. I wanted to see kind of his reaction on is it. Hey, straight up, he came in there. He goes, "Where'd you get this? That's the best burger I've had." They had a good burger. Good burger. I love their
wish
fries.
I had one right now.
Yeah. All right. So they're saying, and by the way, this is not an endorsement.
Buddy,
for
won't
them.
you marry Whataburger?
Well,
Yeah,
we
my
ask
goodness.
questions and people
Y'all
are
gonna date
answering.
her?
They're actually responding to the questions we asked. I know that's
I pulled
odd.
that back from it a couple of days
They
ago when Greg brought it up.
they serve a full menu all day, so it's not just breakfast during
Okay,
breakfast.
all
They serve full menu all day, every day. Everything made to order. That's why it's so slow. So they don't have things just already wrapped and ready to order. So they wait for you to order, then they make it. That's kind of sometimes why it's a little slow. But and I know they're 24 hours. That one was, we know that. I was just wondering why the line so long at 4, which makes sense now. Their breakfast is very good.
Now I got a text here from a friend said he's actually there right now.
Oh.
What's up, Mark? Says he goes every morning. He said all you got to do is pull up and say his name. They already know his order because he uses the app.
Yeah, that's what we do in most places now.
About that, Mark.
Yeah.
Give me a burger while you're in there.
And it's much easier, and I don't know how they do it, but it's much easier, like with Chick-fil-A, I have found, not to get in the line, to just say you're coming in and getting it, pull up and spot, grab it, and go.
Yeah, I've noticed how they've split the lines.
Yeah.
One is the app line, and then one is the, hey, just pull up and order line.
It's a hey ho ho line.
Yeah.
And they've also, I have figured this out too, because, and I wish more people would finally get a hold of this in their apps. A lot of them won't start making your food until you're there. So you have to hit a button that I'm here, and then it'll say, I'm making we have started making your food. Yeah. So what I've started doing, and they read your GPS location on this, because now you hit it. There's an option now that says, I'm already at the restaurant. So you can hit that, and they will actually start making your food, and then they'll put it over there, and you can go pick it up. Well, now they're asking, are you sure? Are you sure you've
really
You can tell they're looking where you're at. Or are you sure that you want us to go ahead and start making it? And I'm like, yes, yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
That's not the
Absolutely.
exact wording that they use,
Yeah.
but they do question. And like, if you're not there and you hit that button, it asks you a question like, we're not seeing the same thing you're seeing. But the whole point of me doing this is for it to be ready when I get there.
Yeah.
So if I'm already here and you
gotta
hadn't
walk in, it's
started
like I'm
it,
ordering.
that makes 0 sense.
Yeah.
So I don't care if it sits on that shelf for a minute.
Yeah.
So
Terry and I were
doing
at that drive-through a couple of weeks ago, and I saw an app person get kind of frustrated.
Yeah.
Because it's like they'd gone through all that process, done the app thing, and I'd pulled up, had my stuff, and they were still waiting. I'm like, well, what'd you accomplish?
What I have learned, if I'm 10 minutes from picking it up, that's when you hit the app. To wherever you're at, if you're 10 minutes away, go ahead and say you're already there, and then when you walk in, it's sitting there waiting on you.
Sitting there ready.
Yep.
Says, hello, Mr. Bullethead. Here's your hot food. We'll take a break. We'll be right back. 866 We Be Big. Okay, all the Whataburger emails, pull back on them. We got it. Made to order, serves it all day. Got the 24 hours.
Mark,
thing.
we know they know your name.
Got it.
We got it.
Yes.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/joy. That's 4hims.com/joy for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/JOY.
Hey, Jay, can you finish that induction range installation tomorrow?
Orders have really amped up at Nate's Electric.
We need to finish installing it first in Maine. Did we hear back from the grocery chain?
It's no shock he needs electricians, like yesterday.
Smart fridge. Everybody wants one of those these days.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Hi, I'm Chris Riccobono, founder of Untuck It. We created the original Untuck shirt for busy dads like me who want to look sharp but still feel casual. So this Father's Day, get that an Untuck It shirt he'll wear over and over. Untuck It has super soft, wrinkle-free shirts for the office and the weekend with no dry cleaning required. We also have polos, tees, Henleys, and even shorts. Find the perfect Father's Day gift at untuckit.com or at 80+ stores. Untuck It, shirts designed to be worn untucked.
How long does it take to tackle a home project? With Angie, you could cross it off your list before this ad is over. Just tell us what you need, indoor or outdoor, repair or redesign, and we handle the rest, sending a top pro to get it done. You don't have to lift a finger, except to tap the screen or click the mouse. Plus, Angie is free to use. So bring us your next home project, and we'll bring it home. Download the app or go to Angie.com. That's ANGI.com to get started.
Hey, did you know nacho fries are back at Taco Bell? But they're not going to hang around forever. So don't wait, or you might miss out on these hot, crisp fries covered in all those bold Mexican spices with delicious nacho cheese sauce. Or wait and just settle for flavorless fries. Regular, bland, spiceless, flavorless, flimsy, non-nacho fries. Just an absolute bummer of a fry.
Nacho fries are back. Get them today, only at Taco Bell. At participating U.S. Taco Bell locations for a limited time only while supplies last. Contact local store for hours and participation which vary.
Are you looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Well, then look no further than our friends at CarShield. We know that auto repairs can be a headache, especially when they come out of nowhere. That's why we have CarShield. You don't have to worry about the rising cost of car repairs. Plus, you can lock in your price and it will never go up. Even if your car is over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options to get you back on the road quickly. CarShield is dedicated to protecting what you drive because it's just a matter of time before you're going to need repairs, so don't wait till it's too late. Call CarShield today at 1-800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. Lock in your price and it will never go up. Call 800-465-6550 or carshield.com/Bubba to save 20%. Have you tried the innovative Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix sleep quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number, and this portion of the show is brought to you by HelloFresh.com/Bubba.
Hello, Fresh.
We were just talking about food that past segment. Got the Whataburger. Got it. We were just talking about that last segment, and it turned into just fast food and getting food in general. But we all hate when it's around dinner time and you got a family that's moving pretty fast, and all of a sudden, hey, what's for dinner? And it's like, oh, no, what are we going to do? What about if dinner just showed right up to your door? HelloFresh.com/Bubba. How about that? In summertime, look, it's just a busy time. This year, how about making sure you actually have free time to enjoy the summer? Get HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Figuring out what's for dinner is not at the top of everyone's summer activity wish list, but with delicious HelloFresh recipes delivered right to your door, pre-portioned and ready to cook, you can skip the planning and shopping and get back to doing what you love to do, knowing that that's there for you. It's great. All their ingredients are picked at peak ripeness and travel from the farm to your doorstep in just 7 days or less. Plus, it's 25% cheaper than takeout. So come on by HelloFresh.com/Bubba and check it out. And sign up today and get 16 free meals plus free shipping with code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Use promo code Bubba for that 16 free meals plus free shipping if you sign up today. HelloFresh.com/Bubba or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, I got to tell you, I'm starving. Cannot wait because the last 20 minutes we've been talking about food.
You started it,
and it's that weird. It's that weird thing that we've all talked about. So it's not new. Some mornings you wake up and you're just hungrier than others.
Oh yeah,
and that's when you just drink lots of water, just to try to get through.
Or get you some of them chocolate Little Debbie donuts.
Oh,
them are good.
Boy, Greg,
I love them. Mm-hmm. Man, they're good.
Good night.
White, yellow on the inside, chocolate. Little frosting on them. That's a good donut, friend. Get you a pop of that.
I know you started your coffee early in here today.
Yeah, I know I did. I needed a joke.
Is that going to mess us up?
I didn't get my big tall one.
Is that going to mess us up? Our time we
spend
together?
No, I'll get another one. I'm going to get
another. Is that going to mess us up?
But
I enjoy our time together.
We always go before.
I wish you'd join us, but you're so inconsistent on the coffee.
Hey, don't get him started
on
that.
What? Well, when y'all go hang out,
his
I
weird
can't.
relationship.
You can't. You actually can.
No, it's actually, I mean, we all play different roles, but mine is to make sure the guys are ready and set, and so I can't be gone.
They're grown men. They've been doing it for 30 years. You take 3 minutes, 3 minutes with us. You don't even have to spend the whole 7 minutes. You can go 3 minutes.
He's got a strange relationship with coffee.
He does.
Oh, I know. Well, I don't drink it every day, and I know y'all don't like that.
Well, I hate to waste a cup on somebody that's not really into it.
Right.
Last cup I could have. See, normally I get my big double thermos I drink on the way in. I didn't get that this morning, so I'm having to supplement a little bit.
Yeah. Well, it was a trade-out.
It's called supplemental feeding.
You got more sleep. You were closer because you stayed at your son's Taylor, but you didn't have as long a drive at your son's Taylor's house.
Yeah.
And so it wasn't that far of a drive in.
You're right.
So you got more sleep, but you didn't have your routine.
I didn't.
And another bed, and apparently wore one of his shirts.
I did.
Yeah.
Because I didn't think I was staying. I thought I was going home. I thought changing plan. That's exactly what.
You got his underwear on too?
I do not. I asked him, but he wouldn't let me have it.
You asked him or asked him?
No, I didn't. Okay. I didn't do any. But no, you're right.
Yeah.
Where are you going right here?
It doesn't matter.
I saw something yesterday that I have not seen, and I'm sure people have, I don't get out much, okay? So I'm sure you people have seen this before in our audience, and you two may have even seen this before, but we've talked about the homeless? Are you not homeless? What's the deal with the sign? And and I can't figure out if this is a scam
what about
or
they
you're
have like a whole
truly
paragraph
homeless. Yeah, I can't. And sometimes give money, sometimes I don't. And I'm always scared if am I just supporting your bad habits or scam? But I saw a different tactic yesterday that I actually enjoyed, and when it comes to that world of trying to get money from people that are in cars.
Okay,
I'm thinking about trying it.
I was in a restaurant. Well, I'd pulled up to a restaurant. I had a little meeting, and I looked up, and this guy, he's got a backpack on.
Oh boy.
And he's dancing in the middle of the street. And it's not a busy road. It's there's apartments and homes and restaurants and those type things around.
Not high speed traffic.
No, not high speed at all. But he would dance like do a
putting on
little
a show.
do a little number.
You mean like
and then he would almost go like, "What'd y'all think about that?" Like,
and then he wanted to be paid.
And
for
he
his
wanted
dance.
to be paid for
Well, at
it.
least he's providing
Saw
a
somebody
service.
give him something. So I was a little early. You know, I'll be early. And I was able to sit down. Do y'all do this when you're early? Say 10 minutes early it was 11. I got there at 10:50. Place was already open.
Yeah.
Do y'all wait till they get there at 11, or do you go ahead and go in and get a booth and sit down?
I wait.
Do you?
It depends on how busy it is.
Okay.
If I see that it's really busy,
So that's
and,
your-
and there
okay.
might be a line developing
Yeah.
or a wait, I'll go ahead, get the name in, and then get that
Okay.
going. So
All right.
when they show up,
Yeah.
it might not. It's not a 10-minute wait. It might be, hey, the table's ready or something.
We
like
were
that.
there so early that it was not. That was not an issue.
Okay.
But I thought, hey, you got a front row seat. This guy dancing for traffic. If
How
you
much
go
you tip
in and sit, and I didn't. No, I didn't at this. I didn't at all. And kind of, if I'd had some cash, I probably would have as I left because I got caught up in it.
He needs a swiper.
So I went in. He does. Now that's going to be something when homeless end up getting able to swipe.
It would help their
cards. It really would.
In today's world, not a lot of people toting cash.
I'm sitting. I go in and choose a booth that's very close to the window so I can see this unfold, and it was impressive. Not the best moves, not the best dance moves, but the effort was there.
He was trying to
there
provide
was
a
some
service
effort.
instead of
And
just asking for a hand.
he had music. What was in his backpack was music. I don't know if it was a little bitty like portable speaker that's connected to a phone or radio. I have no idea, but he had jams to go along with it. And just watching people interact with him, a lot of people coming through like, hey, get out of the road kind of attitude. Like, you're in the middle of the road. I don't have time for you dancing. Yeah. And then there were some people that would slow down like, is something going on?
Yeah,
like,
what's the deal?
Let me read this situation
Are you
here.
dancing or are you hysterical and needing help?
Right.
And then when we left, he was still out there. And I needed to be somewhere at a particular time. I was kind of hurry. So I pull out, and he's walking right in the – like he forces me to stop my vehicle, which I didn't particularly like that because somebody's going to end up hitting him. But I stopped, and I kind of grinned because I knew what was coming.
Right.
He threw it down. I mean, he got
And
busy.
you left him just standing there with no tip.
Well, I didn't have
no
any.
tip
I
at
don't
all.
have any
Yeah, but
cash.
you got a few quarters laying.
Yeah.
I don't,
you
Greg.
can
You
do-
go out there and look. I don't have anything.
You got.
I had a couple ketchup packets I could
You
have gave
got
him.
folding money. You know it.
No, I
That
don't.
may
I
not
don't
have
carry
been
that
bad.
around at all.
But I've
Just throw them your
you know,
debit card and keep on going.
But I was caught off guard with the entertainment in the middle of the street that I had to deal with. He forced me to deal with it, and he forced other people to deal with it. And I wasn't sure. I did not like that. But once he started dancing, I did I changed. My demeanor changed. I went from frustrated and mad to hey, get out of my way to I kind of want to see you dance some more. If I didn't have a car behind me, I'd probably pull over and park and watch some more.
What if you got out and danced with him?
I wanted to because I could have been about as good of a dancer as him.
See, now that's
was
the
not
thing.
a good
If
dancer.
you're going to do this for money, you need to be really good at it.
Yeah.
Boy,
He's trying, though. You got to give him A for effort.
he looked very happy.
Obviously on something.
Yeah.
I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably thought you were going to tip him too.
Oh, yeah.
7 minutes of coffee right here, Speedy.
Rick and Bubba.
I think You know, we have all kind of phobias and addictions and all these things now we used to not have. This thing about I must tweet and I must get on social media and say something stupid that I'll regret later.
Like the president.
Yeah. Well, he's got a dose of that.
Yes, he does.
I don't think he regrets it later.
No, the regret part.
The rest of us regret it.
Oh, that's right. That really isn't the president because you said people regret it.
I forgot.
Yeah, that's right.
I didn't hear the last one.
Yeah. I don't know that he ever regrets anything.
I thought you were just talking about stupid tweets.
Yeah, you're right. No, that does fall into that.
Well, we got stories today. He's full blown in it again. The old president in the old Twitter sphere.
Mm-hmm.
And he you know what? I know the old bulldozer thing, but doggone it, he's just not coachable.
No, he's not.
But like the guy who's trying to say, look, you almost have to get to the point where you ignore everything other than what is he getting done for the country. You have to ignore everything else.
Well, Rick, I compare it to the Oklahoma Sooners offense when we were growing up, when they ran the triple option.
This is a good analogy.
And they ran it wide open. They ran it dangerously. They would fumble 3, 4, 5 times a game sometimes.
Lose half of them.
But they would put so many points on the board, and they were just so overwhelming when they were running it right that it was incredible.
Well, President Trump, and we'll get into this story when we come back. President Trump, and you just hit the perfect analogy. He's living the life of one of the cultures that we understand and have been ingrained in it, and he's living the life of the football culture, or really any sports team. If you're an athlete on the team or you're the coach of the team, you can get away with anything as long as you win. Now, if you ever get to where you're not winning and the winning stops, and all those things that nobody cared about while you were winning, everybody will care about.
Right.
Even the people who once supported you and made excuses for you, if it starts to tank, then they'll come back and join the rest of the people as if they were that way all along. Of course, they weren't. They will now be offended by everything at one time they weren't offended by. That's right. As long as you win, you get away with these kind of things. But if you ever stop winning, you'll now be critiqued at a very high level by everyone.
And it doesn't matter who your team is or what school it is or what sport it is. Whoever said it, and I know I several people I have heard being attributed to it, but whoever said winning fixes everything, they were dead on.
Oh, it does.
Fixes all sins, doesn't it?
Well, and then the great Vince Lombardi, the bad side of it is winning is contagious, but so is losing.
Yep.
It seems like you can start slipping down that slope, and things start happening that never happened before.
Right.
What is
and the other side is when you're moving forward, things seem to bounce your way.
We got it going on.
Yep.
Yeah. If Donald Trump, if the economy ever starts tanking, or he implements something that people who are a little more conservative really don't like, or there's some big falling out with him from a moral standpoint that's current, not in the past.
Right.
You'll see, especially a lot of churches will all of a sudden become real spiritual about him.
Right.
Now they're not very spiritual about him now, but I mean, you will, if and all these things that he was getting away with will change. But
it's the nature of the beast.
Yeah, but if he's winning, but I just don't know why we come back, why he would get involved. I do know why, because I know the kind of person that his personality is, but. Buddy, I mean, I understand that we've gone a whole new way, and certainly we all wanted a businessman to come in because the government, even though it's not a business, some business expertise sure has been helpful, and some of the things that we would just scream that they would do financially and deals and foreign policy, all of that is kind of going in the right direction. But he just, who was the person, because I want to give credit where credit is due, who was the person that said the problem with Donald Trump is that he does, on his way to the ring, he fights with the crowd.
You're right. That's
like a pro wrestler. He's like slamming somebody that was just in a folding chair.
Instead of focusing on the guy in the ring, he's supposed to fight.
Right.
He's kind of like Rambo. We want him to get the job done, but boy, you don't know the details.
Yeah, sure. It is 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. A brand new hour has started, and we'll start with the national anthem. Seven and a half minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. And we thank you for being with us today. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here ready to go. Our interns today, Super P and Lord of the Jacket, earning their degrees in common sense. That now, of course, a superpower. And today you'll see that's never been more true. As we roll through the headlines of today. Things you need to know, the archive from yesterday's Bible study. I would say in the times we're living in, a study of the Revelation would do us all some good. Yesterday, it is the Revelation chapter 12. It's available for you on our YouTube channel and our podcast channel archives. That's all there today. We've got recaps from the last time we were together inside the show, and as I mentioned, the stories from all over the world. We're missing one fella. There he is, the silver-tongued one. The man with a golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year. The inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
When my uncle...
It is a fine day.
It is.
Glad to be here with you.
Reunion. Bubba, we have much to unpack today, looking over the headlines. Maybe we can find something else to talk about.
The big news is here in the U.S., the debt ceiling has been raised and default has been avoided. And depending on who you're talking to, it's either been a breakthrough moment in spending cuts or a total disaster.
Well, we'll unpack that with one of the representatives that got a vote, and that's Alabama's Gary Palmer. He'll be our guest today on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast.
How did he vote? Do you know?
I don't know. but he'll tell us in the podcast today, and then he can tell us, this whole thing about our debt. And I don't think any of us really understand the debt. I honestly don't think any of us care about it. I think it's something you talk about, but deep down, you don't really care about it because you think it's probably not going to affect you, and you'll pass it on to somebody else, like all the people have done before us.
Yeah,
I mean, if you're just being honest,
when you get to 31 trillion, it's all monopoly money now, anyway, right?
Mm-hmm. So we'll see, but he'll try to educate us on what's going on,
us.
and how the vote went, and was that good, bad, or ugly? Because like you said, there's people that I would likely support that say it's awful, and there's people I'd likely support that said I think we got something done.
Well,
So
the vote was 314 for it, 117 against it. That included 165 Democrats that voted for it.
Mm-hmm.
And 71 Republicans that voted against it.
Mm-hmm.
So there was some, everybody's always saying that Washington's so divided. Well, that was a bipartisan vote.
Well, which is why the ones who voted against it said this ought to concern you. If you got Democrats to like it, that ought to concern you. So anyway,
and Gary voted no.
Yeah, that's not surprising. So
that's funny.
Way to move the chains.
I'm looking at some of the votes here. Jerry Carl, who we have on the show quite often, who my daughter works for, he voted for it.
Did he?
And I would think both of them are very, very hardline conservative, and so you have two different opinions there. Do we know do you have Mike Rogers?
He voted for it.
See, that you usually don't see that much division in the ranks.
Yeah, Dale Strong out of Huntsville, Gary Palmer out of Hoover, and Barry Moore out of Enterprise voted no.
Right.
While Mike Rogers, Jerry Carl, Robert Adderholt, and Terry's, is it Sewell?
Yeah, she's a Democrat.
Voted for it.
Yeah. So you have a split, much like up and down the whole thing. So we'll try to ask some questions about that today, learn a little more about it.
Sure. So we'll discuss that today.
We have this same thing at my house a lot. My wife keeps voting to raise the debt limit. And,
yes.
You and I are in the same boat, Bubba. We would have had a yes and no vote as well yesterday.
Yeah.
I will say.
And look, none of us wanted default.
Yeah. We don't.
Or a breakdown in negotiations.
Yes. I actually sometimes would take some relief. My wife's not into financing anything. She wants me to pay for it straight up. I said, you've got a strange connection.
There's a fine balance in all of it.
I said, you've got a strange connection to Dave Ramsey. He doesn't mean buy everything. You know what I mean? I agree that he says let's don't go in debt, but you got to have the money to actually pay for it straight up.
Listen, one of my new favorite things is to listen to the guy, and you mentioned him the other day, Helms. I can't think of his name, that wrote Rich Dad, Poor Dad, the book.
I think it was that Adler?
Adler, because he gives financial advice, Rick, and it's right opposite of everything that Dave Ramsey says. And he says, look, Dave Ramsey's fine if you're working, but if you got money, this is what you need to do. And it's so funny listening to him because it's so opposite. It's almost like a Saturday Night Live skit.
Well, what he's doing, which is brilliant, what he's saying is, I'm going to say the things y'all wish Dave would say. but because as Scripture says, we'll all seek out teachers that tell us what we want to hear.
That's so true.
I'm still looking for a personal trainer that says I can eat whatever I want. I can't find it.
Where's he at? Where's he at?
Oh, that's funny.
15 minutes past the hour, 866 We Be Big is our number. Greg and I went to Pensacola last night.
Pensacola!
We put together quite the gang. We'll talk about that on the show today. Your phone calls will be part of it as the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Whether
Deal or no deal? I don't wear a toupee. It's my hair.
Well, Bubba, it's one of those things that really, I will say, for me personally, and for what I've seen on other media outlets, I would say there has been, in my own, and maybe it's too small a sample, without exception, you hear this phrase made a lot by people that we would respect their opinion. Hey, the president is doing a great job. His administration is doing a great job. We certainly have to look at these things. I really wish he would get off Twitter. or I wish he would not do what he does on social media. You hear this a lot from people who even support and acknowledge the job that he is doing as president in some of these other areas. This does not seem to be resonating with Trump, and I certainly understand that he says, I'm living in a time that I can bypass the media and talk directly to the people, and I think that is great, and I certainly don't fault him for that. But then there's that, I get into arguments on Twitter, or I get into social wars on Twitter, and on this one, the one I don't understand, I can just see people who try to get him to listen.
Yeah.
And one of the things that, just like I say about our show a lot, different topic, but about our show, I say sometimes the thing that makes you like this show will be the very thing you don't like about it. And that is that we literally talk about whatever we feel like talking about. You know, whatever hits us the right way, we talk about. And some days you go, man, that's what I love about the show. It's kind of unplanned. It's fluid. It's ongoing, a stream of consciousness. But then when we start talking about something that we're kind of into that you're not into, that day is the day you go, well, this is what I hate about the show.
Right.
So one of the things about Trump is that he's going to get the job done. He tries to say, what are we piddling around for? Let's not have meaningless meetings. Let's take care of these things that have been dangling out here forever. And certainly you have to give him credit for those things. But then there's that other side where he's not coachable.
And Rick, I don't even know really how we can do this story.
Well, why don't
now, I will give you his
I think
tweet.
You can get real general about it. You don't have.
I'll have to get general with the replies.
Now, keep in mind the fact that Bubba's going to have to do this. This is the president of the United States of America. That this Stormy Daniels thing. Hey, buddy, you're winning. I mean, she's been rejected. Her lawsuit's been thrown out. As I heard one commentator say, he's the only person. This was a good one. He's got to be one of the only people that, and I'm again going to have to phrase it a different way to try to be kind to the kids and the families that are listening. He said he's got to be the only person who's got a person who does what Stormy Daniels does for a living actually having to pay him. Which that was a funny line. But this is low road stuff. Stormy Daniels is low road stuff, gutter stuff.
You've won. Just let everybody lie on the ground and walk away. You don't have to go back and try to curb stomp everybody.
He needs this to go way away. Way away.
You're getting victories on this. The October surprises that have come after you from have all fallen flat so far.
Yeah, there's been 3 or 4 major ones.
So don't keep it alive.
So Trump's tweet is, federal judge throws out Stormy Daniels' lawsuit versus Trump. Trump is entitled to full legal fees. He says, now I can go after Horseface and her third-rate lawyer in the great state of Texas. She will confirm the letter she signed. She knows nothing about me, a total con.
Where did Horseface come from?
That's his latest.
I thought this was a tweet about John Kerry.
Yeah, right. Well, I think this is the first time we've had that term thrown
Where
out
did
there.
this come from? I've never heard that comment at all.
No, it's new, but
he drink well. Never mind.
Well, Greg, she comes back with a lot of never minds. Well, I mean,
he needs to quit. Well, because she gets to answer, what you understand. When you keep throwing things out, she gets to come back with them.
And that makes people look for her answers.
Yeah, and you know what that means? You know what do they say when you leave the campfire? Go ahead and dump dirt on it. Dump water on it. There's even one. Let's do this and call the dogs in.
Sure.
Okay, but what you don't do is leave embers still going and then keep throwing pine straw on top of it.
So
you know what I mean?
I'm going to paraphrase her response.
Please, Bubba, please.
Best I can. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present your president. In addition to this and his shortcomings, we have demonstrated his incompetence, hatred of women, and lack of self-control on Twitter again, and perhaps a fondness for animals. Game on, Tiny.
Threw Tiny in there.
I guess she's saying if I'm horse-faced.
I got it. Yeah. Sadly, I could. That line got drawn pretty quick. Didn't it? 20 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. All right, so as we work our way back here on the old program today, we We do want to say last night, thank you to the Gulf South Conference. Now, Bubba, you remember the Gulf South Conference is at one time was pictured the SEC Division II.
Yeah.
That really is what it was.
The smaller schools.
Yeah, it was the smaller Southern schools at the Division II level. And, buddy, you had some incredible rivalries and some outstanding players. And, of course, we had the pleasure of being one of the families that were involved in that when Dad was the head coach at Jacksonville State University when they were in the Gulf South Conference. And they were very successful in the Gulf South Conference before Dad and then, of course, during Dad. And then they left the conference after that. When Dad was leaving, they'd already moved them out of the conference, and they'd basically been on probation years with no conference and just playing whoever would play you. Those were fun years. We got to discuss that when the only people you played were people that were willing to play you, and you had to travel to wherever they were. But anyway, during your probation years when you're leaving and trying to go to 1AA. So anyway,
which I've always thought was crazy. Because
well,
you punish people for trying to move up.
Yeah. Well, the thing that was tough during those times, and I understand everybody does, and what they're doing now, that's their own business and all that. But it was tough on those coaches, those players, and the families, because when Jacksonville State says we're out, the last thing that we did was win the national championship.
Right.
So our last season in the Gulf South Conference, we had gone 5 years, and remember, this is when you only played 10 regular season games, okay, and then they had the playoff. So that staff and those players had a 5-year run, and that run was still going, where they won 56 ball games. How many Gulf South Conference championships?
3 or 4.
3 or 4, and went to the national championship 3 times and won the national championship. And then you tell them, all right, and then you go, all right, we're done with all that, and you're like, okay, so wow. Yeah. So, you'd rather leave when you're not doing well, not when you've become the dominant team in the conference and in Division II,
Yeah.
So anyway, but that was, that was other people's decision. Greg, what in the world?
Did you fall asleep during the picture, Greg?
I really did.
My goodness.
Yeah, I'm struggling.
Yeah. This was an old drunk we picked up on the way in. He wanted to get his picture made with us.
You know what, Greg? You've been up a long time.
It's been a nice long day.
Long day.
So anyway, here, I think I'm seeing you know that. Here's one.
Are you going to share any of Coach Maniscalco's humor? Coach Maniscalco.
Oh yeah,
his humor on this.
Yeah, so I'll tell you guys.
It's early to say that.
Yeah, it is.
It's early.
I'll send you that same picture, but the one with Greg's eyes open.
This is a little better.
I think it's
this one's here is good.
But
that's glasses on.
That's
us.
Sharp. That's us. We just landed in Pensacola right there. And
it's like have Greg wore his glasses all the time.
Greg,
really
it's so
good,
funny. Listen, the previous picture you did look like a homeless drunk. In this picture, you look like a business executive.
Yeah, glasses bother me.
Right.
Actually looks like Jimbo Fisher taking a recruitment trip.
Yeah. So let me tell you.
You look like you're going into a big meeting at Google.
Yeah, I just don't like my glasses get on my nerves.
So let me tell you who these people are, because some of you don't know the background, and so
Contacts worked out.
So here's how it works. If you're looking at this picture, and so those you listen, I'll tell you from right to left. That's Coach Roland Houston. He coached with Dad at Oxford High School and Jacksonville State. The next one coming from right to left, that's Charles Maniscalco. He was Dad's offensive coordinator in high school and college. That's Greg Burgess, as y'all all know. This is the version of Greg that looks like he actually is sober and has important things to do. Yeah. Next to him is the only coach so far we've got in the Burgess legacy, and that's Coach Taylor Burgess, who has been on staffs for state championships in Georgia and Alabama, multiple state championships, and also coached at UAB and was a GA at Jacksonville State, correct, under Coach Clark. Yep. And then there's me on the far left.
Rick.
So and some of you are asking, and I always think that we keep y'all informed, but I understand some of you literally hear 8 minutes of our life a day, and that's it.
Yeah.
So a lot of you were saying, where is your dad? Why isn't he there? And the reason why he's not there is Dad has Alzheimer's, and has now progressed to the state that he would not be able to pull this off. So as sad as that is, so this was an opportunity, and the Gulf South Conference was very kind. They did not know that Dad's state had progressed, and they said, well, could y'all please come accept it on his behalf? And Greg and I said, sure. And then Mom, which was a great idea, said, well, what do you think about the 2 assistants that coached with him the longest? Those 3 guys. I know that y'all don't believe this when I say this to some of you. Alabama, Georgia, Florida, all these places have Texas. They have gigantic high school programs, and in Alabama we have some really big ones too. And don't misunderstand me. When Greg and I played at Oxford High School, it wasn't as big as it is now, but it was not small.
Right.
Yeah.
We had, we would dress we did not dress our B team out with us. That was something, I don't know why people do that, but our B team was a separate thing. So our varsity of juniors and seniors and any sophomores that could start, which was usually not many, if any, we would dress 60.
Yeah.
With just juniors and seniors. So we're not talking about a small football program. If you put the B team together, it's probably 100 players. Okay. So and they would coach the team all week long with 3 coaches. These 3. Wow. Roland Houston would be defensive line coach and offensive line coach. Charles Maniscalco would be quarterbacks, running backs, and defensive backs.
Yeah.
And then Dad would and receivers. And Dad would be linebackers. Who did he have on offense? Who was Dad's offensive position? What did he do? Did he have receivers?
I don't think he did.
He did have an offensive position. But anyway, bottom line is 3 coaches did all the preparation.
That's unreal.
Did all now you saw other people on Friday night, but they were all volunteers.
At a time where technology did not allow that kind of efficiency. Don't forget that.
No. So in those days, 3 coaches ran an entire high school football program.
Wow. So Friday night you get some help from the junior high and all that.
And don't forget, the offense coordinator was also the head baseball coach.
Right. The junior high basketball coach.
Yeah, junior high basketball coach. The lineman, the offense defensive lineman coach, Coach Houston, was the wrestling coach, track coach. Yeah. Okay, so
Good night.
So those guys, they didn't have it like some of them have it now.
No.
And so what's kind of cool though is Coach Houston, Coach Maniscalco, and Dad. Those 3 men were together for over 30 years, coaching high school and college.
Yeah.
And so they're for those 2 men to get to go, and Greg and I got to play for all 3 of them, which was awesome in high school.
Yep.
And for them to get to go, and what we basically they allowed us to do was Greg and I got to get up and say, hey, on behalf of the family, here's the situation with Dad. We talked about Dad a little bit, and then they got up and told stories about coaching with Dad.
Right.
And so it was just a blast. And then Greg's son and my nephew getting to go and hear these things that he was such a little boy, he doesn't really remember.
Mm-hmm.
And, of course, didn't exist when they were coaching high school. But so
he was more concerned with the mascot back then.
Yes,
I
he was.
remember.
Yeah,
He did not like cocky.
Yeah, but to hear your son, Greg, sit there and go back and forth with these 2 legendary coaches and all them talking coach, that was kind of cool.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah, and of course we told stories and we laughed and I can tell y'all. I mean, some of the stories that they told the off the stage. They told the fire ant story was legendary.
Okay.
Of course, Coach Maniscalco told the story about him calling the bootleg. Which he loves that one. When Dad's great reaction to that. And
tell the story.
Oh, we'll come back. We'll tell that. And of course, the great one about when they had this incredibly talented freshman that they were trying to redshirt. And the first 2 years at Jacksonville State, it was 5-4-1 and 5-4-1. And Coach Maniscalco wanted to redshirt this incredible player. And Dad said, Charlie, if you and I don't play him soon, you and I ain't never going to see him play. Bottom of the hour. And we'll tell you some of those stories when we come back. So thanks to the Gulf South Conference. What a great night.
Rick and Bubba.
And, of course, I'm waiting for his response.
Yes.
Because it ought to be good.
Y'all realize what topic is on social media right now involving the president.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, it's just come along.
It's like he's oblivious to what it's involving.
Right. Oh, yeah.
Buddy, you need this to go away.
You kind of wish he didn't know what is.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, can you not just say, obviously an accusation was brought against me that a judge found had nothing even worth having a case about. I'm glad that's been resolved. I wish all parties well, and we need to move on to even Bill Clinton knew how to say he'd bomb Iraq if something like this happened.
Change the dialogue.
Yeah, even Bill Clinton would say, I need to get on to the business of the country, and it's like, and maybe it's just not true, but you want to say, you realize that you've kind of accomplished a lot, and the people have you running the doggone free world. You sparring around with women,
adult film star.
Yeah, thank you, Greg. It's just it just like I said, one of the most misnamed things ever.
Yeah.
Time for your medicine, Greg.
It could have been a lot more.
Yeah, but what I'm talking about is
double up.
Is there anybody can say, like maybe Melania? See, me, just the fear and having to deal with it with my wife alone would be enough for me to go,
Well,
"Whew,
she
glad
said-
that's over."
She said
You know what?
she said in her interview that she hides his phone sometimes.
It's is there anybody that can say to him, "Hey, man, you really don't need this"? Is
No, Rick, look, it's that New Yorker in him. It's like a New York cab driver, and they're gonna say what they're gonna say, and you just try to get from A to B and not be in a wreck.
If you remember, there were signs of this back during the debates, and I remember the first time my wife looked at me, she goes, "Where are we headed?" Where they got into a discussion in one of the debates with him involving, anatomy and
little Marco got caught up in it,
and all of this, and I thought, what have we become? This is what in the world? These are grown men. We're not walking into a high school locker room. We tell young men that's not appropriate. You know what I mean? But at least they're young and stupid. And it's the point I keep making. He's not a 22-year-old guy, doing stupid things. And so it just it's embarrassing. Yes, it's embarrassing.
Well,
I don't know what else to say other than
you kind of
embarrassing.
mentioned this, and we've talked about it. He gets so many wins, and it's like, I mean, you know what I mean? It's like
Well, he ignores
it's
us the one
like CNN and MSNBC. They don't know what to report because he's just winning so much. But then when he does stuff like this, that gives them.
Oh, it just stirs it back up.
To give you an example, yesterday, and I saw the stats this morning up. We had a major stock market rally yesterday.
Right.
We had a few days
500
down.
something.
It was an adjustment to what the Treasury was doing with bond rates and all that. It's just the normal business of the stock market. Well, it had a couple of days it went down. What had a big day it went up. That should have been positive news. ABC, CBS, and NBC on their nationally televised network newscast, ABC mentioned nothing about 0 seconds spent on it. NBC, 0 seconds. ABC, 0 seconds. CBS, whoever fought, they spent no time on it whatsoever.
Well, guess what they're going to be talking about today?
Yeah. Oh, I know.
A little shout out to our. 35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. Greg, I want to ask you this question. Did you do okay? I know last night you stayed at your son's house.
Yeah.
Because of our trip to the Pensacola. Did you miss your Helix mattress? I'm being honest.
Did.
I mean, nothing against your
Yeah, I
boy.
did.
Nothing against your boy.
No.
Nothing against their guest room.
You're right.
Now, were you the creepy granddad sleeping on the couch?
I was.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, but everybody was already in bed when we got home. So
Okay, wasn't as creepy.
I was in and out. Nobody knew.
You know, only Greg won't stay at your house because he said it's creepy when you have some
adult.
You got some adult sleeping in your house that's not connected to his wife's not there with him or anything like
that's
that.
just weird.
Greg, that's only you see
But
things like
you don't
that.
think
but-
that's weird? There's his old shoes.
Those little details. But anyway, at home, every stray dog's friend, Lisa Burgess, was snuggled up in the helixsleep.com/Bubba.
That's right.
helixsleep.com/Bubba. This is a customized mattress that was customized for Lisa and Greg. And they can do the same thing for you. They're going to ask you how you sleep. Do you like to sleep on your back, your side, your tummy? Do you do a combination? Do you like a soft mattress? You like a medium mattress? You like a firm mattress? And then they'll ask you, they've got different styles. They've got some for big and tall. They have some for children. So they have different warranties on the mattress based on which one that you select. They give you a 100-night risk-free trial. They send the mattress to your location there at your home. You get 20% off because you're listening to this show. helixsleep.com/Bubba. You don't love it after sleeping on it for 100 nights, they'll take it back, full refund, no questions asked. But you're not going to do that. You're going to love it. So go right now to, because we all are unique, so we need a mattress that's customized for us. helixsleep.com/Bubba does that, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So last night, Greg and I and my nephew, Greg's son, Taylor, got to travel with Coach Roland Houston and Coach Charles Maniscalco, two men that we admire greatly and have influenced our lives because we had the chance to be under their leadership when we played high school. And they coached with Dad for over 30 years in high school and college. Last night, Dad was inducted into the Gulf South Conference Hall of Fame. That's the 7th Hall of Fame he's been inducted in. So these have all been great honors. Of course, Dad has a unique way of seeing all these things when he knew what was going on. And so really for Dad, and this is not false humility, this is absolutely true. Dad always thinks when you talk about a team sport that one person just can't be given all the credit, and probably sometimes gets too much of the blame. But it's probably balanced on both ends. But he said it should, without these assistant coaches and players, none of these things happen. So it was kind of a cool thing that his assistants that were with him for so long got to represent the assistants and the players by accepting the award in person, which was really cool. But they told some funny stories, and there are so many. So Coach Maniscalco, Coach Houston, he's that guy every man should have. He's loyal, he's humble, and he's a hard worker. He gets the job done. Dude. Now Coach Maniscalco's got a little more flair. Yeah, you know what I mean. He's gonna cut up, and some of the stories about he didn't.
He always has a great line when he enters the room.
Yes, he didn't have the the love of the outdoors that Dad had. Dad trying to take him fishing and hunting. Some of those stories are
those are good.
Those are hilarious. But anyway, so and then there's the constant battle because as Coach Maniscalco said to the audience last night, he goes, "Those of you that know Bill Burgess, he had an abstain for the forward pass." and he
remembers his line. Only 3 things can happen, and 2 of them are bad.
Yeah, right. Yeah. He said Coach Burgess literally despised the forward pass. And he said, so, sometimes, this was what I love when he would say, "Bill, you hold me back." Like that. "Charlie, we're going to do what we do." And so anyway, and Coach Maniscalco, a brilliant coach and was an outstanding baseball coach too as well, and a great baseball player at Jacksonville State. So anyway, he got up and he was telling the stories about Dad. And so he said, Coach Burgess was the kind of head coach that really let the assistants do their jobs. He wasn't a micromanager. He said, which makes this story unique. He goes, so we're needing to, get the program turned around. And we've got this quarterback that we've all got excited about, and that your dad had that their dad had told me if we didn't start playing him, we're never going to see him play.
At some point, we need to play him.
He said, he goes, we need to score. He said, we're in the goal line, we're in the red zone, and we need to score to turn this thing around. And he says, I noticed that every time we'd run the dive with the fullback, they were just stuffing us. And so he said, I'm sitting there, and I tell Coach Houston, which this was funny because Coach Houston was, he goes, "Hey, block me from Burgess. I see him coming." He said, "Block me." He's making his way to me. Isolate me from him because he ain't going to like what I got called. And he goes, he's never said this. He never got involved in what I was doing on calls. Right. And all of a sudden he goes, "Hey, Charlie, what do we got right here?" I mean, he said, this is a play. This is a must. And he said, I just looked at him confident, said, "I'm going with the boot with the option to throw it." And he goes, "The boot!" And he said he just screams out, like he goes, "Get the defense ready!" He goes, so Greg installed a great confidence in me. And then he goes. So we faked the dive. He goes, and of course everybody on the defense went after the dive. He goes, our athletic quarterback rolls out on the bootleg, and he goes with the option to pass or run. He walks in, didn't just get the first down, he scores. And he goes, and then coach comes back and he says, "Hey, Charlie, hell of a call." The boot. Get the defense ready. And the thing that they love is Dad is. You talk about a routine guy. You talk about OCD when nobody knew what OCD was. He didn't want it. If something was working, they wasn't no changing it. And Coach Maniscalco, back to being funny again. Coach Houston didn't care, but Dad was going to wear the same hat, the same shirts,
and they weren't great hats,
and the same shorts, and the same socks, and the same cleats, and the same coaching shoes. And Coach Man would be like, "Bill, let's put a little flair in it. Let's." And he would just go. He goes, and he goes, "We're out there. It's raining. Them old pants you made us wear be hanging down. They'll be waiting on about to fall off because they have sucked up water." And he goes, he wouldn't change. He put us in that old big old tall trucker hat.
Yeah.
And they wouldn't. You know what he'd say? We win a lot of ball games in these hats.
Why change?
Look, that right there, there wasn't no changing.
Yeah.
He said, "You don't believe what we had to do to get him to wear long pants." He said, "We all had to wear coaching shorts forever."
Yeah.
And he said he wouldn't change that logo for anything.
For nothing.
Yeah, and then Coach Houston, of course, one of the big things about Dad, and he didn't tell this story last night, but the one he did tell, apparently they went to Tennessee Martin, which is North Tennessee, all the way from Alabama, and one of the buses broke down, so they had to put everybody on one bus. And he said, and Coach Burgess, this kind of man he was, he stood up the entire ride home. And everybody kept saying, "Coach Burgess, sit down, sit down." He said, "I didn't play a snap. The guys that played need to sit down." He goes, "I stood there on the sideline."
Wow.
And he stood up on the bus all the way home. And of course, the funny thing is, Coach Houston, when he was moved to defensive coordinator, the year they won the national championship, which, wow. How about you go from being the interior line coach to you're running the defense and you're down to one play to win it, and the defense has got to make a play. And so they had watched the tendencies of the team, what they normally do in this situation. And Bubba's heard this story, and y'all have too. But so Dad was talking to him about what they were going to do, and he said, in this situation, even though they've got the All-American wide receiver, which, by the way,
Rick, I think you have to really paint the picture of how good this wide. It was like
play for the Vikings.
Yeah, I started to say he was pro level, big guy, Randy Moss type guy out there at wide receiver.
Yep.
But on this particular thing, playing the money ball, they like to go to a little bitty guy in a slot receiver
on short yardage.
So you got to decide who you're going to double cover and who you're not.
And so he says, Coach Houston, what are they going to do right here? So they're going to throw the slot receiver. And he said, "If you watch the film," and he said, "How many times they do this?" He said, 100% of the time.
It is a little bitty guy.
Tendencies. And so we don't make it obvious, but they kind of hide that they're really only single covering the all-world receiver. Yeah. And then the outside linebacker is going on the snap is going to roll over to the slot guy. And of course they throw it to the slot guy, and the outside linebacker knocks it down and wins the national championship. So, but the thing you got to know about Dad, and this is what all the guys who played for him and coached for him loved. So when he was asked by the reporter, "Coach Burgess, did you get over and make that call?" Now, there's a lot of head coaches that would have said, "Now, in this particular situation, I had to go over and use my expertise and take all the credit for this." And Dad said, "Well, let me ask you something." He said, if you had a national championship on the line, who would you let make the call? The guy that's broken down thousands of hours of film and tendencies, or the guy who spoke at the Kiwanis Club? He said, "I went with the guy that's been breaking film down."
Yeah. What goes usually?
Yeah, that's it. But, it was a lot of fun.
It was good.
A lot of fun. We got to hear great stories that the audience never got to hear on the flight over and the flight back. Thanks to Oscar for coming in and flying us over there and flying us back. That was a big help. And thanks to the Gulf South Conference. What an honor for the family. And like Greg said correctly last night, if it had been Dad's decision, we'd have never left the Gulf South Conference.
Yeah.
He loved the Gulf South Conference. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Canadian fans.
Keep moving on.
So, Bubba,
Keep moving on.
Canada has done what? So it was funny. Adler just showed on CRTV the Canadian flag with the marijuana leaf in place of the maple leaf.
Well, now this bill, known as the Cannabis Act, stems from a campaign pledge by young Prime Minister Justin Trudeau,
who was high at the time.
How do you say his name?
Right.
It's not Trudeau. Trudeau. That's it. Justin Trudeau, right?
Yeah, Trudeau.
To keep marijuana away from underage users and reduce related crime. Now, I'm not completely sure how, if some of this is bad, that legalizing it will be better, other than the government getting the money off of it. I guess once they start getting the money off of it, they'll crack down on illegal use because they feel like it's stealing from them now.
Well, let me tell you something. I noticed something, and I know we have some states in our country that have tried this. Very bizarre that they were able to do it, and of course, it's worked out fantastic. But I was listening the other day. There's a big radio group, and we actually have some business dealings with them too, the iHeart bunch, and they were running ads that they had invested in the potential legalization of marijuana in this country, and they're letting you. Like if you want to give some money and you want to invest, you can invest as well.
Well, now I think I heard what you were talking about, but I thought it was just an advertiser that said we are in this business, and they were trying to sell stock in their thing. I didn't know that it was tied to them.
What I heard, it was iHeart Media is investing in this, and you can invest along with us.
Okay, well, I heard something different.
No, because I know Snoop and them are out there doing it. There's a number of entrepreneurs that are trying to get ahead of it. And what I heard, it sounded like that company was going to have a wing of this as well if you wanted to invest in it.
Right now in the U.S., 9 states and the District of Columbia now allow for recreational marijuana use, and 30 states allow it for medical use. But it is not legal across the board in the U.S.
Right, but people think it's coming.
Some people do think it's coming. I tell you what I don't really get. It's just, I guess, the logic part of it for me. I can't really fathom how we had such a war on tobacco and the smoking of tobacco and how bad it was and how many cancer this and that. And we've got Terry on the PSAs and everything else.
Sure.
But now
Did you just talk about Terry?
Yeah, now we're turning around. Now we're turning around and just – instead of the tobacco farmers, now we're trying to encourage people to get in and be marijuana farmers. I know, and we're still going to smoke a lot of it. I don't get it.
I know.
I don't follow, because I would think smoke from one leaf is bad for you as much as it is from the other leaf.
Well, it's
smoke shouldn't be in your lungs. I think that's you shouldn't breathe in leaves that you're burning.
All right, October 3rd, 2018. To be sure, I was right. iHeartMedia seeks to light up marijuana market with High Times State. iHeartMedia will trade up to $10 million worth of advertising inventory for 5% stake of High Times.
Okay, well, that's what it is. They traded that inventory to that company, so they are a principal in it now. And that I heard the commercial, and it didn't refer to them directly, but I see what you're talking about.
Yeah, so they're saying that they are investing with their inventory for return for a percentage in High Times, which is the marijuana company, and they're offering you opportunities to invest as well.
I don't see it with the problems we've had with alcohol and other things. And I'm not talking about legislating morality, but I'm talking about people's inability to control their consumption of that. You're only digging another hole for people to fall in. I mean, it's just...
We do say that even though we made alcohol legal, we made it legal with some restrictions, and you're not supposed to be the influence under it out in public, behind a vehicle, all that.
Right.
So, I've seen it too many times, and I've seen it face to face. I'm not talking about 3 and 4 face to face.
Yeah.
And I don't care what anybody says, and I understand that just like that there may be some of you, it may not be a problem for you at all, and I certainly know that I think that's an exception more than a rule. The people.
Bubba.com and it is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, thank you for being with us today. We'll get to some of your phone calls shortly. Super P's ready to go if you want to join us at 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Rick, it was out yesterday. We didn't get to cover it on the show, but some amazing video yesterday. Did you see this car that went flying in Georgia?
I did.
I mean, it looked like a Dukes of Hazzard stunt.
Right. Yeah.
And we didn't get to it. It was a little later in the day when I saw it. It's cut 8, Adler. Very dramatic body cam footage shows a car speeding down a Georgia highway, catching a tow truck ramp and flying about 120 feet through the air. The driver survived the crash, but he has serious injuries.
I bet. Well, here's
we have a package on it.
Yeah. The whole thing about this, this looks like one of those things they set up for a movie for a stunt car. And from what I've gathered, and we'll get in the package, I guess, it was simply the person was distracted to the point that they went up the ramp of the tow truck.
Yeah, I thought it was a female. But,
yeah, we've all seen those tow trucks. You know, the bed comes off and goes down, but somebody hit part of it, and I mean, incredible.
Y'all not going to believe if y'all haven't seen this yet. You won't believe this. I mean, you think you're watching a movie set.
Yeah,
and so
it's courtesy of ABC here.
Here we go. All right.
This morning, a police body camera capturing the wild moment a car traveling down a highway in Georgia launches off the back of a tow truck at full speed.
At their last 250 rollover.
Watch again as the car takes off using the back of the tow truck as a de facto runway, then flies 120 feet in the air before crashing to the ground, smashing into another vehicle. Deputies in Lowndes County, Georgia, were already on location responding to another arrest following a traffic stop along Highway 34.
That is definitely not something we see every day as Georgia State Troopers.
This morning, officials confirm a 21-year-old woman from Tallahassee was behind the wheel of the car. She survived with serious injuries and is still recovering in the hospital in stable condition.
The crash is still under investigation, but all we're worried about is that she heals and that she gets better.
A deputy was hit by flying debris and suffered minor injuries and was released from the hospital the same day. Officials are reminding people to remain attentive when traveling at high speeds.
Move over, slow down, be careful, try to get rid of all the distractions, anything that might keep you from getting home safely, because in the end, that's what we're all aiming for, is for everyone to make it to their destination safely.
So you had a rollback wrecker there, obviously picking up a car from another wreck.
Yeah.
And this lady, it's like she never touched the brakes.
Did they say 21?
Yeah.
You talking about not paying attention? I mean,
she is flying down the road.
She came around a curve.
I'm confused what that rollback truck is trying to get, because usually they would pull up to a car and pull up.
Here's what I'm thinking. They said they were doing an arrest. They probably determined this person can't drive this vehicle because they're getting arrested.
Right.
And this has come here to take the car away.
Exactly.
Is what I'm thinking.
Yeah, because you can see the white car in the median down through those people. That's the car they're getting there.
Yeah.
How are they going to flip that thing over? It looks like it's upside down.
But, I mean, y'all, this is what we're talking about paying attention. This person does not even see this tow truck sitting, and I guess the tow truck's on the shoulder, right?
Yeah, and it's got lights on.
I mean, it looks like
it might be in the lane.
It looks like it's in the lane, but
it, like I say, it ain't in a curve. You see, you look ahead, you see
flat.
it.
Yeah.
This person is clearly not paying attention. Probably.
So many flashing lights. So many of them.
Yeah, I have no way to know what distracted her, but we've seen these people riding around looking at their phones, rolling through stuff, and that may not be it. It may be something else. I don't know.
And look at the guy that was right by the truck. He got jumped over. There's a dude right there.
Yeah, that's the one that had some debris.
Mm-hmm.
Does it look like?
Wow.
I'm trying. I keep seeing like the car move left to right.
But I don't think it fully got on there. I think
I'm talking about before. It's almost like she tries to really correct it there at the end. Watch the front of the car kind of start going to the right, like, oh gosh, I'm in trouble.
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
Trying to swerve.
And she didn't have
looked
time.
up and saw it.
Yeah.
See how
she did was get two tires on it, and that caused the corkscrew spin while she was in the air.
Yes, and you can tell the front of the vehicle dips down just a little bit. She slammed on the brakes like right here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that ain't gonna cut it.
And because somebody was in the right lane, she couldn't get over. But I think she realized it too late anyway.
Oh,
to y'all's point.
Well, she ended up landing on that car.
Before we started doing the CG or whatever and ruining movies, it looks like a stunt from a movie.
No problem.
Yeah.
I mean, everything about it.
That car over there's got to go faster. I mean, if I see a car launch, I am digging now.
Fast and Furious won't serve stuntman back.
I mean, it's like in the movie Hooper when they jump the canyon.
Oh yeah,
Burt Reynolds.
Yeah.
I always wondered if that would work, though, by the way, the ramp on the back of the truck.
Yeah, I bet
now we know.
Yeah, it does. It does.
So you see her bumper come off as she clips the back of that truck.
Yes.
You know what, though?
Wow.
And I will say this, and I'm glad she's okay, and I'm glad that the injuries and everything were minimized. But, once it's over, you do have some of the coolest video.
Yeah.
Let me show you what I did one time.
Yeah.
And
all four tires.
And then, of course, I would have to measure. How far do you think I went? I went, and I was airman. Now I'm becoming Clark Griswold.
Yeah. If all four tires could have got on the bed, though, and what if she had had an arm out of the rolled down window? Yeah.
Well, the problem
kept going.
The problem if she gets all four, she runs into the back of that truck and it hits that cab.
Woo! It's probably a different.
I can't believe nobody got hurt like getting run over.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah. Well,
the
I say
guy's
that
working on the record.
the guy on the wrecker, he did get some minor injuries, but you got a lot going on where he's at.
High res vest. He was trying to get out.
What about when you're turning around, you're filling out your paperwork, and you're like, "What was that?"
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
See when they used to really jump cars.
Yes, I
the
miss
good old days, I call it.
I miss watching a TV show, and you knew that 3 to 4 cars were going to be destroyed.
Oh yes,
Greg, how many
good
cars
show.
did they say they destroyed making Smokey and the Bandit? It was an
Oh,
incredible
a bunch.
number.
And
It was an incredible number.
And John Schneider, I seen an interview him on the General Lee. They busted a bunch of them up.
I bet they did. Of course, it's racist to even talk
It
about
is
that
just
now.
racist. Just leave it alone. Rick.
Yeah, right.
Let it lie.
That's right. Let it lie. So, Greg, I mean, before you know it, somebody's going to be screaming at you that you're causing some sort of distress to them.
I know. And
You're triggering.
Then I may
someone
venture over into the wrong pronoun on somebody. Then there's a whole nother issue.
Greg, don't trigger me.
Don't tip, Rick. All right.
Can y'all believe that
I'm
phrase?
gonna melt down.
That phrase is it's everywhere now.
Odd, I've looked this number up. How many cars do you think were destroyed during the filming of the Dukes of Hazzard? Dodge Charger.
How many years they run? I don't know.
I don't know.
It's got to be hundreds.
123.
317
Yeah.
Dodge Chargers were used during the filming of the Dukes of Hazzard. On average, 3 cars were wrecked per episode.
How about that?
Wow.
How about that?
That was their budget. I would notice. All right, we can afford 3. 2 is too little. 4 is too expensive.
Quick, get the chase.
This is a one take here. We got to get this.
Yes. I was reading Smokey and the Bandit, all of the stunt Trans Ams that they had. All of them were destroyed.
That was my
7
favorite
seasons,
car.
Rick. 7 seasons.
7 seasons.
Wow. That's when shows
The
had.
General Lee went airborne on camera 150 times.
Look out.
Yeah.
Wow. Your phone calls are next. Super P is ready. 866 We Be Big. We will chat with you when we come back and find out what's on your mind today. The gang's all here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, and your friends Rick and Bubba when we continue right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Been dealt with when I was younger that smoked marijuana. They didn't become the overly productive people they once were before they started smoking it, and the people they became once they stopped smoking it. But the biggest thing is here we are in this country, and I don't know the situation in Canada. We're facing an absolute epidemic with opioid abuse. Heroin is back full blown. All these things. And I don't care what you say. I've seen it. I can tell you 3 testimonies that I know personally firsthand. And all these people that ended up on heroin, they ended up on these other highly addictive drugs. The marijuana use and them experiencing what it felt like to be high was the beginning of the journey.
Yeah, it was a gateway.
And then you can laugh and there you go. I'm just telling you, it's a fact. And it's, as I've said many times, because everybody always tries to play the alcohol card. First of all, Does everybody think that alcohol consumption has been a number one for our society? That's been a great thing for people. But then let's just say, well, Rick, people having a glass of wine or drinking a cold beer, that they're no harm to anybody. And you know what? You're right. But the problem is this: where's the version of that in marijuana? Somebody who says, well, I smoked a marijuana cigarette, but I did not get high. There's no version of that. I mean, if it is, you're back to what Bubba says. Now you're just smoking a non-filtered cigarette. So there's not a version of I had a cold beer and I had a glass of wine in marijuana. It doesn't exist. Or why are you smoking it? Now so you might as well smoke a cigarette, right? You smoke marijuana in order to get high. I mean, you do. And some people drink a glass of wine not to get a buzz. Some people drink a cold beer not to get a buzz. Certainly people abuse that, but there is a version of moderation where people consume alcohol and they don't get drunk and become a menace to society.
Right.
And you say, well, potheads are not a menace to society. And, we'd have
depends on who you ask.
Yeah, we'd have to tell that to, the family member we know that buried their daughter, and it started there. But, and then the family members I'm dealing with now that went down that road, and it's much worse
and
than it was.
Rick, another situation is our highways. I mean, we have gone overboard to try to prevent people from getting behind the wheel intoxicated, or so that their reflexes are slowed. And we've spent a lot of money advertising it. We've had laws against it, and people still do it. We still have people killed every weekend from this kind of thing. So that part hadn't really worked out. Texting, now that's the big thing. Texting. We're making hand-free rules, and some people are having success with it, some are not. But we do have to agree to this. People are dying from texting a whole lot more now than they used to before we had it, right? I mean, that number's up 1,000%.
It is.
So we're just going to introduce something else to numb senses that people are going to get behind the wheel and cause people to lose their life. I mean, it's invariable. It's going to happen. I just don't know why we want to do this.
Well, and what I would say, you can take us and say, I don't care what y'all have to say about it, and that's fine. Would you at least go look at the states who've already done it and see some of the pitfalls they didn't notice?
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
had a blues man on the back and a beautician at the wheel. Yeah. So let's take phone calls to start the hour. As you heard, the team's all here. Intern, Super P, and Lord of the Jacket. All earning their degrees in common sense. That now a superpower. From sweet home Alabama to the world. Hey, somebody say that. All right, so let's get started. Let's go to Jeff out of Glencoe, Alabama. He's got us on Z93, Gadsden, Alabama area, where it all began for us 29 years and 5 months ago, as of today. So let's go to Jeff. Jeff, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
How's it going, guys?
Fired up and ready.
Y'all were talking yesterday about that nun that wasn't decomposed and her socks were still in good shape. Adler said, yeah, I've seen socks laid in the woods were still in good shape. Well, him being new to hunting, wanted to ask if he knew why that sock was laying there.
And there we go. Do not pick it up, Adler.
Pick it up.
Do not pick it up.
World.
Good gracious.
Don't drink the apple juice.
We continue. Charles in Mississippi, if you want to join us, Super P's got some lines available at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Looks like you can get in. Charles, go ahead.
Hey, Charles. Meow, meow, meow.
Meow, meow, meow.
That was pretty.
As soon as I saw that car go in the air, I've now gotten so old that I instantly paused the video, and I could hear the announcer from the Dukes of Hazzard saying, "And Bo and Luke knew they were in trouble."
Yes.
I forgot about the guy that
yeah. Love that. That was Waylon Jennings, wasn't it?
I know he sang the song. It may have been him narrating.
Am I just making that up?
No, you may have. I know he did sing the song.
Right.
I think I'm.
It's
possible I'm accurate. Wow. We go to
or Wilfred Brimley. I don't remember.
Hayes in Madison, Mississippi. Hayes, go ahead.
Morning, guys. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we got you, Hayes. Go ahead.
All right, I got y'all in my AirPods. I didn't know if they sounded good or not on there.
Oh, yeah.
But anyways, I just wanted to ask: is there anybody in this world that enjoys the task of moving and packing?
No. If there are, they're strange people. Don't be around.
I actually hate it worse than
it's
a lot
awful. It's terrible. I spit on it.
Yep.
All right. Well, I just bought my first house. Getting married next Saturday. Just bought a house and was moving my fiance down, putting all her stuff in, and I thought I was about to lose my mind for the past 4 days.
That's awful.
I mean, from talking to U-Haul. I mean, can U-Haul get somebody real on the phone instead of automated calls, please?
No. Paige, you're going to discover you're trying to cut corners, and I get it. Get you a well-respected moving company.
Yes.
We've got them we work with that are fantastic. And you're going to say, well, Rick, what about what they charge? You'll be so glad you hired them. I mean, it's worth every dime. Go get a second job if you have to. Do not try all this pull-up trucks.
And don't ask friends to help you with it because they won't be friends long, and plus they'll ask you to help them.
We actually have.
So then you got to do it twice.
We have an agreement on this show that we cannot ask each other to help others.
Can't
to move.
do it.
And Larry Wayne's not here. He said he'd be here at 9:30.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and he's bringing his truck and all that. It just goes on.
At the beginning of our marriage, early on, we tried to do things ourselves just because we didn't have a lot. But then you start growing your family, and that's the best money you could ever spend. It's hiring a company.
It is. It's
to your point, Rick. You could go get a second job for a few weeks, and you would enjoy that more.
Amen.
Than having to move.
Amen. Let me tell you something. It was said by a friend of mine who just had a move, and I've got one coming here in a couple of years, Lord willing, and it's already making me sad. And he said the only way that you can minimize the horror of moving is to move every 3 to 4 years or to never move at all.
That's right. Yeah. That's right.
Anything else is horrible.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We continue. Let's go to Baker out of Kentucky. Baker, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
I was just thinking about Adler and his dad come back from Texas and that sweet ride, and they're just rocking out to the best music, and then they hit the ramp on that truck and then stick the landing.
Well, I'll tell you, that van would have landed on its wheels, wouldn't it, Adler?
Oh, yeah. By the way, I need a nickname for the van.
Oh, we need to have a segment about that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Black Magic.
By the way, it does my heart well. It does my heart well. I walked out to get my charger a minute ago, my phone, and just to see it sitting out there, it puts a smile on my face.
It's a beautiful
Love
van.
it.
It is.
I like Dark Justice.
Ooh, yeah.
Oh, now I do like that.
Good
start,
Bubba.
The Batmobile.
Yeah.
Black Stallion.
Yeah. Thor's hammer.
The Black Beast. Yeah, Thor's hammer's good.
That's really
Only
good.
I can drive it.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
The Black Jacket Symphony.
Yes.
Let's
Black
go.
Betty Bussy.
Oh wow.
Oh wow, that was interesting.
It was, but I get it now.
Yeah, I got
Betty
it.
Bussy.
At first, I
And then
didn't
Black
get
Betty.
it.
You guys, it's a
Yeah.
combo name.
It's
That's
got
perfect.
it. Got
It's
it.
perfect.
It's even got a song to go
Betty
with it.
named her dog after my daughter. I can name my van
There
after
you
Betty.
go.
And Bussy,
Perfect.
Bussy, it kind of looks like a bus.
A bus.
Black Betty Bussy.
I like
Oh
it.
yeah. The Black Betty Bus. The Black Betty Bus.
Yeah.
The Black Betty Bus. Woody, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
What's going on, fellas? Good morning.
Thank you.
I'm a truck driver. I'm from Mississippi, but I'm over here around Montgomery on 85 now. And Rick, I believe it was you yesterday or maybe the day before, talking about how people get in that left lane out there and just will not go on. And you can tell there's a lot more people out here on 85 this morning that need to listen to the Rick and Bubba show because they will not get out of the way. Get out of the way.
I don't get it, Woody. I really don't. I don't understand it. It's one of the things it's one of those. I feel like if we were, like Indiana Jones, we can't find it. We cannot find the treasure. I don't know why people do this. I don't understand it. I've never understood it. I understand for a moment, saying, oh, wow, I didn't realize I was out here and I'm going slow. I'm going to move over. This defiant,
Yeah, that's happened to all of us.
The defiant left lane thing, I don't get it. I just don't understand it.
It makes me so uncomfortable. Speaking of moving, we had to get JC out of the apartment, and so now my garage is a storage unit until he goes to UAH. We got like a month and a half, and I had a truck full of furniture. And I had to go real slow, and I was holding people up, and I was like, I'm sorry. It was bothering me so much.
Of course it was.
I pulled over twice to let traffic through.
Absolutely.
How can you be in the left lane knowing you're holding people up and be okay with it? I don't get it. Get over it.
I think as Bubba said one time to a person that won't be named, it's one of the greatest Rick and Bubba bits of all time. I think these left lane people are living in their little left lane world, and I don't think they give a rip about what's going on around them.
Well, it's that, and some think that they're going fast enough. Okay,
and the reason we need Hellfire or Sidewinder missiles on our vehicles.
I know.
Right. They think they're going fast enough, and if you want to go faster, you need to get around them. Some of them think that.
Yeah, but it's designed not for us to go to the right.
I agree with that.
And
I'm just saying,
look, there's another person in the right lane that you would be perfectly distanced from if you just move over this slide.
I've talked to one or two of them. That's what they say.
Can I tell you, I pulled up next to a truck yesterday. We were riding kind of along, and I was looking in, and those guys do a great job. I couldn't believe how many screens he had in there. I mean, it looked like the space shuttle.
Absolutely.
Yeah. It was unbelievable.
Rodney, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, fellas. Talking about the non-decomposing nun, I always wanted to be a nun until I found out what nun meant. Woo!
What a terrible person.
I'm telling you.
What a terrible person. Your body will decompose.
Oh, boy.
Let's go to
a lot of people Googling that right now.
Adam, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
We're good, Adam. I hope you're okay, buddy.
Rick, I was just wondering if you read the Babylon Bee article where Chick-fil-A is now going to require their white employees to say "my privilege" instead of "my pleasure."
Yes,
that's funny.
It was very funny. All white employees now have to say "my privilege." Yeah, that was good.
If you read the article, the article is even better.
I know, and it's on me. And Babylon Bee even puts out a thing. Please, the articles are fantastic. Many times the headlines are enough for me, but their articles are hilarious. Yeah, that's it. Just watch for the slippery slope.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to.
Well, there's a story today that says that Chick-fil-A has already been woke a long time. We just ain't. We're just not seeing it.
Yeah, and there's some. A person who would know told me the minute that Truett went on in.
Yeah.
He said they started this slide.
Well,
yeah,
we knew the kids were not going to hold the line.
Mm-mm. Oh no. Let's go to Kendall. Kendall, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, Biggins, Green Acres. I was going to say I think I played football 15 years too late because I don't know if y'all seen the LSU now has AC helmets.
Air conditioned helmets.
Yes, saw this.
Oh, where were these?
Yes.
Where were these?
One of the comments even said, "Hey, Coach, I don't think I can condition. My AC ain't working."
Oh my goodness!
Look, Rick, they're putting them on for the first time, and they can't believe it.
Oh man! And playing in Louisiana and having an air conditioned helmet.
Yeah.
And they're going to have these for the games and practices. Is that what I understand?
I don't know. I just saw them.
First time I've heard
yesterday.
about it.
Yeah.
How do they power them?
Is it just ice packs in there, or is there like a motor in there?
No, I think there's air circulating.
Oh my goodness!
But how are they doing it?
Yeah, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Looking for people. To the phones we go. Rudy is standing by out of Anniston, Alabama. Rudy, welcome to the program. How are you, buddy?
Rudy.
How y'all doing, guys?
Good.
Look, man, y'all was talking about marijuana a while ago and what it has to do with, sitting down and have a glass of wine or a beer with a meal or something, and where that comes in with marijuana.
Mm-hmm.
Well, marijuana is not going to get you drunk like beer does. You're not going to get to where you're staggering all over the place, can't function at all.
Understood.
Marijuana's just not going to do that to you.
Understood, but it gets you high. That they say even if you drink 2 glasses of wine, what it does to your senses, it has compromised them in a way that you're not as quick to react, and you certainly aren't as quick to react when you're high on marijuana. I mean, I know that.
Well, I totally agree with that, but it's still nowhere near as bad as.
There's no version of smoking a joint and not getting high. That's all I'm saying.
But there's different levels of high.
Well, I didn't say that. I said you can't smoke marijuana and not get high. You can drink a glass of wine and drink a beer and not be high.
Well, you can smoke a joint and not get high too because it's not any good.
Well, that's my. I think you're making my point. Here's the bottom line: it's just like gambling.
That wasn't by choice. You just got a bad batch. I'm sure.
It's just like gambling. I wish everybody would come off all the other garbage they're saying. There's some people that want to be able to gamble whenever they want to, and there's some people that want to smoke pot whenever they want to. It's no more complicated than that.
I totally agree.
And then there's people that say, I don't want to live in that society. I don't want to live in a society where casinos are down the street or are packed into my state. I don't want to live in a society where everybody's can smoke marijuana anytime, anywhere they want to, and it's big business. I don't want a government answering to the big marijuana or answering to big gambling. These are these silly things that governments always come up with, like they're going to be the solution to all the problems, when really it's just a discussion between people on what kind of society they want to live in. It doesn't solve the problems. These lobbies become just as powerful as the lobbies you have now, if not more so, and you end up with a bunch of money lying around tied to gambling, tied to drugs, tied to whatever. It doesn't change anything. It just creates new problems. But if people say, but I want access to it without any repercussions, I certainly understand that. I just disagree with it.
You're chemically impairing your judgment,
right,
with any dose of marijuana. Period.
Yeah, and that's
it's just different levels, and then we arbitrarily set a level to say, well, you're intoxicated at alcohol this level, or you're impaired at this level, whatever. I mean, every little bit takes a little bit of oxygen out of the bloodstream, so to speak.
Right.
But
I just want us to have the debate properly.
Right.
I hate when we get into this thing that gambling and marijuana will solve the ills of all the problems and the little children who can't eat and can't go to school and the schools and this and that, and we can't this. All it's going to be is different money from different people, influence politicians, and them squandering it. So that's not the reason to promote it. The reason is, hey, I'm a person that wants to get high without the police hassling me. I'm a person who wants to gamble without having to leave my state. That's the argument.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then everybody decide where you land on that.
It's a Rick and Bubba News.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
22 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big's our number. Let's jump into the Biden stuff. Biden stuff. President Biden. Here we go. Is anybody new? Basement Joe. So we see a lot going on with Republicans announcing their candidacy for president. We're going to have Mike Pence do that here in a few days. All things are pointing that way. Looks like we are going to have him on the show, too, which is going to be an interesting conversation. But on the Democratic side, we're not seeing a whole lot. We saw the Kennedy, get up and say, but we haven't seen a lot from Biden himself as far as any kind of campaign rally or anything like that. Matter of fact, we don't see our president a lot, period, especially in D.C. But so Peter Doocy, of course, is going to be more than willing to ask him about that. So here is Peter Doocy asking the president why he's not on the campaign trail yet. Here we go.
Mr. President, how's the re-election campaign going? Because we haven't seen you on the campaign trail yet. You haven't? Not at an official campaign rally. No, why not?
Greg? Bubba?
Well, you won't see it if I'm in Connecticut or wherever he's at, and in the basement.
Yeah, Jean-Pierre's been asked about this a couple of times in the press briefings, and she doesn't have an answer really.
All right, so I want y'all to watch his face. Let's run that again, Adler. You have it. Watch just the way this reaction to that question, and if he didn't have the sunglasses on, it would really look bizarre. But just kind of watch. There's a little bit of confusion there. Like he's not sure if he's done a campaign rally or not. Watch
right. Mr. President, how's the re-election campaign going? Because we haven't seen you on the campaign trail yet. You haven't? Not at an official campaign rally. No, why not?
He may be like Dianne Feinstein and just says, I was here. What are y'all talking about?
That's really what I'm wondering. All right, the next one, and I love that when we just have people say things like John Kirby's about to, that you go, how can you say that?
By the way, Speedy mentioned it in the break. Now I agree, he's the best communicator of this administration.
No doubt. Yeah.
And
which isn't saying all.
Well, I know.
Yeah. That's like saying that you're in a conference that no one has a record over 500, but you're the best team in there. So here we go. Here he is. He's being asked about all these things that we're seeing about there being corruption in the Biden family throughout his political career. So he's going to be asked about that. Here we go.
In the middle of this, there was a Harvard-Harris poll this month that found that 53% of the public, including a fourth of Democrats, believe, quote, Joe Biden was involved with his son in an illegal influence peddling scheme. There's, of course, evidence that the president interacted with his relatives, associates from China, Mexico, Kazakhstan, Russia, and Ukraine. So what do you say to the majority of Americans who believe that the president is himself corrupt?
Wow. Can I take that question?
The president has spoken to this. The president has spoken to this.
Has he?
And there's nothing to these claims.
But he hasn't. That's not true. The president hasn't spoken to this.
No.
All he says is, they didn't do all that. That's not speaking to it. Speaking to it is when someone accuses you of something, shows all the evidence of your family being corrupt over your entire political career, or at least the majority of it, and you refute these claims by saying this is what this was, this is what that was, that has been proven not to be true, and here, did you see this? We actually looked into. No, all you say is there's nothing to that. That's not speaking to it. Speaking to it is convincing everybody there's nothing to it by showing evidence that there's not. By saying anybody saying that we're guilty of this, they're wrong because here's what we show you that says we're not guilty of this.
No, I haven't heard him address it at all, other than just not addressing it.
Right. Yeah, he acts like that we've had this narrative just really walked out in great detail from the president on why we need to stop asking about this. No, all we see are things that look really bad, and we can't get anybody to comment on it.
Yeah.
So, anyway, but I agree with you.
Proud of him, though.
Yeah.
And he's also the smartest person he knows. So.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
So that's good.
Now, I will give Hunter Biden this. He's savvy.
He's shifty.
He is.
He's done pretty well for himself.
Yeah. There you go.
Considering he's got pictures of him with a crack pipe.
Right.
He survived that.
And the fact that we basically have seen one of the most brazen, public money laundering efforts ever in the history of crime with these paintings that he's selling.
I'm telling you.
And there's not a lot you can do about it.
No.
You're right, Bob.
Bubba, next, your favorite John Kerry, video 6.
You know,
he's looking a little down. Bob.
Well, I started to say he must be sad about something.
Right.
He's sure got a long face.
Bubba, he's gonna tell you that he's talking about science, which is going to be a question I want to ask him. When really he's just telling you about ideology. Okay,
Right.
so
as he flew on his private jet to give the speech.
So here he goes.
He planted a tree.
Here we go.
Agriculture contributes about 33% of all the emissions of the world, depending a little bit on how you count it, but it's anywhere from 26 to 33. And we can't get to net zero. We don't get this job done unless agriculture is front and center as part of the solution. But with a growing population on the planet, we just crossed the threshold of 8 billion fellow citizens around the world. We just crossed that in this last year. Emissions from the food system alone are projected to cause another 0.5 degree of warming by mid-century on the current course that we are today. A 2-degree future could result in an additional 600 million people not getting enough to eat. And you just can't continue to both warm the planet while also expecting to feed it. Doesn't work. So we have to reduce emissions from the food system to keep the 1.5 degrees alive. Why do we have to keep 1.5 degrees alive? Because scientists, as a basis of physics and mathematics, not ideology and politics or party labels or anything else, as a matter of physics and mathematics and some biology and chemistry have told us these are the consequences. And we already see it happening. And almost everything they've predicted for 30 plus years now is coming true, but the problem is it's coming true faster and bigger than was in fact predicted.
Well, he really licks his bottom lip a lot.
I mean,
it's got ketchup.
So are we back to believing in science and biology? Is that what he just said? Are we back to believing it now?
Okay, listen. He said if we don't grow less food, we're going to starve to
I
death.
know.
That's what he said.
I know, Bubba.
That's how you deduce all that together. What an idiot.
He's also back telling us we got to listen to science again. I would love to ask him about gender. I would love to ask him about that.
We got to come back.
I'm so
break
confused.
some more of this.
Bubba,
down.
we got to reduce our food production so we don't starve.
What a
Rick and
goofball.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
News update.
It's a Rick and Bubba news
update.
Rick, do you remember the story about Kelvin Cochran? He was the Atlanta police chief.
Yep.
Do you remember?
I thought it was fire chief.
It was.
You know, I did too until I looked at this line right here, and it says police chief.
By the way, that's not it was a fire chief with the story that we were talking about.
Yeah.
Well, it's the same story. I wonder if they have misquoted it.
I think if it's the same guy that did the Bible study and wrote the men's curriculum and all that,
I thought it was a fire chief too.
I wonder if that story's just not a misprint.
It may be. Anyway,
because I feel pretty confident the guy we were talking about was a fire chief.
You remember he was he had a fine record, had done a great job.
Yeah, look right there.
Great job reviews.
So that headline says fire chief.
Yeah. And he was fired kind of abruptly after he had written a prayer devotional for Christians, and because he was a Sunday school teacher and some other things. And there was a section in the book about homosexuality and it being a sin in God's eyes based on the Holy Bible. The whole book wasn't about it, but that was part of the book.
When it came to marriage, it talked about God's standard for marriage and what was and wasn't sexual sin.
So the city council decided to terminate his contract and had kind of tied that into discrimination against gays and saying we're not going to discriminate against gays or anyone else if you're going to be part of Atlanta and we're going forward and inclusive, so we're getting rid of you. Even though on his job there was no record, no complaints of him ever discriminating against anybody for any reason.
And if you remember, Obama even gave him a very high title when he was president and was working with the Obama administration and was made a big deal of by Obama.
Now, it seems that after a lengthy court fight, this goes back to 2015 when he was actually fired, Atlanta has given up
and said that they voted to pay off a settlement that was negotiated between him and his attorneys. He will receive $1.2 million because of wrongful termination, and they say in the ruling that his termination was unconstitutional. The court determined that Atlanta's rules restricting non-work speech, like the book for Christian men that Cochran wrote, were too broad and allowed city officials to unconstitutionally discriminate against views which they disagreed with.
Yeah, you can't do that. We've been saying this over and over again. This man has not forced a government-run religion that people who work there must adhere to or face punishment. He was doing a men's Bible study that he put together on his own. He put together the curriculum out of the Bible that he believes in and gave it to those who might be interested in being in his Bible study. Those are not grounds for him to be fired, and I'm thankful that somebody said there's 1.2 million reasons we agree.
Yeah, it's a strange thing. They said in regard to the city's pre-clearance rules, the U.S. District Court for the Northern District of Georgia wrote in its opinion, this policy would prevent an employee from writing and selling a book on golf or badminton on his own time without prior approval. It would subject him to firing. It's unclear to the court how such an outside employment would ever affect his ability to do his job for the city. The city also provided no evidence to justify it, and it looks like it was just a stifling of free speech, not a problem with him on the job.
As a matter of fact, from what I recall, because I remember when it first happened,
in this paragraph they refer to him as a fire chief, so I think the other's just a
It's a typo, it's a typo, no doubt, because he is a fire chief, or was. But if you remember, he wasn't just a fire chief; he was a highly decorated fire chief.
Yeah.
And when they went through his history on the barriers that he had broken as an African American, and what really you've come down to is was something that cannot stand. This guy was fired because of his faith, no other reason, because there's nothing in his resume that were grounds for him to be fired other than he put together a book and a curriculum for a men's Bible study. You can't fire people over that.
No.
You certainly don't force anything on anyone or whatever, but making it available and it being what your core beliefs are, and you saying we're going to have a Bible study here involving whoever wants to attend, you can't fire people for that. And now there's a settlement. Now I want all of you in Atlanta to realize that your ridiculous city officials have just cost you $1.2 million.
That could have gone to teacher salaries. It could have gone to building parks. It could have put put asphalt in potholes. Could have done a lot of things with that.
Yeah.
Instead of paying out silly payoffs and legal fees.
Not only did they 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba, thanks for being with us. BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. How about those earbuds, baby? How about those earbuds? Look, you're out there and you got people telling you, well, you should pay double what you're paying for your earbuds because our name's on it. No. Go to BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. You've got premium audio earbuds. They're as good as anything out there, better than most. And let me tell you something, they're about half the price. Yeah, there you do. Half the price. BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. Save 15% by going to that URL. And that's so about half of the other brands. Same quality, if not better. Sound profiles so you can customize it. Gel tips that fit discreetly and comfortably. Okay? Noise isolation if needed. Awareness if needed. And all of this at about half the price, plus Rick and Bubba gets you another 15% off. What are you waiting on? BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. Go get yours right now. You'll also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Bubba, John Kerry just told us, as we went to the break, that we risk starving if we don't reduce food production. I'm going to say that again. Okay, that we're going to starve ourselves.
Right.
And I love
to have enough food for more people, we're going to have to grow less.
Now, keep in mind, the same person...
That's quite a plan there.
The same person that will not hear what science has to say about gender, same party, same everything, they want to condescendingly let you and I know this is not ideology, this is science. And for those of you who think this is about politics, it's about ideology, Now, he somehow grabbed a number that we're going to starve 6 million people. I don't know where that came from.
Yeah.
I don't know where this number. I know where it came from because I can smell it. It came right out of an area of his anatomy, because there's no way you can make these kind of statements, Bubba.
Rick, all of us can't continue to marry heiresses and fly around on private jets as our way of living. We have to actually get out here and work and live and be in the community. But this goes back to this other liberal idea that we're overpopulated. The planet is overpopulated.
Totally false.
And Elon Musk, who has been very successful in his career, has told us the planet is nowhere close to maximum capacity.
Go to Montana.
So we go back to this again. And, I saw, it was kind of funny, the senator from Wisconsin, I saw him the other day. He said, you know what? If it warms up 1 degree, we're actually going to be good for Wisconsin. We're going to have more farmland than we've ever had before.
That's right.
So, this concept of net zero is just, it's unattainable.
And it is a concept.
It's unrealistic, and I don't even think it matters, really. But this is just another way to grab power, grab taxation, and have control over the masses. Look, do we need to keep an eye on it? Is it worth studying? Absolutely. Is it a proven fact and the jury's in? I don't think so. Is the planet warming some? Yes, it is. But we also have indications that it has warmed in the past and it has cooled in the past. And Rick, don't make me go get the little piece of paper that I have framed on the wall in my office where the science experts predicted an ice age in the 1970s.
That is
was
correct.
coming our way.
That's correct.
So once again, the so-called experts were incorrect.
And I think it is.
Give me the buzzer. Can I have the buzzer for him? No ice age after 1970. Probably not going to have the planet warm up to the point that we burn up now.
Oh, I've seen how it burns, and we ain't got anything to do with it. But it is going to burn. But it's not going to be because we're driving vehicles and farming. I promise you that.
Yeah.
And cows are farting. It ain't going to be that. Right.
Look, I love farmers, and they are efficient to a fault for their own good. But it has been able to feed us and fairly cheap for a long time, and that's part of our prosperity and blessing here in this country. So,
and let me tell you why a lot of us should care. First of all,
we feed the world. By the way,
the world is overpopulated. People are very, very dangerous. So make a note of that. If to reduce the population is to save the world, we don't need those kind of people. Okay. The other thing is, these green people are going to make sure that everything that you and I have, all of us, okay, not just the evil rich, all of us are going to end up paying more for products that are not as good.
Right.
And that's where this is all going, all under the scare tactic of we must save the world, and we will be the ones that will pay the price. Our energy will cost us more. Our appliances will be not near as efficient as far as the way they work and get the job done. Looks like they're going to try to mess with farming, which is going to drive the price of food through the roof.
Oh yeah.
Every time you hear someone green, you need to think in your mind what's going to happen is you're going to have less of your green.
Yeah,
okay?
That's right.
So I promise
they're coming to get your green.
And I'm not saying that because that's a theory. We've already seen that happen. Okay, it's already happening. What they're going to do with this ridiculous, it's foolish, the ridiculous things that we're doing. But once if you can sell the motto, we're saving the planet, it's good for Mother Earth, and we must save the world. All that is as old as time. And think of the inconsistency. I would love for us to force the modern day Democratic Party to say, when do we follow science and when do we don't? It appears y'all pick and choose it.
Yep.
If you want to lecture us on how backward we are with our biblical worldview and all this, and you say we need to follow the science, of course, the very God we worship is the lawgiver. He's showing
He wrote
us,
the science.
He wrote the science. But if you want us to follow the science, you can't pick and choose it. So really what y'all should say is follow the science sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Not
follow
all
the
time.
science when it fits our political needs.
Right.
And
yes on this, no on that.
Right. And he was talking about how 35% of emissions are from agriculture.
Come on, man.
I'm
I'm good with that. I think we need that. So we need. I'm okay with that 35%. I don't think we should change that.
Adler,
what's the other percentage from? Let's maybe not cut down on the food that we have.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one that we're good with.
Yeah.
He said 26 to 33, depending on which numbers you go by.
Yeah, so get your number right, man.
Which again?
That means 15. Get your number right, buddy.
Yeah.
So great. I'm good with it. I'm good with that level of emissions if it means we can eat.
What if I told Longface, get off the airplane and won't you serve us something to eat?
Yeah. Quit licking that bottom lip.
Your airplane's doing a lot more damage than the farmer down the street.
This is what
if you believe that crap.
This is what I would propose, and I know he says whether we offset it with that. I think the farmers offset their carbon footprint with the plants they grow.
Amen.
If he can plant a pine tree and justify flying his private jet all over the place, I mean, I'm not against private jets unless he's trying to stop my tractor.
Yeah.
But if we're going to stop one or the other, I say stop the jets that he's flying on. Yeah. Let's keep the tractors rolling.
Right.
Keep the tractor rolling.
Of course, without a jet, I don't get to Pensacola and back last night. And
right.
And so I love.
I'm not anti-private jets. I'm just saying if we're going to use his standard.
No, you're right. I agree.
Because he is from this. I'm in the ruling class. I'm better than everybody else. My trash don't stink like your trash does, and I clean that up for y'all.
You sure did. Thank you.
Yes, well, thank you, Bubba.
But you're right. He can't get on a private jet in one hand and then say we're all going to die from carbon emissions on the other.
Well, no, he's got to travel the world and tell everybody about it. He said his job's very important.
Well, he said.
Remember, he was asked.
He said, "Let me tell you, you're right." He said, "You and you and you and you and you and you and you and me are peons."
Right.
We don't understand that we shouldn't have access to a private plane. Only he should, because his job's more important than ours, and his life's more important than ours. He's got to save the planet while flying around producing carbon emissions.
You know, it's really sad when you realize these people can't hold down a regular job.
No,
they can't do anything that produces a good or service that people will pay for.
If everybody is hired and fired on production, they wouldn't make it very long.
I wouldn't hire John Kerry to walk a dog.
To walk a dog?
Picture that.
Yeah. I wouldn't hire John Kerry. Well, I would hire him to move my boat out of the places where the high taxes are.
Right. Now, he's good at that.
He is pretty good at that. And move it to where the taxes are lower while saying we need to pay higher taxes. Really, what these type of politicians, these lifetimers, they're to what Bubba, Speedy, everybody said, they're saying you live one way, we live another, but we can live another because we're more important than you are. You peons. And by the way, there's too many of you, too. I wish we could kill a bunch of y'all.
I love how he says some scientists or whatever. I wish a reporter would go, hey, walk that out for me.
I would say that now. Does that? Yeah, I heard you throw biology, and you didn't mean to, but I heard you do it.
Yeah.
So would that biologist agree? There's 72 genders. Can we talk about that? Because I don't know where to listen to him on global warming. I'd like to know where he is on gender, or she is, or whatever.
Yeah.
Or it is.
Yeah. Are these the same scientists that was advising us during the COVID?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, the old COVID thing. The more we're finding out about that was a ruse, wasn't it?
Unbelievable.
Yeah. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is the
John
number.
Kerry just go home?
No.
Is it possible for him to go home?
No.
I've got to spare.
Rick and Bubba.
Cost you money.
You got rid of a really good fire chief.
Right. And who was doing a tremendous job and was in a place of leadership as an African-American man. So all they're saying is all these things are wonderful, and he'd have been perfect if he just didn't love Jesus.
Rick and Bubba.
We're back 10 minutes to the top of the hour. So you're thinking about Dad, Father's Day coming up. So talking to our various stores, looks like June 7th, somewhere around there, maybe a little fudge room. But I wouldn't, some shipping now has gotten better, but it still can be a little So if you need to get Dad a gift, go to rickandbubba.com. We got some cool stuff. Somebody help Daddy. If Daddy's trying to do a little bit better, there's a trying to do a little bit better shirt. Look at this coffee mug Greg got. So hold that baby up.
Yeah, I like it.
Look, let me tell you something. That right
that
there.
That might be my favorite one of all time.
I love that coffee mug.
Love it.
And then I've got the one we've had out for a while. This is your 20-ouncer here. It's got Common Sense as a superpower on it. That's another dandy. That's out there if Dad's a coffee drinker. And then if you want a signed copy of Transform, the new 31-day devotional, June 7th is the cutoff for that as well to get a signed copy. After that, we won't be able to get one to Dad and certainly not signed. So if you're looking for that, that's in show notes today, too, at rickandbubba.com. So think about Dad. Give him the gift of something involving the Rick and Bubba show because, let's face it, it's what every dad wants. Bubba, yesterday's, by the way, Bible study archive is available in Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Gary Palmer, who voted no on the debt ceiling proposal last night in the House of Representatives. We will ask him about that with Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, which will be out this weekend. We talked about LSU debuting the revolutionary air-conditioned helmets. And the players are saying it feels really good. You asked the question, Bubba, which is a valid question. How in the world is this helmet producing air conditioning, and how can it survive the rigorous demands of football and keep air conditioning somebody's head?
Right. Well, to cool air, you have to have a compressor. You have to have a power supply. Mm-hmm. You have to have fans that are moving the air across air handlers. And then you have to have it to stand up to the hits and the forces of a football helmet, which I find to be a challenging engineering problem. I was reading a little bit about this. The company is called Tiger Air. They began showing video clips of the new helmet, and it's called the Cyclone, the past few months on social media. And it says it's going to be the wave of the future, they think. Now, if I'm looking here and reading between the lines on some of this, it looks like that it may move the air around more than cool the air, which would, give you a cooling feeling. Cooler air or moving air would feel cooler. But as far as the technical abilities of this, they said it has about a 5-hour recharge on it, which means there's a battery in there.
Okay. Okay.
But what if you take a hit and the battery shorts out? On airplanes that can be disastrous. So,
yeah. Well, the good news is
it flame up?
The good news is in a lot of football we don't hit anymore, so the helmet doesn't.
Don't use the head. No.
Yeah, but I will go back and say.
Maybe we need to book the guys that do this. Tiger Air.
Yeah, Tiger Air.
Tiger Air.
Yeah.
The motorcycle helmets have this has been going on for a couple years. But to your point, Bubba, there's not a whole lot of collisions that
if you have a collision with your motorcycle helmet, you got more to worry about than how the air.
It's probably a one-time
event. They're built
event.
for that anyway. But this over and over.
Yeah. Practices and games and
I'm sure it's a new. You said Tiger Air out of New Orleans. I'm sure they put all this into. But it is something that I would love to talk to him about,
Absolutely.
and I am going to contact him. But
tell him how you do this.
Yeah, exactly. But I am sure that that's one of the first things that they talked about is, all right, collisions. How do we protect?
Yeah,
how do we
of course
protect
they
it?
had to. They had to take that into
Yeah.
account.
And
Look,
the weight, you got to look at that's got to be a lot of extra weight, even with a battery up there.
Those of us in here that played little ball, all of us played in the Deep South, and I'm gonna tell you something.
I'd love to have it.
I'm gonna tell you something. Playing in the summer of the South in helmets and football is grueling. And I can remember trying to do things. Of course, you would end up getting in trouble for it sometimes. I would take the crushed ice and put it in my helmet and then set it on top of my head. I mean, your head would become so hot just even to the touch. Yeah. And people trying to put towels in there, and of course they hated you messing with your helmet because then it could become dangerous. But I can remember being so hot and just being so miserable in that heat that you were just like, is there any way that I could make myself not be this hot? I mean, it's just, and you almost become crazed about it. I mean, just like in a haze.
We've seen they've had the technology that blows the air in the helmets. When you come off the field and you set them on back of the thing you're sitting on. We've seen them in the lockers, but to actually be able to do this on the field would definitely be. I think a step forward. They call it an air accelerator.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it's just blowing or it actually has some component to cool it.
Well, I will tell you this: if this thing works and they get it solidified, they're gonna make a lot of money.
Mm-hmm. And I think
because everybody's gonna want them.
You could follow suit with shoulder pads too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because really,
Get
if
a
you think
little
about
airflow
the
in it.
technology you're talking about is to fight staph infection and bacteria.
Right.
To dry
it out.
You dry it out, but really, once you've got to where you can blow air, now you got something going.
Right.
Yeah.
But how can you do it remote on that helmet and go through everything that helmet goes through?
I'm looking at the hardware here. It's I don't even see really how it fits in the helmet.
Can I tell you who I feel bad for? Can I tell you who I feel bad for?
Who's that?
Equipment managers.
This
is all
my air's
day
not
now.
working.
Hey, my air's not working. Oh my
Cut
goodness.
my air down.
That's a little different than the screws have come out of my chin strap.
Is this a picture of it?
This is a video of how to install the Tiger Air into.
Can I pot
your
this
helmet.
up? Okay. So
I'm sorry, that's just a picture.
I just sent you a
okay.
TikTok of it looks like a 9-minute video. I'm sorry I didn't have time to go through it, but it looks like there's a helmet sitting on a table, and they go through the process of how to install it.
There's not a lot. Here we go. Is this it right here?
Cyclone.
Got all of our
and I have not screened this.
earlier.
Well, surely
I'm sure it's safe.
Surely he's not.
Yeah, I'm just saying I don't know when they get into it. Looks like right here's a lot of prep stuff.
We got all the outlets, 2 couplers, 3 different pairs of the lengths of tubes, charging cables, charging blocks.
Look at that.
And we got a Rydell Speedflex here, courtesy of LSU football. Let's see how everything goes together. For this install, we're going to end up using a short tube, 70-degree angle outlets, and we're going to be putting it in an extra large Rydell Speedflex. Let's take a closer look.
I love Rydell, don't you?
Look at that, Bubba.
I love their coaching shoes.
Looks like some durable parts there for sure.
Well, they better be.
And then it looks like almost a little computer engine, a little computer fan, I should say.
Look at those.
Yeah.
Mm.
But
Wow.
and
Little
Bubba, to
muffin
your
fan.
point, it kind of moves it around enough to give that cooling feeling of just.
They
And
said
that makes a big
Yeah.
difference when you're in that Louisiana heat.
Oh, they said that John
Where
Kerry.
does it go?
John Kerry wants to outlaw them. Said it's going to hurt our carbon footprint.
Yes.
Well, I mean, you could get fancy. Why not build a solar panel into the helmet and then charge it as you
Are we
go
just really
elsewhere?
talking about moving around hot air? We're not talking about air conditioning, are we?
Yeah.
I think it's just going to be moving of air, which will feel cooler.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're sweating,
Oh, it's
it'll cool you off.
That's right,
See where
Adler.
it's installed.
Yeah. See, this blowing in your ears, it looks like. Blowing through the side of your head.
Mm-hmm. They fit it in between 2 of the pads there. it looks
Yeah,
like.
something coming down in the top.
I think about those. You get on a treadmill. Some of them have these fans on them now, and you think that's ridiculous. But if you've run for 5-10 minutes, and you turn it on, and it moves just a little bit of air, it makes a huge difference. And so that's probably what they're going to be experiencing.
Would
here.
you rather be stuck in the field at early afternoon in Louisiana, Mississippi, or Alabama, or the Florida Panhandle?
What now?
Not Texas.
Texas.
Not Alabama
going-
either.
Yeah.
Actually, not Florida either.
Louisiana, you ever been down there?
I'm going
Actually,
Panhandle.
No.
Hot.
South Georgia.
Hot.
Rick and Bubba.
Show as I'm sitting here. There we go. 3 Dog Night. Show as I'm sitting here.
Must have been cool.
Yeah, yes, show as I'm sitting
Is that
here.
really where that came from?
Yes, yeah. They named it after people who, in times, or live in places where they don't have heating or air, and when it would be real cold, they would
Right.
sleep with a dog to keep themselves warm. And when it was really cold, you would say, "Hey, it's going to be a 3 Dog Night."
You put 2 dogs in there, and if it was really a cold night, you throw a third one in there.
Hey, let's see if we can pack a third in here.
Yeah, you don't think about it. This idea of heating and cooling is a fairly new concept to the human history.
It really is. I meant to tell you yesterday, there's something over here that keeps happening, and I don't know if it's a piece of glitter or a light, and I've been trying to figure it out. But anyway, and I think it may be a piece of glitter because it keeps moving. So I don't know who here had a piece of shiny green glitter. Is that you?
No, I know what happened.
What?
Could have been me, but the bags that we had our gifts brought to it, they had little pieces of glitter
That's
in
what
it.
it was.
So
You know,
it was you.
Can I tell you
So
something?
most engineers worry about the host dumping liquid on the board.
Yeah.
We worry about glitter.
All right, I want you to look at this right here because this is hilarious. Because today it obviously revealed itself as glitter because it moved. Okay, so listen, yesterday, and I kept wanting to bring it up, and I kept worrying because it was on your microphone, Bub. We have something what we call a Q button, where you can put something in Q.
Right.
Well, it presented itself where it landed like it was a little green light that was on next to your Q button, and it was driving me crazy. And I was like, why is there a light on Bubba's Q button that keeps lighting up as green? Because you know how some of these things will have a little distortion light or something.
Yeah.
You're coming in too hot, and I kept thinking, why is it green?
It'll flash
And-
if you're
and
overdriving.
So I spent a lot of time on it yesterday, only to come in today and discover it was just a piece of glitter. So no need to. Hey, Tom Scott, never mind. But anyway, that's super Tom, the engineer. So we have much to discuss going forward on the program. A lot out there. Some things I really can't believe are going on. Some of that was discussed in the kickoff hour. Bubba and I were discussing in his office. Number one, Bubba will have to tell us what's happened to his leg, which was I noticed that during the prayer in the kitchen, and
I did too.
I thought to myself, rough day for Mr. Bussey. I didn't know
You
what.
should have seen it right after it happened.
Yeah,
that was a sight.
And you know me, I'm the kind of person that never notices anything.
Yeah.
And it's so distinct that I noticed it.
How about it looks so bad? I thought it may have happened this morning.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like fresh.
Well, when you have legs of a dancer, when you
Right.
skin them up, people notice.
Well, you know, my first thought was too, and it's sad, is where we are that really, you could have just fallen down. Or because really we're getting to the point now where sometimes you see things on us and it's not worth mentioning.
Well, every day there's a window of possible confusion that could cause me to fall, and that is right after the alarm clock goes off.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
As I told you yesterday, I was cutting on and off my CPAP machine, wondering why the alarm wouldn't
Right.
quit.
Yes.
Oh boy.
But after we move into that, past that first minute or so, everything's usually better. But yeah, I had a little accident yesterday. I'll tell you about it. And it was one of those where I was pinned in and I couldn't get away from it. And it was peeling my leg like an apple peeler.
Ouch.
When he told me that,
And you throw a little Plavix on top of that, you got yourself a mess.
yeah.
It looked like somebody killed a small animal.
or the Saudis that sent a team to come get you.
Right. One of the other Saudi hit team.
Wow, that Saudi
Yeah.
hit. That now the details was really getting bad now.
Turn the music
So,
up.
well, we'll break it down.
How about get out of here, or we'll kill you too when you get back to Saudi Arabia. Go back in your office. But
the
so
movie about this in the next few years that'll either end up on Prime or Netflix is going to be excellent, though.
well, you're right. You're right on that. So we have that today, and we have, and I know that this is a worn out point that we made on the air. It is. It's worn out, and I acknowledge that. the way we respond to things, behavior, if it's Democrats doing it versus Republicans, this thing where now people who are Democrats are physically attacking Republicans, candidates, and talk show hosts and other. This is just getting, and it's getting now where it's physical. I mean, we got some guy getting treated for a possible concussion that got cold cocked, sitting in a restaurant, and Ted Cruz. Of course, that one was not physical, but he handled himself well again. But there's been, we got a woman who's running, I think, for governor that's been grabbed, and she's showing bruises on her arm.
Brian Kilmeade got trailed by two guys around New York yesterday, and I thought that one, because knowing Kilmeade, and we're not running buddies by any stretch, but just the time we've been around him, I think he would be very sensitive to that.
Mm-hmm. But guys, I know, and I'm gonna try to only say this one time, because I think surely now we all know it. Can you imagine the wall-to-wall coverage and the crying and the screaming and the wailing if a Republican senator started calling on all Republicans to attack all Democrats, and people start saying, okay, I'm in, and it started happening? The thing, and there's a list of, it's not one or two, and we're up to like 6, something like that. If we had Republican people who had a opposing political view, physically attacking Democrats. From the No Name Studio out on the bleeding edge of technology, from Sweet Home Alabama to the world. Thank you for being here on all sorts of platforms. Find them all at rickandbubba.com. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here, interns in Rick and Bubba University, Lord of the Jacket, and Super P. There is Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba experience.
Well. The debt ceiling vote is in. We will talk to one of the representatives that voted against it, Gary Palmer out of Alabama, and not all Alabama Republicans voted against it. Some voted for it.
It's kind of split.
So we'll ask him about that. I think, though, it's pretty – I don't think it's inappropriate for taxpayers. Now, if you don't pay any taxes, then you can find you something to do right now. But those of us that pay taxes, I think it's appropriate and it's not unreasonable for us to say we sure would like to know how the money that we've earned and sent to you, it was our money first before you got it, what exactly you're doing with it. Bubba, we have a Republican, Joni Ernst, out of Iowa that agrees with us, and there's a watchdog group called Open the Books. It's been revealed that your taxpayer dollars and mine, that we have $1.3 billion that has gone to China and Russia for things like gender equality, cat experiments, and Bubba, Wuhan lab research. So the watchdog group has been trying to find our money. It says it's gravely concerning that no one in Washington can actually account for millions sent to Russia and China for pointless projects. This is what the Iowa Republican is continuing to say. But I have the receipts. I'm shining a light on this reckless spending so bureaucrats can no longer cover up their tracks, and taxpayers can now know exactly how their hard-earned dollars are and what they're funding and what they're being spent on. And then they go on to list the list that goes on. But $96,875 for gender equality. That is in Beijing. It's a Crossroads Cultural Communications Group.
Mm-hmm.
And Bubba,
sounds like a winner.
Yeah, and Bubba, when you look, you will find that we were funding Wuhan experiments on bats and coronaviruses.
Really?
That we have been sending them millions of dollars for that.
That Fauci has been denying.
Yes. Bubba, Russia, we sent them.
Can you believe that we're sending those kind of dollar figures overseas to those countries?
Right. We sent $770,000 in 466. We sent this to Russia and St. Petersburg. You know what it was? To experiment on cats running on treadmills.
Well, we need to know about that.
But and let me understand. I know we have fun with some of this and some of the titles. You look and go, well, maybe this was a little more. But this is what we can't have, and this is what this politician is trying to say, and others have said, not just her. And that is, we're constantly told that we don't send enough money. We're constantly told that our government is broke.
Yep.
We're constantly told that we have to go in debt, like we were just told again yesterday and the day before.
Right.
That we have to go in debt. But when we get upset, what do they just not know how to prioritize? Like, let's say you show up with somebody says, I'd like to send some stuff to St. Petersburg about that cat stuff they're doing over there, the treadmills. And you say, okay, so are we in the black? No, we're not. So we're in the red. That is correct. I don't think cat experiments. No. Hey, I'd
priority list.
I'd like to send something to this bunch trying to get gender equality in China. Are we in the black? So we must have money laying around, do we? Not a bad project, but I mean, do we have the money for that? We don't. Okay, so we probably need to have money to make sure our military is ready to fend off any enemies.
Right.
We need to make that priority. Okay.
But we can even spend ourselves into a problem with the military.
That's right. Yeah, but the military, I'm also going to vet out what's important and what's not.
Absolutely.
Social experiments, taxpayers will not be funding those. Weapons we need to be a superpower. Yes,
and deter any enemy from trying to take us on.
Right. Do we need to pay our military a wage that they actually can make a living? Yes.
Take care of the vets. Yes.
Right. Do we need to be spending money on all the wokeness? Absolutely not.
Nah.
And the Navy's trying to lecture us a little bit on calling us some bad words today, on us demanding those kind of things. I don't know if you saw that story. I'm not going to hear Navy officials call critics of the LGBTQ plus pride efforts. They're calling us bigots and buttholes, but they're not saying buttholes. These are Navy officials. Well, I tell the Navy that the money I'm sending them, you're not going to tell me I'm the bad person, that you're squandering my money on this kind of stuff. That's not the role of the military.
No,
I want the Navy to be ready to go. I don't want them, handing out rainbow flags and having marches.
No, and I have to quote the great late Rush Limbaugh on this. They are to kill people and break things.
Yeah. So these Navy officials that find our point of view disgusting, I'd like to sit down and look them eye to eye and say, I fund everything you do, and so you're telling me I'm disgusting. So my worldview, you don't hold on the same level of other worldviews. Here's an idea. Why don't you get out of worldviews and defend the country?
Yeah, do your job.
Yeah, including mine. Including mine. It's not your job to cater to mine. It's your job to defend this country. So why don't you just stay out of all this?
Mm-hmm. Our gross domestic product is about $23 trillion a year. Okay? We're in debt $32 trillion. We got more debt than we could make in 1 year, running wide open with no money going into it.
Yeah, but I want you to understand, Bubba.
That's a red line.
Right. So
you can't be doing the fun stuff
with that kind. Yeah, with that kind of number, this 1.3 billion that we sent to China and Russia for all this ridiculous garbage. How can you keep looking at us, the taxpayers, saying, we need more money from you? No, why don't you just be wiser with the money we've already sent you? Why we should demand that. And
what could that do at the border?
This needs you had the policy a couple years ago personally, and we've all adopted this at some point. The year of no.
Yeah.
We need about 10 years of the year of no.
The power of
the decade of no.
And our political correctness will not allow us to do this and stomach this because we've gotten weak. But we do. We need a decade of saying no.
Look, me embracing the power of no has given me a large portion of my life back.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, the power of no.
Yeah.
I'm not doing that.
No. Two letters that are so very powerful.
Yeah, and even thing that's not a bad thing. It's just not. I can only be involved and be effective in this amount of things, and that even though that's a great thing, it's a no.
Yeah,
the power of no. Yeah, I'd like to do that. No.
Sorry.
Right. And I think it's kind, too, because sometimes we lead people on knowing we're going to say no.
Absolutely.
And we delay it, and we try to presidential it and lay it on our desk. And really what we've done to them is given them false hope. And we've made their life miserable because they think that since they didn't get a no, they might get a yes. When you knew it was a no the first time you heard about it.
And they could have been planning to move on to something else.
That's right. Yeah.
The presidential is a classic, though.
It is. It really
It's even written into our Constitution.
It really is.
Yeah. That's where we got the name for it, the presidential. You just just leave it laying there till it expires.
Hey, Rick, we'd like to do a treadmill cat stuff in Russia. That's a no.
Yeah, probably not.
Yeah. Hey, we'd like to talk to China about gender equality. That's a no.
Nah.
That's a no. Yeah, talk to me something that the American people desperately need, and we must have, and then we'll consider that.
And
again,
remember,
and
all,
like
the,
you
all,
said,
this,
though,
all this spending is what causes inflation.
Yep.
Remember,
Got-
too much money
Guys,
is in circulation.
Well, here's the thing that gets me about it. To your point, Bubba, what you just made, these are not even hard nosed.
Right. Yeah.
If somebody came up to you and you and your family were in debt in massive red, and they came up to you and said, "Hey, we're coming through the neighborhood, and we're looking for money, and the money that we're going to do, we want to build a new pavilion over here at the park."
And everybody wants a pavilion, and a pavilion would be good, but you ain't got the money to build it. Don't build it.
I would say, you know what? I don't have money for that, so that's a no. Yeah, I got to get this house back to where we're paying our bills, and people and people aren't going to foreclose on
Yeah.
this, so I can't build pavilions.
No.
Now, if I get back to where I get into black, come see me.
Yeah.
You know, and if I got money laying around, then absolutely, it may be something I'm going to do. But how our government keeps telling people yes, and then telling us send more. And remember, fair share, old Rick and Bubba segment, but it's a dandy. Fair share has never been defined.
Nope.
What is fair share?
Right.
Everybody else gives me an invoice. Can y'all not give me an invoice? What do y'all want? Well, we just want more. That's not a number. That's not a number.
Yeah, but they don't want to be limited by that number. That's why.
Get in the black, I'm back.
Yeah. They're going to drive this place right into the ground.
Like that?
We're sitting on a campfire throwing wood on the fire.
Yeah.
And wonder why it's getting warm.
Yeah. And both parties are guilty of it. You just try to find one that's less guilty of it. We'll be back 16 minutes past. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Even imagine what I mean, we might not be able to broadcast today. They may demand that there be wall-to-wall coverage, and that people that we must scream. What's happened to our system? And I would say I agree with them when this kind of stuff is going on, guys. This is that third world country. You know, look, like I said the other day, and others have said it. You know, this is the United States of America, and we're behaving like a banana republic.
Yeah,
I mean, it really is just.
Yeah, you made a good point. If it was reversed,
can
and
you
this had
imagine?
happened during the Obama years, you would have had the Attorney General on TV threatening some kind of new hate crime, legislation that was going to take everybody's stuff. Well, I mean, it would be over the top.
If I were Democrats right now, and there are some that are calling for this to stop, I would just say, look, Maxine Waters is crazy. We didn't think people would listen to her. At least
I know how you can end it.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The Saudi situation,
So here's the deal.
Yeah.
And it is a very complicated situation.
Mm-hmm.
They are an ally. They're an ally in a very key part of the world, and they are probably the linchpin that kind of keeps Iran in check.
And don't forget the sweet deal we just did with them. That's going to provide jobs and money. And
yeah, we're exporting a lot of military hardware to them, which we have and always have. But if we don't do it, they will only make an alliance with China or Russia and take their stuff and pay them. The oil thing is not as critical as it used to be because we're passing them now as an exporter of that. So that's not as critical. It is critical. You don't want them to completely crash the market and run the price down or up too high. Either way is bad. I think the real catch here is we have to decide as this, and again, don't rush to judgment. As it's investigated, we don't let CNN decide who's guilty here. Let's look through it. We have to decide, is this a state-sponsored event or is this a rogue person crime type event?
Right.
Now, on the surface, it would look like it is a state-sponsored event at some level. So we don't know if the king ordered it, the prince ordered it, some of his people ordered it. It is possible that somebody down the line who is told to clean up messes did this, and they really don't know what all that they did. Well, they may not want to know.
Well, you brought up a point too that I think Americans have been guilty of this.
Yeah. Now you're talking about the way we don't understand how they operate.
What we don't. We're a constitutional republic that is supposed to be designed for the people of the country to redress the government, hold the government accountable, and we're supposed to not allow it to become as large as it is now. We've kind of fumbled the ball on that.
And Rick, too, we all
checks and balances.
We're used to being able to object.
Right.
We used to just we could talk about it. Now we have social media. I mean, we are our own judge and jury in our own mind on a lot of issues, and that's a freedom that we have to be able to do that. They don't have that. They don't live under
this is a kingdom.
Right. Saudi Arabia, the king, the prince, they may not even have a moral problem with killing these people because that's what they're used to. That they are used to, they are the law. Whatever is good for them and the Saudi empire is what's good for the law. So if you have to kill somebody to save it, it's no big deal. That's what we do.
Yeah, and if they ever get to the point you said, we look around at our royal family and we don't like these people and the way they're acting toward us, we send our team to kill them, and then they just move on with their day. And sometimes they even look around and go, why is everybody upset? I mean, we're the king, and we're the royal family, and
we make the law.
We're the tyrant, and we do what we want. And it was funny.
The law says we can do what we want to do, so we need to kill somebody. We're going to do it.
Well, I remember it in the movie The Nativity, and I actually heard a pastor talking about King Herod the other day.
That was a good movie, by the way.
He made the point. He said this is King. He was talking about a time in biblical history. He said, now this particular time, this is one of King Herod's sons that he didn't kill. He said, now he had 3 sons he killed, and a few wives that he killed. He said he really regretted killing his first wife because he really loved her.
Right.
And all this. And he said, but
he got away from him.
Right. So he said, this is a son that actually got to take his place because he wasn't killed by his dad.
Right.
And you remember in that movie when he comes to the son that he thinks is putting together a little coup against him, he said, do you remember what happened to your brothers and their mama? Yeah. And they're no more. So I didn't really like the way you behaved when people were coming against me. I need to see you'll be reject that a little bit.
Right.
It almost looked like you were kind of for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so for them to take somebody that is in opposition to the royal family and take them out, to them doesn't feel the same way it does to us.
It may.
21 minutes past the hour. Here we go. First phone troll of the day. And the phone troll is a little different. Phone segment. That means meaningless shout-outs, shameless plugs out, baby predictions out. What we're doing is we are simply talking to people about topics, making comments, asking questions, bringing information to the old show here. The old buzzer gets you at the 30-second mark, and then another person gets their opportunity. So if you dial right now, Lord of the Jacket is standing by and ready to take your phone call at 866-WE-BE-BIG. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Also, while you are waiting, making you aware of a couple of things that are coming up. Those of you that are looking at themanchurch.com, Brian Gunn will be down in Webster, Florida. That's down near Tampa, First Baptist Church. They're doing the strategy. Brian Gunn will be speaking there coming up on June the 11th. So make a note of that. If you're in that area, I get emails a lot of times. Hey, is anybody near us doing Man Church strategy? Well, there you go, down in the Tampa area. And Gunn will be coming in. Also coming up Father's Day weekend, I'm honored to be going to the Gridiron Men's Conference in Huntsville. I'll be speaking along, and it looks like he's about to announce he's going to be running for president. Mike Pence will be speaking there. David Jeremiah will be speaking there. I know, Bubba, that's one of your favorites, mine too.
Yeah, I love him.
Robert Jeffress will be speaking there. Out of Texas. Phil Waldrop will be speaking. Charles Billingsley will be doing the music, and I'm honored to be speaking with him too. If you don't have your tickets for that, gridironmen.com, and it looks like that may sell out. I mean, there are already well over 4,000 tickets that have been already sold for that. So looking forward to seeing all of you there in Huntsville coming up on Father's Day weekend. And then that Sunday morning at my home church in Birmingham, Brian Gunn again, one of our teachers from themanchurch.com, will be speaking to the men of my home church at our Father's Day breakfast, which we love. He'll be providing the message there. That's a free event. All you have to do is just come, but go to that link there and register so we know how much food we need to cook. Let's start with Seth. He's out of Milton, Florida. Seth, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Roll Tide and Green Acres.
Roll Tide. What's on your mind, buddy?
I was just going to take a trip down memory lane to mid-2020, COVID peak. We had issues with American production. We had ammo shortages. other commodity shortages. And I was just wondering, have y'all seen any forward progress on that front on getting products made in America so we don't get caught with our pants down again?
Well, now keep in mind, there is, I think, common belief, and then what is the truth in some of this. A lot of our shortage problem was based on people who were out sick. Okay, we didn't have truck drivers, we didn't have people to work. There obviously was the scare factor involved with it, because we did lose a lot of people who were, weaker with their physical health. But a lot of people were just out of work, so there's really no way around that part of it. But I think where we probably didn't handle this right is we threw money at the situation, and we had less items, more money, and that is the absolute basic recipe for inflation.
Yep. JR, but to your point, if you're wanting to do more business in America, you're going to have to change administrations. Because one of the reasons people won't do business in America, including Americans, is because it is economically difficult to make a profit because of all the regulations and the taxes that we have here with the central government out of control.
And even if you look at each individual person as a business, why would I go to work and make a certain amount when I can stay home and make that amount or more? I mean, our whole system is out of play right now because there's no logic. We've been buying votes and patting voters on the head with paychecks for so long to get reelected. The whole supply chain is goofed up.
Yeah, you would think, and I know this is a dream, but you would think that people's character would be bothered by the fact that they're contributing nothing and taking taxpayers' monies for doing nothing when they're mentally and physically able to work. You would think that would bother people, but apparently it doesn't.
Right.
At one time it did.
That's why people drive slow in the left lane.
You know what? JR in Alabama, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, I got a name for Adler's new van.
Okay. All right.
Okay, we're going to call it Chris Eagle and the A-Team. How about that?
Chris Eagle and the A-Team. Your family's last name's Adler.
That's good.
What starts with a...
That's good.
An A.
And I am going to get an airbrushed eagle painted on the side of it, so that's perfect.
With his deadly talons out.
Yeah, grabbing like sheet metal. It'll look like it's grabbing sheet metal. It's going to be awesome.
A-Van. I like the A-Team, by the way.
I do, too.
Yeah.
Chris?
What about Dick Van Dyke?
My God.
Van?
That's not bad. That's not
Say
bad.
it again.
Van
What's
Diesel.
wrong with him?
What about Van Diesel? What about Dick Van Diesel?
No.
Now
What about Dirty Dick Van Diesel?
No.
Greg, see what you've done?
What are we doing?
Hey, little man behind the curtain.
Something's wrong.
You see what you've done?
Hey, this was a
I'm
loose
better.
cannon lately.
Wait, what's happened with you,
Loose
Evan?
cannon.
Yeah.
What's happened with
I
you?
thought those were all good names.
Oh, wow, that pop was
Van Wilder. Oh,
It was
well, that's good because I'm getting wild.
Are you sure that your dad rode to Texas and back with you just recently?
Yes.
Okay.
Right, okay.
Yeah. Maybe some topics y'all looked over. Maybe we should have covered.
Yes.
Okay.
You're probably right.
Okay. 866.
all you.
We be big.
Greg, if you need to speak, you just lean over here, bud.
Flip. Welcome to Rick and Bubba. Flip, go ahead. How you doing?
Hey guys, listen, my spiritual growth is going off the charts. You know, Greg prayed me through 2 open heart surgeries back to back, and now Bubba has helped me with my language by giving me the phrase, "Your trash don't stink."
Right. Wasn't that better?
Okay.
Yeah.
We're just
yes, sir.
we're just here trying to help.
trying.
mean, you can still make the point, you know.
Thank you. I mean, it is climbing beyond heights.
Yep. Off the chart.
Thank you, buddy.
What do you think about it, Greg?
Gail in Gardendale.
I would have got Adler's, but I couldn't read it.
Yeah.
1047 WZZK. Gail, go ahead.
Hi, I'm a first-time caller.
Thank you, Gail.
And I wanted to just take a quick minute to wish my son, Jared Bradford, a good luck on his new job that he's starting Monday. He's starting to work for a construction company called Stewart Construction, and they build decks and fences. And he is a huge Rick and Bubba fan, so I know he will be listening this morning. He is
How about that?
I'm so sorry I didn't give a timeout because I think I know Jared.
Really?
Yeah.
How about Mama?
I'll tell you how. Speedy, I think you know him too.
Proud Mama.
Big job on Monday. How about that?
Thank you, Mama. 866 We Be Big is our number. Bottom of the hour. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming your way right after the bottom of the hour break. Thanks for being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Supposed to be the moral thing to do
in their
mind,
in the twisted way
in
of
their mind,
which is why you don't want kings.
Right.
You don't
Right.
want kings.
Now, I'm not justifying what they did,
No.
but I'm just telling you the way they look.
But
at
we
it.
go around and we impose the way we see the world on the rest of the world, and the rest of the world doesn't see it that way.
No, not especially on their internal things. That
Of course,
they
we
do.
don't have a lot to say right now since we're allowing political candidates to be attacked, just like Saudi Arabia.
Right, it's looking more and more like it.
Yeah, you're right.
But
We've got
here's-
anarchists now, and
here's
so
the
we look
thing,
a little
too.
more like it than we did.
Here's the thing too, and it's very complicated. I've enjoyed hearing people comment on this since this all broke because some of this I wasn't really aware of, but the Crown Prince has kind of been a character and a force for change in the Saudi kingdom. He
not as much as the journalists thought.
No, not on some issues. He's still not big on you dogging him. But he has been the one who has been behind the movement to let women drive, to have elections of some degree there on local levels, to change their economy. I mean, they were 100% their economy based on the oil production. And he realizes that is not going to be the way to carry on the next few hundred years, that they've got to diversify. And he's been working on that. So he's done some good things.
And he was the one, back to the other thing we talk about. He has other siblings.
Yeah.
But Daddy King decided he's the one that will be the crown prince.
Right. He's going to be the next one. So
well, he was.
And so, he's good in some ways, but he doesn't like the criticism he's getting in others. And some
not
are
a big fan. Not a big fan of the press.
Some are criticizing him on both sides, saying he's not doing enough fast enough, just like here, and other people are criticizing him for doing too much too fast. So, when you're out there plowing and you're the tip of the plow, you're always going to have the hardest ground, and that's kind of where he is at this. I'm not saying good or bad on that. I'm just saying that's where he is.
Do you have any idea what this journalist was opposing him on?
No.
I don't either, because you're right. He was trying to modernize the place a little bit.
Right.
And I can't. Was the journalist saying you're a hypocrite? You're not really. You're not really what you're claiming to be. You're really just as tyrannical as any royal family we ever had. You're just doing PR.
I know.
Or was he someone that thought that Saudi Arabia shouldn't be modernized and become more like?
I know the journalist has been pushing for a free media. He wants the media not to be controlled by the Saudi family. And as you saw, that didn't really go over well.
So it's likely, especially with him being tied to the Washington Post, it's likely he was saying that famous tear down this wall. If you say you want to go modern, then free the press up and let us.
Well, and the prince, too, you remember, he went and held a bunch of them hostage to get money out of them that he thought was corrupt.
That's right.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 35 minutes past. Rick and Bubba Show, thank you for being with us. Fieldofgreens.com. And I just keep getting so many great emails about this. I am in love with this product. And thank you. Any questions you have, let me know. I take it twice a day, and it has it's had an incredibly positive impact on my overall health. And if you are still kind of on the fence on this, make the move now to fieldofgreens.com and go ahead and get started. And it's gonna be backed by a better health promise. Each ingredient in the Field of Greens was scientifically chosen to support vital organs. I mean, you're talking about, when we say vital, that word tells you everything you need to know. Heart, lungs, kidneys. Also, don't forget, right now, we were just talking about it. You heard Bubba mention, when we had the pandemic, those that were the ones that were at the highest risk were what people who have compromised immune systems for whatever reason. Well, this also supports a healthy immune system. And boy, have I seen a major difference there as well on, just you're not feeling well sometimes. The energy that you get is a clean energy, if you know what I mean. It's not like a stimulant, doesn't make you feel jumpy or anything like that. And there's a reason, because it has all the ingredients that provide the fuel that science has told us that the body needs, the right servings of vegetables and fruits and the right vegetables. Fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code Bubba right now, and you'll save 15%. You can also find them at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button, and you can hear what I heard from my doctor just recently. Hey, Burge, whatever you're doing, keep on doing it. All right, so let's talk a little bit about the Republican Party and Trump. Now, we all kind of enjoyed when Trump would talk to the opposing party and the opposing ideology and shoot them straight and talk about how we make bad deals and all that. That Trump, we were all breath of fresh air. We loved the economy that was produced under his leadership. Certainly look at that second term and some of the things that went there, and there's a lot of questions and people pointing to there was foul play and all this. But then there's the Trump that we're not that crazy about, and that's the Trump that can't be coachable and now is attacking his own party and the other candidates who are wanting to be president. And it's almost at times it feels a little bit maniacal, almost like it's not even thought through. And I know a lot of times that it's not. One of the things that I was saying, and I can't remember, I don't know if I can say the name right, Kayleigh
McEnany.
McEnany, is that how you say her name?
There you
go. I don't know that Kayleigh McEnany could have been more of a defender of his when she was.
It is hard to say, isn't it?
It really is. I wish it was a different name. Well, this is for Ron DeSantis, which we'll get to. But he trashes her yesterday simply because she quoted poll numbers that gave him a lead over DeSantis.
26 points, right, is what she quoted, and Trump took issue with that, saying it was 34 points.
Right, and but then he goes after. He calls her milquetoast. Now he's giving her a name.
Milquetoast.
And then he says the rhinos and the globalists can have her, talking about Kayleigh McEnany, and Fox News should only use real stars. So he's trashing a person who's done nothing but defend him the entire time she's had a platform, just simply because she had him up by 25%. Versus 34, and like that's some kind of dig on him. Has this person ever not been loyal to Donald Trump the entire time? Was Mike Pence ever not loyal to Donald Trump? Was DeSantis ever not loyal to Donald Trump? And now he's going after people that I just don't see the benefit of it. And of course now he's dealing with he calls him DeSanctimonious, but Ron DeSantis. It was kind of a, because he just gets reckless when Trump wants to go after you. He tries to make everything about you negative. And now he's trying to sell us that Florida has not been run well by DeSantis.
When he used to brag on Florida.
And that's where he lives. And so.
Well, yesterday he was running DeSantis down and talking about how bad Florida was run. And DeSantis was asked about this on the campaign trail yesterday. And he said, well, I won't give you the exact quote, but he said his whole family moved to Florida under my governorship. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
And the crowd laughed about it.
And like you just said, he used to say how great Florida was.
Right.
And then he said the thing you just said. And then he said his whole family moved here while I was governor. And then he said, are you kidding me? And he said, so
he said, I'm going to respond to attacks. And he said, if you say Cuomo did a better job with COVID than Florida did, first of all, that's not what he used to say. 6 months ago, he would have never said that, right? So, and there's truth to this. I mean, Trump's on record of being supportive of how Florida handled it versus Cuomo, but now that DeSantis has the audacity to run for president, suddenly DeSantis ran Florida terribly, and he's calling him names, and then Kayleigh McEnany going after her for simply having the number what he says is not right. But you could just say, hey,
look, political opponents, you kind of expect some of that,
Sure.
even though Trump is contradicting himself, which is not a wise move, I don't think.
No.
And that, but when you go after her, Rick, she probably had the toughest job of anybody in that administration, to go out every day and face the media and try to defend Trump and what he was doing. And I mean, it's a tough job, even if you're in the right. And I felt like that was a little Bush League attacking her, honestly.
Well, all he had to do was come out and say, hey, I appreciate Fox and Kayleigh reporting that I'm up by 25% over DeSanctimonious, which is what he calls him. But the poll numbers
say add a few to it.
Yeah, there's a poll number that says I'm 34% up. I just want to make that clear. There's no need to call her milquetoast. There's no need to say Fox
toast.
News should have real stars on. Now she's become a globalist and a rhino simply because she said 25% versus 34. I mean, it's not like she said he wasn't in the lead, or she said he's not the viable candidate, or he's not going to do a good job. And, you're just like, you just have a hard time, and this statement's been around for a while, when you're somebody that says, you know what, you're a good player and you can really, really help us, but you can't get out of your own way. And those, you got to be coachable. And there's a way that you have a path, I think, to possibly be president again, which I think would be a good thing for the countries economically and our relationships and deals around the world. But you're going to splinter this thing, and you're not helping anybody with this approach. You should simply just be out reminding everybody of the job you did and leave it at that. And frankly,
that's the best.
It's actually enough.
That's the best evidence.
Right.
The best argument for being reelected is, look what I did when I was in.
Right. So don't hear me saying or us saying that he didn't do a good job. Well, you heard us say that. We've had him on the show. We celebrated that.
Absolutely.
But I'm not going to sit up here, even if it's somebody that I think did a good job, when they're doing the wrong thing, and say, well, I got to give them a pass because that's the guy that I hope wins. You got to be honest about this, and this is not the way to go.
Well, it's just not good campaigning, because he's going to alienate enough people along the way that he needs to support him, that they're just going to be on election day. They're going to go, I'm busy. I got kids, whatever. I'm not going to stop by. I'm not going to stand in line for 2 hours to vote. And he's going to need those votes on election.
And I want you to think about this with this attack on Kayleigh McEnany, okay? What's the one place that he got hurt in the vote? Whether you believe
suburban females.
Okay. So he's going to go after a female that did nothing but defend him.
Yeah.
How would you like to be sitting there in your office going, what did he say?
I call this the granddaddy effect, and we've seen it happen to Greg in the last 5-10 years, where we saw one person and you put a picture of those grandkids in front of him, and he just turns into a completely different person. We need to find a way to do that with Trump.
I know. What is it?
The grandkid thing didn't seem to work with him.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So it's not taking effect with him, but how
maybe
do we,
a picture of himself.
How do we do that?
Right.
I mean, listen, he's big-hearted Greg now.
Mm-hmm. What do you think? I think there's a way. And
today I'm very proud of myself.
Do you think there's a way? He seems to respond to patriotism. Do we just need to be feeding him patriotism? That's your play, America. Look what's happened to her. Let's bring her back. You that was what you did before, and you can even point that you accomplished that. Let's accomplish that again. This other thing, don't do the things, to your point, Bubba, don't do the things that cost us votes that we need. The people that are going to vote for you, you think you're throwing them some meat. They don't need it. They're in.
Yeah, you really need to win the people in the middle.
We need to be running. We need to be running this campaign to get people to vote for us that didn't last time.
Right.
The people who voted for you last time, they're in. It doesn't matter what you do.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's not do the things that's alienating the voter block that we need.
And I can understand him being, I guess, aggressive towards those because in his political career he's been fighting how many fronts? But somebody needs to go, hey, same team here. I get that you need to go after everybody because you're getting attacked all the time from the left and you've had to defend yourself. But you got position players and coordinators and I mean now you're dogging everybody on your team.
And it boils down to he's just not coachable. He's just not coachable.
I hate that because the independent voters that we're talking about. That's who you have to influence, and
it's like he's throwing punches around. He's hitting his own people.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Yeah, don't just wildly.
It's that fighting on the way to the ring again. Yeah. And now you're hitting your own trainer, your own water guy in the corner.
That's right.
Let's fight the other guys.
Yeah. 866 We Be Big's the number. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
The pregame. Anarchist. Various little injuries all around, but the shin really was showing. So
that feels good.
And I told you yesterday my arm was hurting.
What happened there?
What in the
Let
world?
me see that.
Is that from them taking blood?
Worse
Is that from them taking blood?
Can I see that?
What did they do to you?
Oh yes, I'm getting blood.
Goodness.
Yeah. Well, this
blood thinners.
The stuff you're taking, you bruise easier now.
Oh yeah, you bump
You've
into
been
the door.
assaulted.
Yeah, sure.
It's like I've been on the campaign trail.
Well, sure.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
So
It's like somebody kicked your signs down.
Yeah, we had ordered this piece of furniture that I was going to put together. It's actually a workbench.
What a nightmare.
And it had a big, countertop grade reinforced top on it. Actually heavier than what a countertop would be. And it wasn't real long. I don't know, maybe 3-4 foot or something. And I was unpacking it out of the box. Well, the box was on the floor. And there was a bigger box on the other side of it. And then I was up against some cabinets that were already there. So I'm taking this thing out with two hands, and it's kind of awkward position to get into to try to pick it up anyway. And when I did, it slipped out of my left hand, which means it went against my leg that was slightly ahead of the other one.
That felt good, didn't it?
Ooh.
And Rick, it just slid down the front of my leg.
Oh yes, sir.
Like an apple peeler, and I could see the skin rolling up.
Oh
Hey,
my
got it.
gosh!
Come on,
You said apple, but you ever seen those things you peel potatoes with?
Yeah, same thing.
And it runs out of
Same
skin.
thing.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
And I tried to let go of it with my other hand, but it fell against the bigger box on the other side.
You started screaming.
So I can't, it's up and the other side is falling, and I'm up against the cabinet already. I can't back up.
Yeah.
Good.
So I'm like pinned in a potato peeler,
Yeah.
and it ended when it finally got down to my shoe.
So you just had to let it ride.
Great.
I just had to let it ride.
Let it ride.
It took a little longer than I wanted it to because I was trying to figure out a way to get out of it.
It's got me.
And it was already slow. I couldn't get back up under it to get a hold of it.
nowhere
Send me
to
that
go.
picture so we can show TV or swing around so he can see.
Well,
it.
you can't really tell now.
Oh yeah, you can.
It's cleaned up.
Yeah,
Well,
the light.
There you go. There it is.
There she is.
Oh, Bubba.
Bubba,
That's gonna leave a scar there, kid.
So, see where the skin. I see where it almost was over.
Legs of a dancer, isn't it?
That's a good night.
So it's really looks a lot better now, and it you know
that feel?
The minute it's done, I'm thinking, well, try not to bleed all over everything.
Yeah, because now you got the Plavix blood
Yeah.
going.
Oh yeah, it'll come on out.
Talking about the
then.
Plavix.
So I'm
You
running,
bleed,
trying to
you
get
bleed
something
like you bleed like you pouring water.
Yeah, it's like Kool-Aid.
Right.
And so I was trying, but it was kind of a mess there for a minute. But it's okay. It hurt a little bit at the time.
Yeah, well,
and for a minute I'm thinking, how stupid am I?
Oh, I hate when you get on.
I'm so stupid.
I get on myself and just dog myself when I do stupid things.
I know.
Stupid. Yeah, because I've hurt myself before.
And now I got a bloody leg and I got to put the bench together. You know.
Oh, you still got to go.
Yeah, I did.
So you spend half your time, wiping blood.
Well,
up.
sure you do. Yeah, because I didn't go quick.
No.
I did I did one of those. Now that wasn't anything like that where you dog yourself, other than the fact you just need to pay attention to what
Well, I
you're
didn't
doing.
want to hit myself because I was afraid I'd bleed some more.
Right. Is the other night, there's always these moments in life, and we certainly say in the Word of God is clear on this. Any temptation that comes our way is not of God. God doesn't tempt people. Our sinful desires or the adversary tempts us, but he does test us. And so there's times when I realize that God will test me on where I am with my cussing. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And so I've come a long way. But then there's those big tests, and I had one the other night. Look, we all know.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big. Thanks for being with us today. All right, so Bubba, you were talking about we're down to the NBA Finals. I don't even know who's in it. Who's playing?
The Denver Nuggets and the Miami Heat.
The Denver Nuggets and the Miami Heat. Okay. So you
Well, there's some interesting contrast about it.
Yeah.
Denver was the number one seeded team going into the playoffs.
Okay.
Miami was dead last, had a play-in game to get in. They have not had home court advantage throughout the playoffs. So you kind of have the gold standard versus Cinderella.
Right.
You have East-West. You have Denver, the highest city in the NBA, and Miami being the lowest as far as altitude-wise.
Okay. All right. That's nice little stuff to play with, yeah.
But one of the, really beyond that, and this is what kind of stuck out at me, the Sports Business Journal did a story on NBA mascots. And I really had no idea how much a mascot makes. Do you, Speedy?
I would have never.
Well,
I would have actually thought not a lot of money.
So there's just one in the NBA. They don't rotate. I mean, in other words, there's not multiple mascots. Because I know they give each other breaks during football games.
They're like six Big Owls. Hate to break the news to everybody.
Right.
Yeah, but
they don't go into that. They just refer to the mascot, how much he makes a year.
Okay, I think it's just one.
I'm going to assume it's one.
Yeah, is it 150?
I would say
The Nuggets mascot, Rocky, which is one of my favorites because of his ongoing feud with Westbrook.
Yeah.
And he's just funny. And he looks funny. He makes $625,000 a year.
How about
and
that?
For Helms, with his mascot ability, when I read this,
no question.
I thought Helms is leaving money on the table.
You really are.
Probably am.
You really are.
Well,
it's a lot of work, a lot of games.
And then I thought, well, he must be way out in front of everybody else, for some reason. The next highest earner is the Hawks mascot, Harry the Hawk.
That shocks me.
He gets paid $600,000 a year.
Good, nice.
Does he do tricks like that?
Third highest is Chicago's Benny the Bull. He collects over $400,000 annually.
Big drop,
so
though.
All of these guys are, in the multiple hundreds of thousands a year.
All right, so like this mascot, which
that was what started the feud. Did you see that? Well, okay, he's doing a backwards half-court shot, and Westbrook jumps up and goaltends the shot as he's walking on the floor. And that started the feud between Rocky and Westbrook. Look at the mascot. He's stunned.
How about he had that shot pretty much on? You know what? Yeah.
And then, of course, my favorite clip is when he's behind Westbrook when he's trying to throw the ball in, and they're having a little, and he does the stork behind
him? From Karate Kid. The crane, was it? Yeah.
The stork.
So I knew it was some water. I knew it was some water bird.
It's one of those water.
I know it was a big water bird.
Oh gosh, that's funny to me. Here it is. The video of it's funny because he only does it when Westbrook's not looking. Of course.
Right? Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's key. Right?
Just get him.
I mean,
Bubba's been talking about this for years.
Mascots own me. That scene owns me.
Yes.
Now, what about the Duncan gorilla that Phoenix has? Do they still? Because he was incredible. Some of the stuff he could do.
You know his name? Go the Gorilla.
Boy, he did some tricks.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah, he makes over 200,000.
And the buck,
big drop
the
off.
buck for the Milwaukee Bucks or whoever it is. He was another one to do it because I seen a story on him. He was like a gymnast, and he does all kinds of tricks.
So if you're pulling down $200,000 a year as a mascot, do you go? Wait a minute, Rocky's making $600.
Oh yeah, I got to renegotiate.
Well, I guess they say get your ladder out and see if you can do what Rocky does.
You got to give Rocky credit. He's got some cool tricks.
He really does. No, I mean he's
guys. Look at that.
It doesn't surprise me that he's the highest paid because he seems.
When you
to
look
be
at stuff like this, you think he's underpaid.
I know it. You're right. He's worth every dime. I'll tell you that.
I don't think Westbrook can knock this one down.
Look at that.
That's so funny.
He's on a ladder, probably what 50,
Nice.
30.
Yeah, look at that one. Banked it in.
He's on a ladder 30 feet up, shooting backwards, and rings it.
I'm picturing him practice because he has to practice.
Look at him come down like he's sliding down a
Bello
pole.
the clown.
Let me tell you what, that's a costume that's got some movement in it.
Yep.
Bello made me a nervous wreck.
Oh
He was-
yeah.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Good night.
So the finals start tonight.
Yes.
I got a question for everybody in the room.
Who's in it?
Oh, he just told you. Can you name more than one player on? I can't. By
I can't
the way,
name one.
Can you name more than one player that's
what,
playing?
who's in it, by the way? I missed that part.
The Nuggets and the Heat.
Oh, wow.
Denver Nuggets.
Am I right? Yeah.
No idea.
Larry Bird.
LeBron James for the Heat.
No.
Oh, he doesn't play for them anymore. Oh,
Jimmy
Nakembe Mutombo for Denver.
Yeah, Jimmy Butler for the Heat. He's probably one of the better known players.
He's the only one I could name right now.
Dwayne for the Heat.
I don't know one.
Oh, he doesn't play there.
And the big center for Denver,
Shaquille
Jokic,
who's been MVP. He's a Djokovic too.
That's why I said more than one because I figured everybody in the room knew who he was, and nobody did. But and I was unsure that he was on the Nuggets, and that's why I didn't say it.
I'm not saying I'm clueless with basketball. But who's this? James? Is it LeBron? Who is that?
I forgot that Nikola Jokic guy was on the. Has he always been on the Nuggets?
I don't know.
Is he the one that pushed the owner of the other team that was coming in his face? Okay.
Yes, the Suns owner, I believe.
And he said,
isn't he a Russian? Isn't he Russian?
He said,
Serbian.
I did not know
Serbian.
who was.
I'm still back at a mascot makes $600,000.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Rick, 625,000.
Right. Yeah.
Would you get in that costume, Rick?
For that, yes.
Yeah.
Would you climb that ladder and try to shoot for 600?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I would too.
What would be y'all's
I'd at least try
go-to
to do
move that wowed everybody?
I hope
front flip slam.
Yeah.
Ooh,
I hope it
okay.
would be something simple like I did a forward moonwalk.
I would have
Rick doing the running man.
I would throw paper that looked like water, on the crowd. The old Globetrotters.
Okay, that would be your move.
I
okay.
would have them build me a slide from the upper deck down to the thing, and on the way down, I'd make a shot, and that'd be my thing.
Okay.
I like that.
I'd also work in a drum solo.
Sure. That works always. Yeah.
I'll tell you, a mascot playing a drum kit is pretty entertaining.
It is.
So I get around
mascots are funny.
But
They
I
are.
thought, we've seen Helms in action as the country coyote.
Yeah.
And I'm going to tell you, the energy he brought, Rocky don't have a thing on him.
He peaked a little early and he got real hot in the costume. Look at this guy.
I needed that air-conditioned helmet.
Yeah, he came out of the gate wide open.
Wide open.
The best part, Bubba, don't forget, he was too tall for the uniform, and his feet were like at his knees.
he had high water.
Greg, remember,
Fur on.
Greg, the pace he set was not sustainable.
No, he couldn't maintain
It was
it.
not sustainable.
When I was a kid, I wanted to be the Charlotte Hornets mascot. Went back when it was just this guy right here.
Oh,
And
yeah.
That's basically just a dude in a bodysuit with sunglasses on.
Yeah.
That's like Orange Justice.
Orange Justice.
Yes, yeah. They've kind of upgraded the mascot.
Yeah.
I noticed.
They've got
Teal
one that's an
Justice.
actual hornet, don't they?
Yeah, now it's a real hornet.
Yeah. He's kind of odd looking, too.
He's a creepy hornet.
Yeah.
625,000.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yes, we've covered even this week. The whole time schedule we work and how we get into deep sleeps. Thankfully, I hope, and all this. So this
I
was
didn't last night. I'm hurting today.
This was night before last, and I'm sleeping really good. But I get the, also the thing about getting older too. And most every night at some point, I'll have to get in the middle of the night and go to the restroom. You know what I mean?
Sure.
So, but you don't all the time wake fully up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now,
just kind of go through the motions.
And here's what you'll love about the timing of this. I just love how there's so much timing in life that's just such a. My wife, I kid you not, to make this, because this is going to your second point you just had, exasperate the situation. She had just put those Redland cotton, white cotton sheets, and spread on the bed, and had got the bed, perfectly like we like it. So I go to get up and go to the restroom, and I don't know why we designed the bathroom this way or who did it, but our bathroom has those, I guess they're called French doors, so it's 2 doors.
Oh, yeah.
When you go into the bathroom out of the bedroom, it's 2 doors.
Yeah, so you got to.
And so there's 2 doors that swing open when you go into the bathroom, and then there's 2 doors you have to shut to come back out.
2 doors.
So I go in, and I'm using the restroom, and I'm going in and out of sleep as I'm standing there. You know what I mean? Which I try my best to be as accurate as possible, but, when you barely know who you are, and you're kind of just relieving yourself in the general direction of where it should go. And so I turn, and I guess I just barely opened one side of it. You know what I mean? One side came all the way up, and I guess I went in that way and didn't really do the 2 sides out. Y'all following? Y'all have the visual?
I do. Yeah.
So as I turn around, the first part of the door that I would encounter coming out of the bathroom is now not all the way open. It's kind of half open.
You run your foot under it.
And I ran my foot under it, and it peeled back my toenail. Yeah. and now I look down and look, and of course I'm just like, the first. I don't.
What if you look down? It's flipped up.
Yeah,
you got to reach down there and knock it down.
I don't know what I said, but remember, my wife had just prepared the bed that night with clean red cotton white sheets, and I looked down and my toes just bleeding. And I'm thinking to myself, well, I can't get back into bed now because now I'm gonna get blood all over the sheets. So I have to stop the bleeding before.
Now you got to get up, wake up, cut the light.
Because I was so sleepy that I would have just, if it was just my house and I'd have just gotten to bed with a bleeding foot and gone back to sleep.
Sure.
You know what I mean? And I'm
dealt
like,
with it tomorrow.
And I'm like, you can't even. I mean, golly. Y'all realize how bad those kind of little things? Now they're not
those
serious.
hurt bad.
That's not. There's nothing serious about that. It's just infuriating and hurts like the dickens.
Yeah.
I mean the pain of that is just like.
Well,
and it's like they turn the volume up. It starts out.
Yes, you start doing
and
that.
You bring up a good point last night because, we'd put some medicine on this, but I'm like, I was being warned, don't get it on the sheets. Don't get it on the sheets.
Yeah, because see, when you're bleeding, like we might have some more.
And then
bleeding.
when I got up this morning to get ready, I noticed I had blood on my foot.
Uh-oh.
And I'm like,
You think you?
But you can't go in there and look.
Do you think you probably did? A cut like that with Plavix and everything, it's not completely shut down.
Unless you put a huge bandage on it.
I let it air.
Then I tried to think about that question. It always hits you on mine. Where are the Band-Aids?
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, as we make our way back, and it looks like we have him on the phone. I was recapping yesterday, and thanks to everyone involved in all that. All the work that was put in yesterday, all of those people did the hard part. What we did was easy and enjoyable and worth every moment that we spent. But there was a moment I mentioned that, I met one of our brothers in broadcasting there with the broadcasting group that carries our show in this market in Dothan, Alabama, where this event was taking place. And I told you that I met one of, and he looked like Elvis. He was, sideburns, the whole Vegas era of Elvis.
Wow.
And at one point, their station van, now only in our radio world could this scenario happen. The station we're actually on isn't leading me to the book signing. It's another station in the group that happens to also have the station that carries us. And the station van for the country station that's in that group with Elvis at the wheel is letting me follow him to where the book signing is located in another vehicle.
You got to love it.
Can that happen in any other business?
You got to love it, Rick.
And
got to love it.
Undoubtedly, Jerome is calling. Jerome Jackson. Jerome, hello.
Hello, Rick.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, man. How you doing?
Good. Shouldn't you be on the air?
We are. We are.
Okay, good.
We got one more song. I don't have much time. No.
Okay, that's all right. We understand that.
Okay.
So why we stop playing music?
Thank you.
So, Jerome, you are an Elvis impersonator?
Yes. They call them Elvis tribute artists, but I go by impersonator. You can call me anything you want, except for Jeremy.
Right. Okay. All right. That's what Speedy told me. Yeah.
Well, Jerome, I think you're dialed in, brother.
You are.
I haven't even seen you, full act going. But I mean, if Elvis was working in Dothan right now, you got him.
Yeah.
All they would have to do is go to elvisjerome.com.
Oh, that's
and you
good.
Can check out some videos or on YouTube.
Can I tell you that? I will tell you this, Jerome. I'm not trying to tell you what to do in the future when it comes to social activity, but when you meet somebody for the first time, I'd lead with that. I'm Jerome. I'm a Elvis tribute artist.
Yeah.
And here we go, 6 minutes past the hour. From the No Name Studio out on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. And we are thankful that you are here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here today. Rick and Bubba University interns, Lord of the Jacket, and Super P, banging out a degree in common sense from Rick and Bubba University, that now a superpower. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. All we ask for is 5 hours each and every day. I don't think that's too much.
No.
And thank you for being part of the Rick and Bubba experience.
What else are you going to do with it? We're glad you guys are here. All right, so let's look at a couple things. If anybody has a daughter that is looking to get married, we now have the average cost of a wedding. Average cost of a wedding just hit $29,000. And I mean that's.
And let me tell you,
that's a small affair.
That's a low average around here.
Yeah, that's
from what I hear.
Yeah, 29,000 is just you're basically gonna have some sort of wedding.
Yeah.
I mean,
how many daughters you got? You run the math on that?
It's sad, I know. Sad you don't know how many daughters I have.
It was a rhetorical question.
Hey, how about this though? And
$60,000.
And as Bubba said, 29,000. That's a small affair.
Well, you're saying
if you
average,
got out for that, I'd be excited.
your average
sign that
cost.
contract.
So what can I get for $15K on the low end?
Well, you're going to have to.
We
get
don't
creative.
offer that package.
You're going to have to get creative, and so it's and then
how you on catering?
that's where you go to die.
Yeah. I got a few years, but hey, it's getting closer than I want it to be.
Hey, do you know anybody with a farm for the venue?
Yeah, I do actually.
Yeah.
Sure
that
do.
helps a little.
Yeah. You said
you'll have a nice place by the time this happens. Too.
You say you want to do it for $15,000?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll make that deal today.
How about this, $20,000?
Now it may not be. It may be 10. Okay, I'll
go
do that
below
right
the
now.
average.
Now listen. Let's see. One of them's 16. So hopefully, really, probably 10 years from now. Best case.
No, we'll have to factor in cost of living.
Or worst case. No, that's why I'm saying $20K now.
Yeah, go ahead. And you know what you do? You lock it.
Yes.
You lock in your rate.
Lock in the rate.
Yeah, right.
Don't forget Bubba. You could get married
And
on Beaver
I'll
Ridge.
promise this too. I won't. Maddie, I'll do 10 years later. At least 10 years. There'll be a buffer. A 10-year buffer. In between. I'll write you a check for $40,000 in the next year and take care of it.
Okay. Now look. For that, it's no frills. I mean, we use the barn.
That's fine.
How would you like a lake venue?
Yeah. So
under construction. We got time to finish.
Right.
What about $18,000?
And how about this? Now look. Hey, at that
I'll do it for $19,500.
Listen. At that price, we got the barn. It's set up pretty. We'll string some lots.
Can I fish?
Okay. And how about this? I'm gonna cook spiral dogs. That's gonna be the reception. We got spiral dogs for the reception.
Fish?
Yeah.
Can we fish?
Absolutely, you can fish.
All right.
And whatever you catch, you can take with you.
I can get the boat that cooks called Nibblers. I can have it on the dock.
That's funny.
Come on up, Nibblers.
Hey, a floating wedding.
I'll rent the pontoon with a slide on it.
That's
now you're showing off.
Are there floating weddings? Is that a real thing?
That's good.
Oh,
you know what?
Everything. There's
that's
everything
a good
you
idea.
can think of.
I don't. I'm gonna be careful here.
Oh boy.
There's so many outdoor weddings, and I know that seems to be the trend now. It wasn't the trend when we were growing up. Everything
churches
was
were trends.
Yeah, people actually got married in churches. It's hard to believe.
Yeah.
Well, they got married where they attended.
Yeah.
And
But when you go outside, you just roll the dice. I
Mm-hmm.
mean,
You do.
Oh yeah. Weather.
I would say the chances of it being bad are a lot higher than even being good because, I mean, even if it's sunny, it could be too hot, the humidity, bugs, all that kind of stuff. So it's hard to really get dialed in on a really good outdoor day.
Yeah.
They are beautiful.
Yeah. If you can hit the
Choked
weather.
up about it.
Well, I was thinking because I saw one not too long ago, and it was the weather was as good as it could be.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
But there was a little breeze blowing, and it's blowing across the microphone of the preacher, and you got all that rustling sound. So it's hard to get it perfect.
All right, so a friend of mine just said 15K is a starting point. Then you add this, you add that, and a little bit more, and you're at 25K before you even know it.
Yeah.
That's no extra frills at all.
You got to watch that catering.
Yeah.
20K.
20K was fire dogs.
Flowers and catering. That's where it all goes south right there. Yeah, so that's what we'll do. We'll pick some flowers from around the farm.
That's fine. That's perfect.
Yeah.
What is the expense? Is it the location or is it the catering?
Catering and flowers. Catering and flowers. The location is not usually that bad. It's the
food's huge.
It's the catering and the flowers, isn't it, Greg?
They just said that.
Yeah, flowers and
Well, I
catering.
was reading
Yeah.
this trying to figure it out.
Yeah. Cater. So, and you were reading this other story. By the way, I think this is more of an indictment on society, not the indictment on this bride. This bride, we're doing a Fox News story. Wedding rules from bride include removal of those who wear white or are disruptive. Everyone's very upset. By the way, I don't know how to tell you all that. It has been common knowledge that it's bad form to wear white to a wedding if you're not the bride.
You're right. You don't show the bride.
That's been known forever.
Here goes Rick with
Right,
wedding
ladies?
etiquette.
Yeah, look, listen, she is saying that we're going to have it at a church. It's going to be semi-formal. She said the colors are blue, purple, light pink, champagne, and black, and the guests are invited but not required to join in dressing these colors. And you know what she basically said? Wear whatever you want, just nobody wear white. Well, that's supposed to be common knowledge about being appropriate. Okay, when you go to a wedding, people are upset about her saying if you wear white, you won't be. And then this is the other thing. You don't believe this. Children are welcome. We even have a children's area. Please don't let your children be disruptive during the ceremony or the first dance. If so, please take them away.
Yeah.
How dare her? What are we talking about? Y'all are the idiots. This is appropriate behavior. This is and look,
And you have to ask now. There was a time when you didn't.
And she's not going to have alcohol, so that's really going to upset the drunks. But she said we're going to have water, lemonade, Diet lemonade, sweet tea, unsweet tea, Diet Coke, Diet Dr. Pepper, Sprite Zero, and root beer.
Here's
so
another.
she doesn't want a bunch of drunks at her wedding. She don't want a bunch of disruptive children at her wedding, and she don't want somebody showing up the bride by wearing white. And she's the villain in this story.
And Rick, listen to this too, and I can't believe you even have to mention this. There should be no other proposals or pregnancy announcements during the reception. In other words, and I've seen this where people get down and propose when they're throwing the
and she's the villain.
Yeah.
And then the other thing she said is
that's upstaging the wedding and the bride.
And those of you that have done weddings, Greg, you've done them.
Oh, yeah.
And Speedy, you've done them. Of course, you've been on the groom side, and I'm about to be on the groom side. But you do know what it is because you have to deal with it on the groom side. This is all we can invite. This is all we can afford.
Boy.
So they're saying once we say this is the number, don't do a +1 or bring uninvited guests. And she's the villain. You're rude to do that.
You're right.
You're not
That's right.
supposed to do that.
That's right.
There's a reason the number is what it is. It has to do with the family's budget. You know, we were told, hey, we got to get this number down.
That's right.
To a certain amount. And what we finally did, which is a real bizarre concept, we actually let the bride and the groom decide who gets cold and who doesn't. It's their wedding, not ours.
That's true.
How many we do at the farm?
I'd like to see us hold it to around 150.
Okay, I like that number.
Yeah.
I can work with that.
Yeah. So, and that's going to be
Put
tougher.
as many as you want to in boats.
Right.
Everybody just float.
Now we got a pasture, and we can roll on forever. But I'm just worried about how many chairs we got.
Yeah. No, I got you.
Oh no, you're gonna have
I'm
to rent
good
that
with
too.
150.
You're gonna have to rent chairs and stuff.
Yeah, and if we have to go inside, now we don't have a lot of room there. The barn, I mean, it's a nice barn, but if we have to go inside, we got issues.
Got to rent a tent too. I forgot.
Yeah, and plus, we got to stay out of a certain zone so the Adlers won't shut us down.
Right.
There's a certain protected zone they have.
Oh, really?
Yeah, in the barn at Shady Lane.
Yeah,
you got to be careful.
We'll send some muscle to your venue.
What is this, a franchise? They got a franchise
Well,
going?
what I'm
break your kneecaps if you don't pay the bill.
Yeah, look, they went to one place, kicked the cake right over. But let me say this.
Do it again.
Hey, but what I did, here's what I've done to try to win the approval of the Adlers, who run all bridal things here in our state.
Right.
And I went to them, and they're helping with like a couples thing we're having next weekend. So we've got them involved in what we're doing down there.
There you go.
So
Good.
So you're almost.
I
like,
think
it's
Beaver
like we're-
Ridge is far enough away.
Yeah.
It shouldn't
Yeah,
affect
you
y'all.
probably
We
won't be in
shouldn't
their zone.
competing. We're in different zones.
You know how we do with affiliates? You can only have an affiliate in a certain radius, and so you're right. I may be on the line.
I think you're out too.
I've got a moneymaker for Adler. It just hit
because
me.
you're on the other side of 65. You're on this side, it'd be a problem.
Start
It would.
mobile van weddings. Gut your van out and let it. You just step in the van, and I'll marry you.
Oh yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
And by the way, if you just joined us,
if
if that's the first thing you dialed over and you heard Speedy say, "If you'll get in the van, I'll marry you."
well, think about you just ride around
Stay
town
tuned.
like a food truck. Instead, it's a
What
you
about
know,
a honeymoon van?
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
portable
remember
wedding.
what Adler
like the
send them straight
Wienermobile.
on the honeymoon. They get married in it, and then I just send them straight on. I'm like, that couch turns into a bed. Have a great time.
Watch out.
What's going on with
I can't reach
It
his
was
microphone.
your idea.
Well, I didn't have couches.
You've
in
turned
the
it now.
beds.
You've turned it now to the honeymoon van.
I'm just trying to make money to pay for that van.
Right.
Well, I'm trying to help a van wedding.
I don't think you can do a wedding in a van, but you could be the honeymoon van.
Yeah. And on the side of the van, it says, if you get in the van, I'll marry you. You can get married.
Right, that's what I meant.
If the bands are rocking, you can get married.
You can see.
As opposed to not bringing it up.
Yeah, because it was when Cersei and Wingo looked at me and said, "Am I the only one that thinks that got us like Elvis?"
It's not just by accident; it's on purpose.
Oh, good. Well, thanks for your hospitality yesterday, both of you.
Yeah, you're welcome, and it was great meeting you and the guys that were with you as well, and had a great time with you.
All right, guys.
Hey, can we get an Elvis liner before you leave?
Yeah.
Like, hey, baby. You know.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Thank you, Rick and Bubba. I appreciate it.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's real good. Jerome, thank you, and say hello to the Memphis Mafia for us.
All right, thank you so much.
All right, man. See you.
There it goes.
Bye-bye.
You called him Jeremy.
Well, I was going off a text. I didn't know.
What was his website?
Jerome.
Elvis Jerome what?
Elvis Jerome something.
ElvisJerome.com.
Why does it go by Jeremy?
He does.
Yeah.
He does it.
That's
which
on-
is- which
that
is-
is on me.
There he is. Look.
Well, that is on. I mean, I was just going.
Oh,
it's
you're
on
right,
me.
I thought.
Well, in all fairness, you'd like to see me come up with that.
Well, I was
Since
just flying
there.
through.
You know what I mean?
But yeah, but
You know,
that's
And see, we
a lot of
all
pe- a lot of
we
people-
all do that. See, I get blamed for it a lot.
Yeah.
I know your dad does.
Yeah,
but
sure.
I mean,
Yeah.
you know, we really
It's a
all
lot.
do that a lot.
How about this? I'm
There's a
thankful.
lot of names we've run into.
And you know what? I'm thankful that we have been allowed to meet so many people.
Yes, I am
but,
too.
But the numbers of names, they do collide.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah.
it will, and you try to. I've had moments where I've realized about halfway through it that I'm calling one guy the other guy's name,
right?
And they're a lot of times they're very kind, and they won't even tell you. You know
sure.
that.
That's why you go with Buddy and Pal.
Exactly. Hey, pal. Good to see you, buddy.
Hey, buddy. What's up, buddy?
Hey, good to see you there, buddy.
Hey, buddy. Everybody's buddy.
Hey, brother. You ready to go? You know what I mean?
This Elvis thing. I was looking at the picture. The bad thing about if you're an Elvis, what do you call it, tribute artist?
Yeah.
You can't get out of the costume. The clothes you can, but if you're going to use your real hair and sideburns.
The hair, the sideburns.
I mean,
you have to stay with it.
Okay, when you're on stage being Elvis, everybody gets it, but when you're in life as Elvis, that's a little.
Guys,
Oh,
I'm
there he
combing,
is.
I'm
Is there he
combing through the
Is that him there?
ElvisJerome.com, and I got to tell you, he has got it.
Look, he's got the
You
mannerisms.
should have
down.
Skype, Rick. I don't know if this has audio or
Does
not.
it?
but-
Okay.
No. Yeah. Wow.
Greg's face.
He's got the clothes and everything.
The concert years with
Let me tell you this. He's got it down as far as presentation is concerned.
I hate to say this, he may be in too good a shape.
Well,
During the white jumpsuit.
Well,
there.
that's true. Jerome, if
I
he's-
really feel bad for calling him Jeremy now.
I know.
I mean, do you go?
Speedy, bring up some Elvis.
Do
and
you
just look
realize
at it.
one day, hey, I
You got
sing
some
kind of like Elvis, so, or do I look like Elvis? Which
Look,
comes
he's even
first?
got the blue one.
Oh, he's got them all.
Well, yeah. If you've lived with those sideburns that long, Rick, you got them all.
Is that
I bet
him?
there's a red one in there.
Is that him when he gets like the big band together? He
I
must
tell
have. He must have two different, like, you know, I've got my smaller presentation, or I got my full blown.
Wow.
It's really not bad.
Greg, if you've
This
had
is
a
good.
few and you're sitting in the audience, you might think that's Elvis.
I was going to say,
Yeah.
the younger generation would probably think that is Elvis.
ElvisJerome.com.
Speedy, bring up
Maddie.
an Elvis and just look at it for
that's
comparison
pretty good.
because you're going to be impressed. That is really
Can
good.
I tell you what, Jerome? I didn't know your presentation was that good.
Oh, he's got the suits and
the suits are
he's
fantastic.
invested a little cash in this
Yes,
Elvis.
he has.
Website looks
Does he have a
good.
Scylla?
But don't you agree to Greg's point?
That's a good question.
I wish Helms would come.
Their
on one
morning
day and
show
claim
should
he's
be
gonna
Elvis,
an
Elvis and Scylla in the morning.
I know.
It should be Elvis and Scylla.
Big
in the
E
morning.
and Scylla.
Oh, yes,
You
sir.
probably couldn't say Elvis, but you could say Big E.
This is Big E and Scylla. So, 21 minutes now past the hours. Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us today. Father's Day coming up. Here it comes. And, you know, this show has worked to try to say let's elevate Father's Day to at least the same place as Mother's Day. We're not asking for more. Have you shopped for your dad at rickandbubba.com? Well, make Daddy happy. We got some great stuff available for Dad. Get them probably shipping by the 7th of June. We feel good about that. So look for that at rickandbubba.com under our store, and you also see the link if you want to send a signed copy of Transform, the new 31-day devotional, a signed copy. Need that by June 7th for sure. That link is there as well in show notes. Bubba, we were talking about this, before you and I realized that we may go into the wedding business on the side. But one of the things that we always we learned about this. James Gregory used to do a hilarious bit about, if you fly in smaller aircraft, they do want to know how much everybody weighs.
Yeah.
Which, I love the James Gregory line. Hey, just fill it up.
Yeah. Yeah. Fill her up.
Let's don't crash because some fat lady lied about her weight. Okay. Let's just fill her up. But anyway, so now an Air New Zealand. Has anybody ever flown on Air New Zealand?
I have not, Rick.
Yeah.
Love to go to New Zealand. It's pretty.
Yeah. You ever see you doing that ever? Seriously?
No, I don't.
In your whole lifetime?
No, I just think
no
about
way.
it. I don't know. I never thought I'd go to Alaska,
There
and
you
then I
go.
went.
There you go.
Thank y'all.
Yeah.
Never thought you'd go to Roswell.
Yeah. What if
I've hunted aliens in Roswell.
What if JC starts playing a little ball on some team in New Zealand?
I could go.
All right. So
Picture
anyway, yeah, I talked a lot of baseball last night.
Really?
With Maniscalco.
Okay.
But anyway, so I told him, I said, I know sometimes you lay awake at night and just lament over the fact that I never played a little one bag for you. He goes, no, I saw you play. I didn't lament at all. He goes, we needed more than a batting average of 150. I would love the 20 home runs. That'd have been great.
That'd have been good.
But we need you on base more.
Yeah.
But anyway, as I told him, I said, let me tell you something. I was quite a player against average pitching. So New Zealand has announced that it's going to weigh some of its international passengers before they board the flights this summer in an effort to gauge average passenger weight and improve their fuel efficiency.
Yes, it's just a test, and to your point, they're doing a study on this. They say it's supposed to wrap up at the end of the week, but they're trying to get an average weight, so they know what's going on.
I know they have to have. I mean, weight is an issue when you're dealing with lift.
Sure.
But even with the big planes now, they put your suitcase up there and weigh it.
But they want to weigh you.
Well, I know that's.
Yeah.
But even now they're doing that.
Yeah.
I'm back to hey, fill it up.
Yeah. Hey, let's go back to this. Am I the only one, and it's a creepy feeling, and I got to stop watching it, and it's got you too. I got to stop. But Tom Messner, who was on our podcast, who's been a pilot, he told me to stop watching it. and that's at Smithsonian.
Yeah.
Airline tragedies. Rick, why are you watching that? You fly. And this is the thing. This is the thing that gets me.
Is it air disaster?
Oh,
Air
yeah,
disaster.
it is.
Listen,
Yeah.
listen.
I love watching them unless I'm flying.
But listen, does this part always creep y'all out? Always. So. We got engine failure, and then how many souls?
So
they literally ask how many souls are on the plane.
Yeah, that don't sound good.
And I'm like, whoa.
Why is my soul
We've got 71 souls.
Yeah.
And you're just like, oh my goodness.
Yeah, they always use the term
now we don't even
souls,
have a
don't
name.
they?
Now we're going to be called souls.
I know.
But anyway, let me tell you what they're going to find out when they start weighing people. This is one thing I can tell them. I don't do surveys, but I can just go ahead and tell you, just by living life, you will find that 90% of human beings lie about how much they weigh.
Oh, for sure.
And in the heavy community, you think we'd be more open about it. We don't. Listen, if you ask us what we weigh, you better add 9 pounds to it. We won't go 10, but we'll go 9. If a heavy person says, yeah, I'm about 281, that's 290, 292, somewhere in there. Maybe 290. It's 290 easy.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're going to fluctuate about 9. We won't quite fluctuate 10. But we just can't say it.
Don't New Zealanders have a pretty
And it's
good
not
diet?
just women. Men lie about it too.
In all fairness, though, when you weigh that much, which I do, so it's easy to talk about.
Yeah.
Your weight will fluctuate 9 pounds a day.
It depends on what time of day it is, don't it?
Depends on if we had golden ticket seats.
That's right.
Or if I had 2 bags of peanuts.
Is that before or after sausage ball?
I go back to that again. I just the other day, I'm constantly being asked about my weight now these days, and I always, it's funny. Said, "What should you go up a little bit?" I did. Or do you know why? Absolutely, I do. So how you can come back down? Don't do that again. I can fluctuate 3 pounds by the time I see you tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
Right. I just don't do what I did yesterday.
Yeah. Like walking through the building.
Yeah.
Here.
So. But you're gonna find, and then there's always that. All right, somebody explain this to me. Is this something they do for us so we'll just stay with things? Okay, so you hear this all the time. Weigh first thing when you get up.
Mm-hmm.
But you never weigh that again the rest of the day. So what good is that?
No,
don't I
think,
kind of need to know what I weigh at 2 p.m.?
Yeah,
Isn't that my real
Because the
weight?
last time I went to the doctor, they didn't let me take my clothes off.
No.
I had to stand up in there with
You're
my
just
clothes
wanting
on.
to get a baseline you can compare to every day.
Right, but what I'm talking about here,
because
by the time
if you weigh at 2 o'clock, it's going to vary wildly depending on what you ate, what time you ate, how much water you drank.
So which one's my real weight?
I think any of it would qualify.
Right. When I get up, is that what I really weigh?
I think you're all right to go with.
Yeah. And then if you can go ahead and sit down and read a newspaper, man, you can really get a good ruling.
Hey.
Well, I'm serious. That makes a big difference.
Yeah, it does.
But New Zealanders,
it makes a bigger difference.
It's shocking.
Than you think, in pounds.
Yeah. How about it's shocking?
Yes.
Wow, I'm toting that around.
Right. I even weigh again sometimes.
No wonder Metamucil is so popular.
Yeah, I think you weigh the most about 7 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
Before you go to bed.
7.
Yeah.
I mean, you'll see 3 or 4 pounds of difference overnight.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
I think the fact that you're going to bed at 7 caught us off guard. That's why we all question it.
Bedtime about 6:45.
Bedtime at 4.
It's the world I live in.
But this weighing people to try to be more fuel efficient.
And I'm still sleepy when I get
Do
here.
you realize what a blowback they're going to get for every single woman going to New Zealand?
They're going to scream, "That ain't right."
We ain't weighing us.
But don't they have a pretty healthy diet there too? New Zealanders,
Most
think.
countries outside the United States do.
Right.
Yeah.
I imagine that here, though.
I
imagine that. I wonder what I guess an airline goes off average weights because they got to have an idea. All right, this many souls have booked, so this is probably about what it weighs. Do they go average?
But I can put the fattest people and the biggest suitcases on the airplane. Still weighs more than all of us, so just fill it up.
Yeah. They're trying to be what they're trying to do.
Give me maximum lift. And
yeah.
Let's not worry about the other.
No, I'm with you, Bubba. I don't like these words. I don't want together. Fuel efficiency. Me on a plane.
Yeah.
I don't want to be efficient.
No.
I want us to have more than we need.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't want any.
We got a circle.
I don't want somebody to go, man, our scale's off. Now we're crashing.
I got a text from someone who has flown on New Zealand Air, said it's the best run operation ever.
Oh, I bet it is.
Service like no other.
Oh, the international airlines are so much better than our airlines now. I mean, you forgot that world is out there because we've got Americans thinking that flying is crap now. There's other airlines that still make you feel like this is luxury. Yeah. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, I didn't see that coming. But you know what I'm saying though, Greg. To your point, he has to keep the hair and sideburns. All the time.
All the time. Yeah.
And what I was thinking is, I just told him that
he's got it. If you don't know, you just go, this guy just likes Elvis's hair. So
well, he's looking lean right there. I guess he's trying to represent that. That was.
Why can't you see? That's real Elvis. Okay.
Yeah. I thought that was Jerome.
Yeah, but
I like
Bubba, it's that one. It was his last concert when he was fat. Yeah.
So Jerome is doing a
but
tribute.
That famous one.
Jerome's doing a tribute to this era.
Yeah.
They had the praise and worship music set up. It was really well done. There were so many people there. It ended up being a beautiful night. So I agree with your son. It was great to be part of it.
Yep, and we appreciate you coming and just leading them in worship. And again, I think from what I've already heard, there was over 2,500 people there last night.
Yeah, it was a really big crowd. They definitely had a great. I'll show that. I got a picture I took behind the stage when Wingo was talking, and I'll show it to the guys because it's a pretty cool shot, and I think Helmsley could probably use it too. So thank you for that, and tell your son I'm glad he was there, and I hope. If you were there and you left unchanged, then you just weren't paying attention. You just came there refusing to be changed, I would say.
Yep, I agree. I agree, so thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Rick, Kristen Bell, who she's in the show now with Ted Danson. What's the name of that? Betty loves that show.
It is a good show.
What is the name of it?
Yeah, something about
The Good Place.
There's angels.
The Good Place.
And she wasn't supposed to go to heaven, but she did.
She got in, and it gives a lot of complications. It's a funny little show, and Ted Danson's crazy too, but. Yeah. It is a funny show. I give him that.
He's one of the many, and I heard this being kept up yesterday with climate change. He was one of the ones in the 80s, and somebody made a great joke. Did you hear that? It says for 40 years we've been told the world was ending in 10 years.
Right.
You
see they have changed that now. They make it 500 so nobody can prove them wrong.
Oh, sure. Greg, you gave them that idea, and they took it.
Kristen Bell was in one of the movies. I don't think it gets enough props called You Again. Do you remember that movie?
Wait a minute. Is that the...
She was in high school, and she was like a nerd and made fun of and all that. But she had grown up, and she was very successful executive in the business world. But every time she goes back home, things start happening to her again. She starts acting like a nerd. It's like she gets out of her element.
I've never heard
of it. And her rival's marrying her brother or something.
Yes, right? Yes. And they get into a little thing and start exposing each other for high school pranks. And it just goes downhill for her every time and Jamie Lee Curtis is her mom in it.
Yes, and does the cheerleading.
Mm-hmm. The cheerleading thing to me may be one of the funniest scenes I have ever seen, Rick Burgess.
Well, now that's a stretch, but it is fun.
It owns me every time I see it. I don't know why.
Ever seen though? I mean,
that's a big statement.
I remember saying you've seen a lot of funny stuff.
Top 10.
Okay, yeah.
You go with that?
I will accept that. Top 10 is accepted.
Greg, I think you want to see in the top 20.
I would at least maybe top 15. But
right, sure.
They're talking about. I'm just going to tell you what the scene is. They're talking about their high school days.
I've never seen this. Don't even know about this movie. Never heard of it.
And the moms are there and all this, and Jamie Lee Curtis. They're talking about how she was such a good cheerleader and all that, and they're trying to get her to do a cheer with them. Well, she won't do it. Well, they start to do the cheer, and she jumps in and can't help her. She just goes in full cheerleader mode.
Knows every move.
And, go Gators, go Gators. And it is the funniest. It's just funny.
Top 10 funny?
It hits me funny
Greg,
every time I see it.
Do you? How funny is it?
Were you talking about my funny or Bubba's funny?
That's a good point.
Now, mine is not in the top.
That's like saying Mr. Roboto on Bubba's music list or on mine.
Yeah.
Okay, I got you. Yeah.
I'll say top 20 then.
Okay, that I feel better with that. I'll give you 10, but I think it's like number 9 or 10.
I think part of the reason it's so funny to me is the way Betty gets to acting when she sees it. Because she, being a former cheerleader, has to jump up and do the Go Gators cheer too.
It is.
Well, the reason why
I mean from 0 to 60, Rick. No, I don't. Go Gators.
Well, the reason why, and I can see that, and that is funny, but the reason why I think we were pressing you, if you bring up musical taste and things like that, it can go all over the road in this team.
Right.
But humor, we're all pretty close.
We're
pretty close. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? So that's
I wasn't comfortable with the funniest thing you'd ever seen.
One of the funniest.
Right. Yeah.
Top 20. We've got in the top 20, and that's where
I can live
one
with
of the best things, one of the funniest moments.
But now she's gone off.
No minute work.
She's gone off in Wacky World, and because now that you show me who this person is, she's in some pretty zany comedies and way out there and stuff.
Yeah.
Is she messing with us? on this.
I know. I'll point you to one House of Lies, which I want to say was on, I don't know, it was Showtime or HBO years ago. And you talking about the filth in it. So
here we go, 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Phone troll time. All 10 lines are available. We got Lord of the Jacket and Super P taking your phone calls right now, 866-WE-BE-BIG, and we'll chat with you, find out what's on your mind. And 10 lines are available now, so if you move, you will get in. Now's the time to do it. All right, so while you're moving, and if you dial, you'll get there. I can see Super P. My goodness, he's holding the phone. Is he focused? So Lord of the Jacket overseeing it as well. So let's go to mypillow.com/Bubba. We all enjoyed the MyPillow. It came on the scene, and we were like, man, this. I didn't think a pillow would make that big a difference, and Bubba and I were kind of skeptical to begin with, and we used it, we fell in love with it, and we've been fine. And then Lindell was like, the pillow is perfect. We've done it. We've made the perfect pillow. And then some new temperature regulating technology came along that we didn't have then. That keeps us comfortable throughout the night. And Lindell says, I think we can take another step, and thus the MyPillow 2.0 has been born. Now, you can buy it right now at buy one, get one free. Same great technology before, got 4 loft levels, but you now have that new technology with the fabric that keeps it cool, that surface cool while you're sleeping, which means you sleep more sound. All sleep studies have shown that. So that's going on. How about 70% off right now on My Coffee? And also beach blankets and beach towels, 60% off. The sandals, $19.50. And also you can upgrade your bed sheets and save big. Greg's been all over this. It's the biggest bed sheet sale ever. Giza Dream Sheets right now as low as $29.98. 6-piece towel set. You can argue on the proper way to fold a towel with your wife as well at only $25. So go to mypillow.com/Bubba. MyPillow.com/Bubba right now, and all those deals are there. Take advantage of that.
Rick, that's so funny. I had to explain to my mom that all this year she'd been folding towels wrong.
I know it. Listen, what is this thing with the folding of the towels? I got in trouble for it in the last 10 days. In the last 10 days. Yeah. Well, when you fold it like that, I said, I thought that's the way you told me to fold it. No, when you fold like that, it won't ever dry. And you can't use it but one time the way you fold.
That's the way you got out of laundry.
Yeah, and I said, well, I adjusted the way I was folding, which was not to fold it that way, which it did dry quicker, and you told me not to fold it that way. Now I fold it that way. You say don't fold it that way. Fold it the way I did before. I said, this is towel controversy. And I told her, I said, let me tell you something. When I go somewhere and it's just me, or when it was just me, I used a towel for a week.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so don't tell me I don't know how to hang a towel where to dry. And so now I'm back having to fold it another way. This is the third way I've been told to fold it.
Which way do you fold them if you're putting them in the closet?
I do the
triple fold or
I have to do the triple with it smooth on top.
That's the way Amanda wants
triple
me
smooth
doing
on
it.
top.
Yeah. See, I'd rather just do it in halves.
See, that was me. Mm-hmm. That's the way I grew up folding towels.
No, anybody here? Can anybody here fold a t-shirt or collared like golf shirt?
Greg actually can.
I struggle with long sleeve.
You fold it over and double it back like it came in the pack?
Yes.
Yeah. No.
Sherry can do that. She used to work at like a retail store, so they taught her how to do it, and I drive her up the wall with my inability to do that.
I just put it on a hanger.
If something's got buttons, it's going on a hanger.
Can you fold a t-shirt?
I can, but it's not. Nobody's impressed.
Right. Yeah.
I can do it, but I have to have like a lot of room and a lot of time to do it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I can't like the people like you're talking about. Rick can do it almost on their chest.
Oh, Sherry,
I can't. Do
Sherry,
it.
it looks like you walk into a retail store. And I can do my version of that.
If y'all ever at a retail store and you're looking at a golf shirt that's folded, do you attempt to get it back close to the way it was before when you touched
probably
it?
Not.
No.
You just throw it back?
I'm scared to touch it.
If I've messed with it, somebody needs to start this over.
Rick, let me ask you this. This is one of those gadgets you see on TV, and I'm always wondering. You've seen these bags that you pack your clothes in and you vacuum out. You know, like you vacuum pack it. Do they really work?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Have you? Are you using
I
one?
I don't have one, but we put a lot of stuff in storage and did like those big old bags with stuff in it, vacuum packed, and it seems to be doing.
Terry will do that like with winter jackets and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem is then if I'm at a place, being sure I get a vacuum cleaner so I can pack it to go back home. You know.
Oh no, we
I'll
don't.
tell you the one
we don't.
I-
You talking about
travel
on the
for
road?
storing
No,
it.
no.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about just
Bubba
storing it
walk
away.
around one under his arm.
I've never had one.
Why's Bubba got a vacuum cleaner?
What's he doing?
Why Bubba crying? Because they just got dunked on.
You know, the other one, I love that suitcase that you open up and it expands. It's like your closet, you know. It just looks exactly like you just expand the whole suitcase up and down.
That's a lot of hassle right there. There's no way I do that.
That's just
Oh,
for storage.
let me tell you, when I travel.
Let's say you got a bunch of vintage concert shirts. You just want to keep.
No, Sherry's done that with storage stuff, but I'm not going to take that on the road.
No, not
But
on
that's
the road.
what they sell them for. That's how they market them.
Attic
It's
slash
probably
under the bed.
When
kind
I
of
go
stuff.
on the road, it's masterful how light I can travel. Yeah.
Well, it's probably similar.
If she's with me, that's over. Sherry apparently is packing us for our weekend in case something happens and we may have to live there for 6 months. Yeah, baby, I think we can get back in 6 months. You know, well, I'm not sure what I want to wear. Some of it out until we get there. Yeah. Okay. So there's stuff in here that's not going to be worn. That's hard for me to deal with. You know, and well, I don't know what I might want.
But you know the other one I'm talking about, that suitcase you open up and it expands up. It's
Yeah.
like little shelves and it comes up.
Yeah.
It looks cool on the commercial, but I've never tried it.
I think we only need that if we plan on doing a concert tour.
Yeah. When I flew to Texas and drove back in one day to get the van,
Got me a van.
last
Got
week,
a van. I'm a van man.
y'all would have been proud of me. My only carry-on was the Rick and Bubba fanny pack.
I love it.
I flew with it.
What'd you have in there?
I had some extra underwear because I, for some reason, thought I might crap in my pants, so I brought some extra underwear.
When you wrote that check for that van, you never know.
And then glasses and contacts just in case my contacts messed up on the drive.
Pack of cigs.
And a pack of cigs.
So when you let me get
It's a
this
Bud
right.
Light.
So when you stepped off the plane and walked out of the airport and met the guy with the van, you were wearing a fanny pack.
I had it was in my hand.
Oh, you
I
carried
was
it?
carrying
Okay.
it hand style.
Okay.
You know what he thought, don't you? Can't believe I'm selling my van to a pothead.
Right. Yeah. Although
Now, you over the shoulder with the fanny pack?
Sometimes over the shoulder, sometimes over the waist. I do use the Rick and Bubba fanny pack sometimes for my personal carry. You know, gun.
Yeah, say that.
You can say
Oh, I
gun.
thought you meant-
It's all right. Nobody's going to panic
I
you.
thought you
And
meant
so
something
when I'm going through security and I got pulled to the side, I was like, I hope there's not too much residue on that thing. But I was
Yeah. You don't have to whisper that word. We're not Canadians.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah. We're not Europeans. We're Americans.
Adler, did you and your dad, did y'all sing to songs driving back?
Yeah, the
on
drive
road?
back. Oh,
Like
yeah.
what songs did y'all listen to and sing together?
We
as
listened
father
to
and son.
I did listen to this one song, "Unto the Lamb," which is like the most rocking,
love that.
the most rocking Christian
That's
music
a
song
great one.
ever. And then I actually played a little bit of metal for my dad, and he
No.
pretended to like it. That's how much he loves
Like
me.
what
No, it's a
song?
good-
He loves me so
it's a good
much.
What
metal.
song by who?
You know,
Why
we
would
don't
you
have
do
to
that?
say band
Why
names.
would you do that?
Y'all-
Rain in Blood by
Yeah,
Slayer.
Sure. That's
What
a
was
good
it,
one. I mean,
Adam?
it is a classic, Greg.
Why would you do that?
But you know,
What if he said, I don't want to play any slow songs?
Yeah, come on.
Right. Well, I was starting to get tired, and you know, I had to crank it up. So I played some metal for him, and he was like, "This is pretty. The music is good. The vocals are not good, but
Your dad went edge too and played a little Russ Taff.
yeah, it's so good. But
How do their throats, the vocalists,
Cookie Monster singers.
Yeah.
how do they
That's amazing.
last?
It's
Adler's a huge fan of that.
now practice that for years
Right.
and years and years, and you'll get good at it. You'll get real good.
But it'll
There's
still
still-
sound bad.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
That sounds just like the first.
Y'all,
day
some
you
of the
did.
band names I forgot.
I don't think it's unreasonable to be able to understand a song.
I'll have like a metal playlist on my phone, and that's like for working out and stuff like that, you know, whatever. And so that just runs a lot when I work out.
One more round.
Yeah, it's great. But then some of the song names come up, and it's like the Nephilim comes back from the dead, you know, and things like that. I'm like, all right, this is not good. Skip, you know, with my dad. I was like, here's some Dennis Jernigan.
Yeah. If your dad is, you know, like one of the most sought after worship leaders and trains others to be worship leaders to worship the one and only living God, and you decide to let him hear some death metal on the way back for Texas, what are you thinking?
Well, he
didn't enjoy the Dead Kennedys.
That's punk.
Not a fan of Cannibal Corpse.
No,
that's a real
right.
band, by the way.
That is,
Say that again.
Adler loves it.
I don't love it.
You
I like that band.
Okay. Not love, but like.
I like that. I don't love that band, but yeah, my dad loves me so much he pretended to like a lot of it.
I wish you would love him back.
My goodness, you love me so much.
But love him back, and
Okay.
don't play that.
You're right. Next time I won't.
Right. I know it's your van.
Yeah.
And you probably have the attitude. It's my van. We'll listen to what.
I played some August Burns Red Christian metal. Don't forget, there is Christian metal.
There sure is. Sadly, there is.
Yeah. Of course, you haven't heard of any of it. But yeah.
Sure.
Great. What do you know, buddy?
Nothing.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
In that particular genre, not a thing.
Yeah. All right, we'll come back. We actually will take your phone calls next at 866 We Be Big. The Rick and Bubba Show. You never know. We'll come back. What we had going looked a little more than some of the topics, but now they're coming in, so we'll come back and hit that. 866 We Be Big. More Rick and Bubba coming up with your phone calls right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Kristen.
Oh, you're talking about this actress?
Let me ask you.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
When I hear this and read this, I think about the things that she has been in herself.
Right.
Not the Ted Danson things is a little funny comedy that's clean.
Understood.
Okay.
Yeah.
There are things that she's been in that's dark.
Yeah.
So I got to hear this from you.
Well, that's what I'm wondering. Is she being serious?
Well, I think so, Rick.
Or is this one of those deals
She's
where you're
the voice
doing
of
an
Anna.
interview in a magazine and you talk about your little girls and you're saying, "Yeah, I read them every night," and I don't know. It has.
Is she kind of being funny with this? But it's being
I don't know. In
reported as her
today's
being
world,
serious.
I really
hope
believe
so.
she's probably being serious.
Well, it is on everybody's mind now. I give you that, especially with the Kavanaugh thing, and it's really been on the front page. But she said in a published interview Wednesday that she has concerns about the story Snow White that she reads to her daughters. She said, "Don't you think it's weird that the prince kisses Snow White without her permission? Because you cannot kiss someone if they're sleeping."
Yeah, but she was under a spell. That's different.
Right. It is under, and to get her out of the spell, it required a kiss.
That's right.
That's
Completely
an automatic invitation.
And it's a fake story.
If you can
And
bring
it
it,
made up. That's true.
No, completely made up.
Made up 1938.
Right.
That's how long ago.
But let's say it's 19. It's 21/8 versus 1938.
Right.
If someone still can only be brought out of a spell that will keep him in a state of coma for the rest of their life by a kiss from a prince, I think that's an invitation.
And
Absolutely.
There's no way to
think
get consent.
everybody can understand that.
There's no way to get
Bring it on.
consent if you're asleep
Thank
under
you,
an evil
Bubba.
spell.
No evil spell.
I mean, so
we're
you
being
just stay
ridiculous.
there forever?
We're acting ridiculous because it is ridiculous.
Can
You know what I'm saying?
Can I tell all women, and I'll be happy to do the press conference, can all of you let me know, because I think I can say this on your behalf, if I went to the men of the world and said, I have spoken to the women of the world, and they have said, so everybody's clear, if they're ever in a spell trance put on by a wicked witch,
Yes.
and it has them in a coma, that the only way they can be brought out of the coma is for a man to come in and kiss her just on the lips, not French, not open mouth.
I've seen it.
Just on the lips, a peck, and it will bring her out of the coma. You give us all a green light and invitation to do that.
Because they might
Right?
look
Any
asleep,
woman
but in their
the
mind,
women in the audience say, "Please bring me out of the witch's spell with a peck if you have to."
Is that
right?
good?
Okay, they're all saying yes.
All right.
Everybody's.
Well.
So I just think there's an open invitation here in that situation.
And then in the article, another actor starts talking about.
By the
other
way,
shows.
it is a prince. By the way,
That's right.
I mean,
yeah.
How many
does
of
it
them
get
are-
any better?
When it comes to princes, they were allowed to do that.
How many princes are going to wander through there anyway? Right.
That's
I mean, they
true.
wasn't exactly on the beaten path
How
because they
about
had
this?
dwarfs doing all the work.
Right. If all
Yeah.
If all else fails, somebody put a cape on and kiss the woman, see if she comes out.
Yeah. Now, Rick, the reason I think that she may have been a little tongue-in-cheek with this, she said she reads to her daughters every night. One of them's 5, one of them's 3. And she said her daughter that is she said one of her daughters expressed concern why Snow White eats the apple from a witch who is a stranger. So again,
I
the
get that.
little girls are being told don't talk to strangers. Why would you eat an apple from a stranger? And she
Well, look
then
where it got her. It was
expels
a
on
bad
that
decision.
some.
Yeah.
She says, why did she feel the need to eat the apple, or where did she get the apple? I would say never take food from a stranger's, would you?
Especially a witch.
My kids
Right.
are like, no. I'm like, no, I'm not doing something like that. So
Well,
I think there was her having a little fun with
hope
the
so.
story versus political correctness of the day, even though she's probably way out there. I'm not defending her.
Well,
but
I would go with Helmsy because now that I know who it is, she's in some extremely off-color movies, extremely off-color. And what I would say is if I want to worry about the example being set for my young daughters, I would first look at myself and see what am I teaching them with the roles I've taken in movies.
This is the Fox News story that will help you on another actress, too.
Because you cannot kiss someone if they're sleeping.
This is about what we talked about.
She's been poisoned.
10 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Stories that we did not get to, and there were plenty of them we didn't, but it's all some of the same old stuff we're tired of hearing about. We do have Amazon employees that are planning a walkout yesterday at the Seattle headquarters over frustrations about recent layoffs and a return to work order.
And the environment, Rick.
Yeah,
don't forget that.
And the environmental impact. Now, keep in mind, these are people that were working from home, and they've been asked to come back to work, and they think that's unreasonable.
Oh, I know.
I'm not sure what they're after, and they also think that somehow them going back to work is going to destroy the economy.
Hard to sort packages at home.
Yep. Target's share has sunk for the 9th straight day. And
over $13 billion.
$13 billion that they are losing.
52-week low.
A 52-week low.
Yep.
And so, as I said once again, be careful hiring marketing people that market to a fake world, and then you realize it was a disaster in the real world. Get out of that echo chamber and be aware of the overall landscape, not just this little circle you're in.
And listen to this too, Rick, how you get yourself hung in the middle on this, okay? Target. Governor Gavin Newsom, California, who's going to be, by the way, your Democratic nominee when all's said and done, even accuses Target of participating in systematic attack on LGBTQ communities across the country.
Come on, man.
They're attacking the community.
Unbelievable.
Because they did this, and they got such a backlash, which is costing them billions of dollars.
I tell you what they attacked, and that's
so
their
they're
profit.
trying to change it, and now they're the attackers.
Yeah, Target was guilty of attacking profit. They attacked their well-being.
They were guilty of attacking crazy ideas.
Keep in mind, California will give us Newsom. California lawmakers are set. They're going to honor the Anti-Catholic Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence member, despite the backlash from the Dodgers having them there. Keep in mind, they're going to honor a group that makes fun of a large group of people's religious convictions. So this is the far left and California lawmakers picking winners and losers. If someone's going to be offended, California lawmakers say that will be Catholics, not the Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence. So they made a choice. So keep that in mind. All right, so moving forward, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Donna is standing by. Donna, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, Donna.
I just called to offer a word of encouragement to Helmsy with his two daughters. Mm-hmm. About 30 years ago, in a few days it will be a little over 30 years ago, we got married at the church I grew up in. The ladies of the church and my mother did the food. We had a family friend who did the photos. We got married for less than $2,000, and we are more in love today than we were when we got married. It doesn't have to be a fancy affair for everybody else. It's just for that couple and what they need. And it can be done simply. I know adjusted for inflation and cost of living, it would be more today. Yeah. Excuse me, but it doesn't have to be a $29,000 affair.
There you go.
Yeah.
I did have some. That all sounds great.
Yeah, sweet story, unless your daughter has been dreaming her whole life of a beautiful big wedding. And, if she's okay with that, that's fine. But
if she has had a dream in her mind that isn't that arrangement, and you want to try to make that happen, $2,000. Even though today you're probably talking $10,000 for what you guys were doing. Like I tell my parents when they give me the story about how they left. Your daddy left his job making less than $10,000 a year and went to Oxford High School for $14,000. Mom, your house payment was $80. Okay, we're leaving that part out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
It might have been $100. Okay. Yeah. You're leaving. Gas was a nickel. You're leaving all this out. Okay?
Rick, gas was 40 cents and Coke was a nickel. Come on.
Right. Yeah. So yeah. But you can be reasonable. But
it depends on the kid, and one of them, I won't say any names here. Y'all figure it out. One of them's really high maintenance, and the other one's not.
Right.
And so I'm gonna get hit hard with one and be on the low end with the other.
Don't force.
It'll even itself out.
Yeah. Don't force a ceremony on one of it that doesn't need that, then don't go cheap on the one. You don't have to be out of hand. Don't be financially irresponsible.
Right.
But don't go cheap on the one that maybe has dreamed of something a little more. What's the word?
And for those that are thinking I have kids old enough to get married, let's hope not.
No,
we got.
Now,
I hope we got.
Now, unfortunately,
I hope it's 10 years down the road.
yesterday we did find out that Al Pacino's got his eye on two of them. But,
At least one.
Right. So we're like,
I went into the like I say, the groom. You're experiencing that a lot less money.
Less expensive.
I went into the female version of it. My daughter got married, and you try. It sounds good where you can cut here and cut there, and then in the end, I probably came in around that average we heard.
Yeah.
And
I mean, and that was not to. And what y'all did was beautiful. It was appropriate. It wasn't pretentious by any stretch. It was just beautiful, and even a not so extravagant wedding still pretty expensive.
It is. It really is.
Yeah. Because it was beautiful and it was holy, and I wouldn't have ever said that anything other than that you guys went over the top, but you also you didn't go under either. You didn't have something come off that your daughter's like, wow, that wasn't much of a memory.
I bet our wedding cost $3,000.
Oh yeah.
I think ours was 10 to 12.
Mm-hmm. I guarantee you ours was under 10.
Yeah. Bubba, do you remember the wedding that Greg's talking about?
Yes, I do.
I was
in duress. I remember it very well.
Okay, I'm just checking.
Yeah, Bubba didn't enjoy all that.
Yeah, no, he didn't.
That we bought.
No, he didn't.
No, that was health scare number one.
That's good food.
One plate of food, walking those stairs up to the top of the barn, that did it.
I'm out. But you tried it. You didn't feel good, and you showed up anyway. That's what I like.
Yeah,
that's good effort.
It was a great day.
It really was. Just had the anniversary just recently. Mike in Georgia. Mike, go ahead.
Hey, look here, Bubba, I just want to tell you, I just got through binge watching Skinwalker Ranch.
Mm-hmm.
I need another suggestion. And boys, I also want to tell y'all, I'm retiring June 30th of this year. And but I've been telling my daughter her whole life, baby, when you want to get married, just elope. Well,
no.
She was 21 years old. She called me up one day. She said, "Daddy, are you serious about for me to elope if I want to get married?" I said, "Yep." She said, "Good. We did it at 12 o'clock today." I said, "Baby, I love you. I didn't have to spend no money."
Oh, look at you.
There you go.
She done what you told her.
She eloped.
She eloped. The elope costs nothing.
Yeah. For some, eloping is the right choice.
Now, granted, Elvis performed the ceremony. I'm
sure, absolutely.
Hey,
and I'm behind one episode on Skinwalker Ranch, so we'll try to catch up this week.
That's really good.
As you can tell, that Mike's already having some sort of health issues from watching it.
Rick Burgess.
Well, you know what, look what it did to Bubba.
Mike was sounding a little rough.
I'll actually write my daughters a nice check for them to elope.
It ain't gonna matter.
I've had Dad say they made that deal. You can put this toward y'all's life together.
Absolutely.
And some take it. And some don't.
I know we say that, but I think our wives all want to. It's supposed to be the bride's day, but boy, it seems like a lot of it's the mother's day.
Oh, baby,
Greg, you can speak to that.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yep. It's just like Greg thinks he's going to get rid of them puppies, and I'm telling you, it's 2 minimum.
Yeah.
You're keeping 2 minimum.
3. You think?
3. Greg, I said
2.
minimum.
Yeah.
Yep.
You might as well find the ones you actually like.
No, go ahead and pick them out.
Yeah. My goal is for all of them to find.
Yeah, we know
nice,
you
wonderful.
Buddy, I know you're using
love
the
you,
word.
slowing the process.
I love you, baby brother. But I'm just telling you something.
Do you understand the words that are coming out?
I'm gonna slow the process. We do this. We've done this often. Raise your hands if you're married and you have things that you didn't want.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay. I think she would keep all 8 if we agreed.
Of course
on
she
it,
would.
But
of course she would.
She's probably working toward that.
Who
right
don't
now.
want 10 dogs?
Right.
What about the Bumpuses?
Somebody call Foxworthy. You might be a redneck if you got 10 yard dogs.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.